The rain started 20 minutes before everything went wrong. Naruto felt it first on his nose, a single cold drop that made him flinch. Then the sky cracked open and dumped on them like it had a personal grudge against Team 7. The road turned to mud inside of a minute. Sakura cursed under her breath and pulled her pack higher on her shoulders. Sasuke didn't react at all because of course he didn't. "Kakashi-sensei," Naruto said, wiping rain out of his eyes, "you said this was a quick detour. That was 2 hours ago." Kakashi didn't look up from his little orange book, which he'd somehow kept dry despite the downpour. "Did I say quick? I meant scenic." "There's nothing scenic about this," Sakura said. She gestured at the coastline to their left, rocky gray. Waves smashing against jagged stone like they were trying to break through to something underneath. "This is the ugliest stretch of beach I've ever seen." "You haven't seen many beaches," Sasuke said. "Shut up, Sasuke." They were supposed to be heading back to Konoha after wrapping up the bridge situation with Tazuna. The Wave Country mission was done. Zabuza was dead. Haku was dead. Naruto still had dirt under his fingernails from the graves they'd dug, and his right hand ached from where he'd punched the ground until his knuckles split open. That had been 3 days ago. He hadn't talked about it since. Kakashi had suggested the coastal route back. Something about wanting to check on a location that the third Hokage had mentioned in a briefing once. Naruto hadn't been paying attention to the explanation. He'd been thinking about Haku's face, the way the ice mirrors had reflected everything, the way Haku had smiled right before the end. He shook his head. "Not now. How much further?" he asked. "Naruto, you've asked that 4 times in the last hour," Sakura said, "because nobody gives me a straight answer. Maybe if you paid attention during briefings instead of doodling on your mission scroll." "I don't doodle, I strategize." Sasuke made a sound that might have been a laugh, might have been a cough, hard to tell with him. "Can we just, I don't know, pick up the pace a little?" Naruto said. He scratched the back of his head and winced when his fingers hit a bruise he'd forgotten about, left over from the bridge fight. "My apartment has a roof, this road does not. Patience is a shinobi virtue," Kakashi said, turning a page. "So is not giving your team pneumonia." Kakashi finally closed his book and tucked it into his vest. That small action, for some reason, made the hair on the back of Naruto's neck stand up. Kakashi never put the book away unless something was about to happen. In the weeks Naruto had known him, the book had survived training exercises, a near-death fight on a bridge, and a D-rank mission involving an angry cat. If it was going away now, the situation had changed. "We're here," Kakashi said. The ruins didn't look like much from the outside. A collapsed stone archway half swallowed by vines and moss, pieces of wall jutting out of the hillside like broken teeth. There were carvings on the stone, spirals mostly, worn smooth by decades of salt wind and rain. Naruto stared at them and felt something twist in his stomach, not nausea, something deeper, like hearing a song you'd forgotten you knew. "What is this place?" Sakura asked. "Uzumaki Outpost," Kakashi said quietly. His visible eye swept the tree line behind them. "One of the last ones on the mainland before Uzushiage Cure fell." Naruto's throat went tight. "Uzumaki, your clan maintained outposts along the entire eastern coast of the Land of Fire. Most were destroyed during the fall. This one?" Kakashi tilted his head. "This one was buried." Deliberately, from the look of it. Sasuke glanced at Naruto. There was something in his expression that might have been curiosity, but it was gone before Naruto could be sure. "So why are we here?" "Reconnaissance." The third wanted to know if anything remained intact. Kakashi pulled his headband up, revealing the Sharingan. The red eye spun lazily, scanning the ruins. "Stay close, stay alert. This area hasn't been mapped in 40 years. They moved in. The archway opened into a narrow stone corridor that sloped downward. The rain drummed on the stone above them, muffled, distant. Naruto ran his fingers along the wall as they walked. The spirals were everywhere. Carved into every surface, layered on top of each other, some of them so intricate that they looked like they were moving in the flickering light of Kakashi's torch. Sakura stayed close to Sasuke. Naruto was 3 steps behind Kakashi, and that was where the formation was when the first explosion hit. The sound came before the pain. A deep, gut-shaking boom that turned the corridor into a blender of dust and stone fragments. Naruto felt himself lifted off his feet and thrown sideways. He hit a wall, felt something in his ribs crack with a wet snap, and then the floor gave out beneath him. He fell not far, maybe 15 feet, but he landed on stone and he landed badly. His left shoulder took the impact and he heard the joint pop out of its socket with a grinding crunch that made his vision go white. He screamed, and the sound echoed off walls he couldn't see, dust, darkness, the taste of blood in his mouth. He could hear muffled shouting above him, Sakura's voice high and panicked, then Kakashi barking something sharp and commanding, then nothing, silence. Naruto lay on the cold stone floor and tried to breathe. Each inhale was a knife between his ribs. Something was wrong on the left side, something beyond the shoulder. He could feel a wet warmth spreading under his jacket, which meant he was bleeding, and the way each breath rattled told him his lung was in trouble. "Okay," he whispered to himself. "Okay, okay." He tried to sit up and nearly blacked out. The pain was enormous, this crushing weight that sat on his chest and squeezed. He got his right hand under him and pushed, and the room swam, and he tasted bile, and then he was on his knees. Barely, it was dark down here. Not completely, there was a faint glow coming from somewhere deeper in the chamber. Blue-green, like moonlight, filtered through deep water. His eyes adjusted slowly. He was in some kind of hall. Big. The ceiling was high enough that he couldn't see it. The floor was covered in a layer of dust so thick it was almost soft, and there were bodies, not fresh ones, skeletons, dozens of them, scattered across the floor in positions that told a story he didn't want to read. Some were curled up against the walls, arms wrapped around their knees, skulls tilted down like they'd been trying to make themselves smaller. Some were reaching toward the far end of the chamber, fingers extended, frozen in the act of crawling. Some were just piles collapsed where they'd stood, their bones tangled together in ways that made it hard to tell where one person ended and another began. Every single one of them wore armor engraved with spirals. Uzumaki, his people, Naruto had never known his mother. He'd never known his father. The village had given him a last name and zero explanation for what it meant. Everything he knew about the Uzumaki clan he'd learned from textbooks that gave them exactly one paragraph, usually sandwiched between a section on the Senju and a section on advanced chakra theory. The Uzumaki were known for their sealing techniques and exceptional vitality. Their village, Uzushiagakure, was destroyed during the Second Great Ninja War. That was it. A whole people, a whole history, reduced to 2 sentences and a footnote, and here they were, what was left of them. Bones in the dark, wearing armor nobody would ever see. They'd died here. Hiding, maybe, or making a last stand. Naruto stared at the closest skeleton, a small one, could have been a child, and felt a hot, sick feeling rise in his chest. Nobody had come for them. Nobody had buried them. They'd been left here in the dark for decades, forgotten by the village that wore their symbol on every flak jacket and never once mentioned the people it belonged to. That's not right," he said to nobody. His voice sounded small and broken in the enormous space. It bounced off the walls and came back to him, and even his echo sounded lost, a sound from above. Heavy footsteps. Not Kakashi's. Kakashi moved like a cat even in combat. These were boots, tactical boots, and there were a lot of them. Naruto pressed himself against the wall and listened. Voices filtered down through the hole he'd fallen through. 2 down. The pink-haired one and the Uchiha kid, both unconscious. What about Hatake? Engaged. He won't get free in time. Where's the Jinchuriki? Naruto's blood went cold. They knew what he was. These weren't bandits or Gato's leftover thugs. These people knew exactly what they were hunting. He fell through the floor. The subsection should be dead from the drop, but the fox might have cushioned it. Go check. The client wants confirmation. Naruto swallowed blood and started moving. He didn't think about it. Thinking would mean acknowledging that his left arm was useless, that every breath was a wet rasp, that he was 12 years old and alone in the dark with trained killers coming for him. So he just moved. Right hand on the ground, knees sliding through dust, dragging himself deeper into the hall away from the hole above. The glow was getting brighter. The blue-green light pulsed faintly like a heartbeat. It was coming from the far end of the chamber where the skeletons were thickest. They'd been trying to reach it, he realized. Whatever was down there, the Uzumaki who died here had been crawling toward it in their final moments. He heard boots hit stone behind him. Someone had dropped through the hole. Spread out. He's bleeding, so follow the trail. Naruto moved faster. The pain turned into a constant ringing in his ears, a high white noise that pushed everything else to the edges. His vision was getting fuzzy. The warm wetness under his jacket had spread to his hip. He was leaving a smear of blood on the dusty floor, a trail a blind man could follow. The light was close now. He could see what was making it, a pedestal. Simple, made of the same gray stone as the walls, rising about 3 feet from the floor. On top of it sat a mask. A no mask, the kind he'd seen in pictures of old theater. White face, narrow eye slits, a thin-lipped mouth curved in the faintest suggestion of a smile. Cracks ran through it like veins, and the blue-green glow was seeping from those cracks, pulsing in time with something Naruto could feel in his chest, in his bones. His clan's spiral was carved into the forehead of the mask, deep, deliberate, unmistakable. Naruto reached the pedestal and grabbed the edge with his good hand. He pulled himself up, gasping, ribs grinding, and looked at the mask from inches away. It was warm. He could feel heat radiating from it, and the glow intensified as he got closer. Like it knew he was there. Behind him, a flashlight beam cut through the dark. There, by the pillar. He didn't have a plan. He didn't have a jutsu that could save him. He couldn't make hand signs with one arm dangling dead at his side. He was 12 and bleeding out, and they were going to kill him or drag him off to whatever client had sent them. And nobody was coming because Kakashi was fighting for his own life upstairs, and Sasuke and Sakura were unconscious. And the village that was supposed to protect him had never actually done that, had they? Not once in 12 miserable years. He was going to die here, among his people. Alone, his forehead touched the mask. He hadn't meant to lean forward, but his body was giving out, his knees buckling, and the mask was right there, and it was warm, and his blood was dripping from his chin onto the white porcelain surface. The blood hit the mask, and everything stopped. Not metaphorically. The rain, the footsteps, his heartbeat, all of it just stopped. The world held its breath. Naruto hung there, forehead pressed to warm porcelain, and for one perfect second there was no pain, no fear, nothing. Just silence and the smell of old stone and something underneath it, something that smelled like ink and iron and electricity. Then the mask cracked, not slowly. It shattered under his forehead with a sound like ice breaking on a river. White fragments fell away and the blue-green light erupted outward, not like fire or lightning but like ink spreading through water. It flooded his vision. It flooded everything. It poured into the cracks of his ribs and the ruin of his shoulder and the torn thing in his lung, and it burned. Naruto screamed, or tried to. The light was in his throat now, in his chest, behind his eyes. It felt like someone had reached inside him and grabbed hold of his chakra network and twisted it, reshaped it, forced new pathways open where there hadn't been any before. His back arched. His fingers clawed grooves in the stone pedestal. His teeth clenched so hard he felt one of the back ones crack. Text appeared in his vision, not floating blue screens, not holographic pop-ups. Burning text, like someone was writing with a heated brand on the inside of his eyelids. The characters were old, angular, a form of kanji he'd never learned but could somehow read. They seared themselves into place one stroke at a time. Uzumaki covenant acknowledged, heir identified. Uzumaki Naruto, sovereign system initializing binding to chakra network, complete. Binding to spiritual meridians, complete. Calibrating authority level, authority. 1 initial assessment in progress. Status, critical vigor, 12 out of 340. Danger, chakra coils, 89 out of 2100. Corruption, 0. The text pulsed once, twice, and then a new line burned into place. Survival quest issued. Objective, eliminate hostile combatants. Count, 6. Reward, 500 experience. Skill unlock. Penalty for failure, death. Time remaining, 4 minutes, and then something changed inside Naruto's head. It was like someone flipped a switch. The panic, the pain, the grief about the skeletons and the fear about dying, all of it just dialed down. Not gone. He could feel it all sitting in the back of his mind like luggage in a storage closet. But the door was shut and the lock was solid, and what was left in the front of his mind was clear and cold and sharp as broken glass. His breathing steadied. The wheeze from his damaged lung was still there, but it didn't bother him. It was data, a status effect. His vision sharpened despite the dark, and he noticed things he hadn't before: the spacing of the stones in the wall, the way dust motes hung frozen in the flashlight beams, the pattern of the boot prints on the floor. 6 hostiles. The system said 6. 2 were close, maybe 20 feet back, flashlights sweeping. The other 4 were spaced further out. He could hear all of them. Their breathing, their heartbeats, the leather creak of their gear. Skill acquired, system assist, basic combat automation. Description: temporarily overrides motor control to execute optimal combat patterns based on current stats and environment. Warning: skill causes severe muscular fatigue after deactivation. Use sparingly at low authority levels. Activate? Yes or no? Naruto's dislocated shoulder popped back into its socket. He didn't do it. The system did. The pain was a white flash, and then it was filed away with everything else. His left arm was functional. Not healed, functional. He could feel the grinding of bone fragments when he moved it, but the muscles obeyed, and that was enough. He picked up a piece of the shattered mask. It was about 6 inches long, jagged, the broken edge sharp enough to catch the light. He turned it over in his hand. The spiral on its surface glowed faintly. Target spotted. He's at the pedestal, moving to secure. Naruto stood up, not slowly, not dramatically. He just went from kneeling to standing in one motion, and the 2 closest operatives faltered because they'd been looking at a half-dead kid 30 seconds ago, and now that kid was looking back at them with eyes that had no warmth in them at all. "Hey," Naruto said. His voice was flat. "Wrong." Even he could tell it was wrong, but he couldn't fix it. The emotion was locked behind that door, and he was talking with whatever was left. "You guys know what I am, right?" The one on the left raised a kunai. The one on the right started forming hand signs. Naruto moved. The system assist took over, and it was the strangest sensation he'd ever felt. His body moved without his input, but it wasn't like being a passenger. It was more like his body had always known how to do this and had just been waiting for permission. His feet found stone and pushed off. His center of gravity dropped. The mask shard in his hand adjusted, edge forward, and he closed the 20 feet in a heartbeat. The first operative got the shard through the side of his neck. Not a dramatic slash. A precise, angled thrust that went in below the ear and came out below the jaw. Naruto felt the resistance of flesh, and then the sudden give when the edge found the gap between vertebrae. Blood, hot and immediate, sprayed across his hand and forearm. The man made a sound like he was trying to cough and fell. The second operative finished his hand signs and breathed fire. Naruto's body moved sideways. Not a dodge exactly, more like a redirect, his momentum carrying him out of the fireball's path by inches. He felt the heat on the left side of his face, close enough to smell singed hair. The operative was already pulling a second technique, but Naruto was inside his guard now, too close for jutsu, and the mask shard punched into the soft space below his sternum and angled up. The man grabbed Naruto's shoulders. His fingers dug in. His eyes were wide and close and confused, like he couldn't understand how a 12-year-old with a punctured lung had just gutted him. Naruto looked back at him and felt nothing. Hostile eliminated. 2 of 6. 3 minutes 12 seconds remaining. The third one came from the right. Naruto heard the footsteps and turned. This one was faster, better trained. He led with a low sweep kick that should have taken Naruto's legs out, but the system assist read the trajectory and lifted Naruto's front foot just enough for the kick to pass under. Naruto brought his knee up into the man's chin as he was still extending the kick. The crack of teeth breaking echoed off the chamber walls. The operative rolled with it, spitting blood, and came back with a kunai in each hand. He was good. He feinted high and cut low, and Naruto felt the blade catch his jacket and slice through to skin across his right hip. Pain, but filed away. Just a number. His vigor dropped but stayed above 0, and that was all that mattered. Naruto caught the man's wrist on the backswing and twisted. He felt tendons pop. The kunai fell and Naruto caught it before it hit the ground and buried it in the man's thigh, severing the femoral artery with a precision that didn't belong to a 12-year-old academy washout. The operative went down clutching his leg, and he was dead in under a minute. Naruto didn't watch him die. He was already moving. The fourth and fifth came together. Smart. They'd seen what happened to the first three and they weren't taking chances. One threw a spread of shuriken to pin Naruto's movement while the other flanked left, trying to get behind him. Tactical suggestion: use environment. Ceiling support beam above target 4 is compromised. Impact force required 340 units. Your current strength 387 units. Naruto grabbed a chunk of rubble the size of his fist and threw it, not at the operative, at the ceiling above him. The stone beam had been cracked for decades, holding on through friction and stubbornness, and the impact was enough. It came down in a cloud of dust and ancient mortar, and the operative disappeared under 200 pounds of masonry. He didn't scream. The weight took care of that. The fifth one hesitated, just for a second, just long enough. Naruto closed the distance and drove his palm into the man's solar plexus. Not a gentle fist strike, nothing that elegant. Just brute force channeled through the system assist into a single point of impact. The operative folded in half around Naruto's hand. Something inside him broke. Naruto felt it give way and the man crumpled, hostile eliminated. 5 of 6. 1 minute 47 seconds remaining. The sixth one ran. Naruto heard the boots on stone getting fainter. Heading for the hole in the ceiling, trying to climb out. The system pulsed in his vision. The timer was still counting and the quest wasn't complete. He picked up a fallen kunai and threw it. The system calculated the arc. It wasn't a perfect throw. His torn muscles and grinding ribs saw to that, but it was good enough. The blade caught the last operative in the back of the knee and he went down hard, sliding across the dusty floor. He tried to crawl. Naruto walked toward him at a steady pace and his footsteps were the only sound in the chamber. "Please," the man said. He was young, Naruto realized. Maybe 18, 19. His mask had come off during the fall and his face was pale and sweating. "Please, I was just following orders." Naruto crouched beside him. The cold thing in his mind noted the man's stats, or tried to. The system was labeling him, flickering text that read hostile combatant followed by a level number and a threat assessment. None of it mattered. What mattered was the tattoo on the man's tongue. Naruto could see it because the man was panting with his mouth open. A curse seal, standard root design. "Whose orders?" Naruto asked. "I can't. The seal won't let me." The man's face twisted. He was telling the truth. The curse seal on his tongue glowed faintly, enforcing silence. Naruto looked at him for a long moment. The cold clarity of the system processed the information. Root. Danzo's private army. They'd been sent here specifically, which meant someone in Konoha had known about this outpost, known about the mask, and had wanted to make sure Naruto never found it. Or to make sure he died trying. Quest reminder: eliminate hostile combatants. 1 remaining. 52 seconds. "I'm sorry," Naruto said, and he meant it. Somewhere behind the locked door in his mind, the real Naruto, the loud one, the one who believed in second chances, was beating against the glass. But the door held. The kunai was quick. The man didn't suffer. Survival quest complete. Reward 500 experience. Authority level 1 to 2. Skill unlocked. Shadow storage. Additional reward. Perception increased by 3. Additional reward. Vigor recovery rate increased by 15%. Naruto stood in the dark among the dead, old and new, and felt the system settle into his bones like concrete setting. The burning text faded from his vision. The cold clarity remained, but the urgency was gone. He was aware, distantly, that he was covered in blood. Most of it wasn't his. His jacket was ruined, slashed in 3 places and soaked through. The tactical vest he'd pulled off the first body was holding up better, designed for this kind of work in ways his bright orange monstrosity had never been. His ears were ringing. It took him a moment to realize the chamber had gone completely silent. No more footsteps. No more voices, just the distant drip of water somewhere in the dark and the thick, heavy silence of a room full of dead things. He looked down at his hands. 12 years old. These were the hands of a 12-year-old. They shouldn't be able to do what they just did. A month ago, these hands had struggled to form a proper seal for the basic clone jutsu. Yesterday, they dug graves for Zabuza and Haku. Now they were slick with someone else's blood and holding a stolen kunai with the comfort of long practice. They were shaking, he noticed. Not from fear. The system assist was wearing off and his muscles were paying the bill. His left arm dropped to his side, the shoulder screaming again now that the override was fading. His ribs reasserted their complaints. His lung made a wet, bubbling sound when he inhaled. The smell hit him then. Iron and something worse. The animal smell of what happens when you open a person up. His stomach lurched and he turned away, bracing himself against the pedestal and dry-heaved until his eyes watered. Nothing came up. He hadn't eaten since breakfast, and breakfast had been a rice ball Sakura shared with him when she thought Sasuke wasn't looking, but he was alive. Vigor, 31 out of 340. Stable, recovery in progress, he could feel it. A slow warmth spreading through his body, not the Kyuubi's chakra, this was different, cooler, more precise. Like the system was directing his Uzumaki healing factor, optimizing it, routing resources to the most critical damage first. His lung stopped bubbling. The grinding in his ribs lessened to a deep ache. His shoulder was still dislocated again. No, it had reseated itself. When had that happened? Naruto sat down on the pedestal where the mask had been. The stone was still warm. He wiped his face with the back of his hand and his fingers came away red and he stared at them for a while. What the hell just happened to me? He said. The system didn't answer. It just hummed. A low vibration at the base of his skull, like a machine idling. He sat there for 3 minutes. He knew it was 3 minutes because the system tracked time now, displayed it as a small counter in the corner of his vision that he couldn't dismiss no matter how hard he blinked. In those 3 minutes, he did exactly 2 things. He checked the body of the root operative closest to him and found that the man had tried to burn a tattoo off his forearm. The skin was scarred and puckered, but underneath the burn marks, the faintest outline of the root Anbu symbol was still visible. And he pulled the man's tactical vest off and put it on over his own ruined jacket. It was too big. It smelled like someone else's sweat. But it had pockets, and pockets were useful. He was fastening the last strap when a voice came from above. Naruto, Kakashi. His voice was strained, tight with something that might have been panic. That was new. Kakashi didn't panic. Down here, Naruto called back. His voice came out flat again. He tried to inject some warmth into it, some of the old Naruto loudness, but it felt fake, like putting on a costume. I'm okay. A pause. Then Kakashi dropped through the hole in the ceiling, landing in a crouch with his Sharingan spinning. He had a gash on his forearm and his mask was dark with blood on one side. He'd been fighting too. He swept the room with his eyes. The Sharingan catalogued everything in a second. The ancient skeletons, the smashed pedestal, the 6 fresh bodies, and in the middle of all of it, Naruto Uzumaki, 12 years old, sitting on a warm stone and wearing a dead man's vest. Naruto. Kakashi's voice was very careful, very measured. The voice he used when he was calculating threat levels. What happened down here? They came after me. I handled it. Kakashi didn't respond immediately. He moved through the room instead, checking each body with the methodical calm of a man who'd seen hundreds of crime scenes. He crouched by the first operative and checked his pulse. Dead. Moved to the second. Dead. The one under the ceiling beam he didn't bother checking. By the time he reached the 6th, the last one, the young one with the root seal on his tongue, he'd stopped pretending this was routine. You handled it, Kakashi repeated. He said it like he was testing the words, seeing if they made any more sense out loud than they did in his head. Yeah, Naruto, these aren't bandits. These are trained operatives, full combat kit, coordinated assault formation. He paused, and when he continued, his voice had dropped to something barely above a whisper. Some of these men had chakra levels above Genin, above some Chunin I've known. I know, you know. Kakashi stood up and looked at Naruto across the room. The Sharingan was still active, still spinning, still recording every detail of this impossible scene. How did you do this? Naruto met his gaze. The old Naruto would have puffed out his chest and declared himself the greatest ninja ever. The new Naruto, the one sitting on a warm pedestal with blood drying on his hands, just shrugged. Adrenaline, I guess, the fox's chakra maybe, I don't really remember all of it. It was a bad lie. He could tell Kakashi knew it was a bad lie. But Kakashi was also smart enough to know that pushing a traumatized kid who just survived a massacre was not the way to get answers, so he let it sit. Are Sakura and Sasuke okay? Naruto asked. Unconscious. Concussive tags. They'll wake up with headaches. Kakashi crouched next to the body with the burned forearm and went very still. Naruto, did you see this? The tattoo they tried to burn off. Yeah. Do you know what it means? Root, Naruto said and watched Kakashi's eye widen just slightly. Danzo's people. They knew what I was, Kakashi-sensei. They called me the Jinchuriki. Kakashi stood up slowly. The way he was looking at Naruto had changed. There was still concern there, still the protectiveness of a teacher for his student, but underneath it was something else. Wariness. The look you give a dog that might have gone from domestic to feral. How do you know about Root? Kakashi asked. Naruto almost said the system told me and caught himself. The cold part of his brain, the part that was still running calculations, flagged it as a mistake. Information asymmetry was an advantage. The system was his. Telling anyone about it was a risk he wasn't prepared to take, not yet, not until he understood what it was. I'm not stupid, Kakashi-sensei, he said instead. I know what Anbu tattoos look like. And I know that whoever sent these guys had access to mission schedules, because they knew exactly where we'd be. Kakashi stared at him. Naruto could almost see the man trying to reconcile the kid who ate nothing but ramen and failed the clone jutsu 3 times with the kid sitting in front of him, bloodied and calm and speaking in complete sentences about operational security. We need to move, Kakashi said finally. Can you walk? Naruto tested his legs. His vigor was climbing slowly, the system feeding recovery in steady ticks. His ribs ached but nothing ground when he twisted. His shoulder was sore but mobile. He stood up. I can walk. They climbed out through the hole. The rain had gotten worse, hammering the ruins in sheets. Sakura was propped against a wall with Sasuke beside her, both of them out cold. There were more bodies up here, 4 of them, and Naruto could see the clean efficiency of Kakashi's work in the way they'd fallen. No mess, no suffering. Just over. I'll carry Sakura, Naruto said. Can you take Sasuke? Kakashi nodded, but he was watching Naruto pick up Sakura like she weighed nothing, adjusting her on his back with a care that was almost gentle, and the wariness in his eye deepened. They moved through the rain in silence. Naruto kept Sakura secure on his back and watched the tree line with eyes that felt new. Every shadow had depth now. Every sound had a source. The system pulsed quietly at the base of his skull, cataloging, recording, offering data he hadn't asked for but couldn't ignore. Environment scan. Hostile presences cleared. Nearest threat, 14 kilometers east. Classification, wildlife, vigor, 68 out of 340. Recovering, new skill available for review, shadow storage. He dismissed the notifications with a thought and focused on putting one foot in front of the other. Sakura's breath was warm on the back of his neck, steady and unconscious and trusting, and he held onto that feeling because it was the only warm thing left in him right now. They made it back to the main road before Kakashi spoke again. That outpost, he said, not looking at Naruto. What did you find down there, before the mercenaries came? Bones, Naruto said. Uzumaki bones. They died in that room, Kakashi-sensei, all of them, and nobody came to bury them. Kakashi was quiet for a long time. The rain filled the silence. I'm sorry, Kakashi said eventually. Don't be sorry. Just tell me the truth about something, if I can. Did the village know they were there? Another silence, longer than the first. Naruto listened to the rain and Kakashi's footsteps and the steady breathing of the 2 unconscious teammates and waited. I don't know, Kakashi said. But I intend to find out. Naruto nodded. He shifted Sakura's weight on his back and kept walking. The system hummed in the dark spaces behind his eyes, and the rain washed the blood from his hands, and somewhere in the locked room inside his mind, the old Naruto sat in the corner and wondered what the hell had taken his place. They walked for an hour before Sakura stirred. She mumbled something about her head and then tensed when she realized she was being carried. Wah, Naruto, morning, Sakura-chan. What happened? Why are you carrying me? Where's Sasuke? Why are you covered in? She trailed off. He could feel her going rigid on his back as she saw the blood. Naruto, is that blood? Not mine, mostly. What do you mean mostly? Put me down right now. He let her slide off his back. She stumbled, caught herself, and turned to look at him in the gray light. Her face went through about 6 expressions in 2 seconds. Confusion, then fear, then the very particular look Sakura got when she was processing information that didn't fit her existing framework. You look different, she said. I feel different. That's not reassuring. Wasn't meant to be. She searched his face for the joke, the grin, the obnoxious laugh that she'd spent months wishing he'd stop. It wasn't there. What was there was something she didn't recognize, and it scared her, and she stepped back. Naruto noticed that, filed it away. Felt the distant sting of it somewhere behind the locked door. We were ambushed, Kakashi said from ahead, not breaking stride. Enemy operatives, they've been dealt with. We'll debrief in Konoha. But, Sakura started. Konoha, Kakashi repeated, and the tone killed the conversation. They walked. Sasuke woke up 20 minutes later, angrier about being carried than about being knocked unconscious. Kakashi set him down and he swayed for a second before catching himself against a tree, jaw clenched, refusing to show weakness. What happened? He asked, and his voice was rough from the concussion. Ambush, Kakashi said. Enemy operatives hit us at the ruins. And, handled. Sasuke's eyes found Naruto, the blood, the vest that didn't belong to him. The way Naruto was walking, steady and straight, without any of his usual fidgeting or complaining. Sasuke looked at all of that, and something flickered behind his expression. Not concern exactly, more like recalibration. Like he was updating an entry in a mental file that he thought he'd finished writing. You fought them, Sasuke said. It wasn't a question. Naruto nodded. All of them? 6. The number sat between them like a rock dropped in still water. Sasuke stared at Naruto for a long time, and the thing in his expression shifted from recalibration to something harder to read. It might have been respect. It might have been jealousy. It might have been the first tremor of a fear that the dead last he'd measured himself against was no longer a useful benchmark. HN, Sasuke said, which was Sasuke speak for about 16 different emotions that he would never admit to having. They kept walking. Sakura fell into step beside Naruto after a while. She didn't say anything. She just walked with him close enough that their shoulders almost touched, and once, when the path narrowed and he stumbled on a root, she caught his arm and steadied him. Her hand lingered for a second before she pulled it back. Thanks, Sakura-chan, he said. Don't mention it. She paused. Naruto? Yeah, are you really okay? He thought about the question. The system was running in the background of his mind, tracking his vitals, counting his steps, measuring the distance to Konoha. Behind the locked door, a 12-year-old boy was still sitting in the dark, trying to process the fact that he'd killed 6 people and felt nothing while doing it. I will be, he said. She didn't look convinced, but she didn't push it. The rain stopped just before sunset. The clouds broke apart and the sky turned orange and pink over the tree line, and it was beautiful in the way things are beautiful when you've just survived something terrible. Naruto looked at it and tried to feel something. The colors were data. The temperature was a number. The wind speed was a stat. The system had turned the whole world into information, and somewhere underneath all that information, there was supposed to be a boy who loved sunsets because they meant another day was ending and he'd survived it. The system offered him a notification, daily quest available. Objective: 100 push-ups, 100 sit-ups, 100 squats, 10-kilometer run reward, stat points penalty for failure, the illusion desert. He dismissed it. He'd deal with it later. Right now, he needed to think. He needed to figure out what the sovereign system was, why it had chosen him, what authority meant, and why a group of root operatives had been sent to kill him in the ruins of his own ancestors. He needed to figure out what he'd become, but first, he needed to get home. Or whatever passed for home when you were an orphan living in a village that had never wanted you, wearing a dead man's vest and carrying the weight of a bloodline that had been erased from history. Konoha's gates appeared through the trees just as the last light faded. The guards waved them through with barely a glance. Just another Genin team coming back from a mission. Nothing to see here, move along. Naruto walked through the gate and felt the system pulse once, scanning, mapping, categorizing everything around him in a flood of data that would have overwhelmed him that morning but now just felt like noise. He stopped at the gate and looked back at the road they'd come from. Somewhere behind them, in a buried ruin on a forgotten coast, there were skeletons wearing spirals and fresh bodies wearing burned-off tattoos, and between them was a smashed pedestal where a mask had waited decades for the right blood to wake it up. Kakashi put a hand on his shoulder. "Go home, Naruto, get some rest, we'll talk tomorrow." Naruto looked up at him. Yeah, tomorrow. He walked to his apartment alone. The streets of Konoha were quiet at this hour, a few civilians on the evening stroll, a food vendor closing up for the night pulling a canvas tarp over his cart. The smell of grilled fish drifted through the air and Naruto's stomach cramped with hunger, but he kept walking. He wasn't ready to stop moving yet. Stopping meant thinking, and thinking meant opening that locked door. He climbed the stairs. The second step creaked like it always did. The hallway light was out again and nobody had replaced it, because nobody in this building cared about the floor where the Jinchuriki lived. He found his door by feel, key in the lock, the familiar resistance of cheap metal on cheaper metal. He stood in the dark for a minute, dripping rainwater onto the floor, and then turned on the light and looked at himself in the bathroom mirror. Same face. Same blonde hair, matted with rain and blood. Same blue eyes. But the whisker marks on his cheeks, the ones he'd had since birth, looked fainter. Like pencil marks someone had started to erase. And behind his eyes, the system waited, patient and vast, a machine with no face and no voice that had turned a dying kid into something that could kill 6 men in the dark. He gripped the edge of the sink. His hands were shaking again. "What are you?" he asked the mirror. The burning text appeared, reflected in the glass, searing and ancient and indifferent sovereign system. Version 1.0 Air, Uzumaki Naruto, Authority, 2 Objective Ascend. The text faded. The mirror showed just a boy again. A tired, bloody, scared boy who had no idea what was coming. Naruto turned off the light and sat on his bed in the dark. He didn't sleep. He sat there and listened to the system hum and felt the locked door in his mind rattle with everything he wasn't allowing himself to feel. Tomorrow, he told himself, he'd figure it all out tomorrow. Naruto woke up at 4 in the morning and didn't know where he was for about 3 seconds. The ceiling was wrong. It was too close, too flat, too ordinary. His brain was still in the burial chamber, still surrounded by skeletons and the smell of old stone and new blood. His hands grabbed the sheets and twisted them before he caught himself, before the system kicked in and dialed the panic down to a manageable hum. He lay there breathing through his nose, staring at the water stain on his ceiling that looked like a dog if you squinted, and waited for his heartbeat to stop hammering. His apartment. He was in his apartment. The same crappy one-bedroom unit with the leaking kitchen faucet and the window that didn't close all the way. Same stained mattress. Same smell of instant ramen and mildew. Different Naruto. The system was active. He could feel it in the background, running silent like an engine left idling overnight. It wasn't loud or intrusive. It was more like a second heartbeat, a constant low pulse at the base of his skull that reminded him with every beat that yesterday hadn't been a dream. He sat up. His ribs ached, a deep bone-bruise throb that the system's accelerated healing had reduced from broken to badly sore overnight. His left shoulder moved when he told it to, which was an improvement. He flexed his fingers and watched the tendons shift under the skin, testing, checking. The burning text appeared without warning. Daily quest issued. Objective: 100 push-ups, 100 sit-ups, 100 squats, 10-kilometer run deadline before sunset. Reward: 3 stat points, 100 experience. Penalty for failure: transport to the Illusion Desert. Duration: 4 hours. Naruto read it twice. The first time because he wasn't sure he was seeing it right, the second time because he was and it didn't make any more sense. 100 push-ups, 100 sit-ups, 100 squats, a 10-kilometer run, every day. Like a training regimen designed by someone who hated rest days and thought the concept of gradual progression was for cowards. "What happens if I just don't?" he muttered. The system didn't respond. It just pulsed once, and the text about the illusion desert glowed a little brighter, which felt like an answer. He got out of bed. The floor was cold. He'd slept in his clothes, the dead operative's tactical vest still strapped over his ruined jacket, and both of them smelled like blood and rainwater. He peeled them off, dropped them in the corner, and stood in his boxers in the gray pre-dawn light. The mirror in the bathroom showed him the same thing it had shown him last night. Same face. Same blonde hair sticking up at angles that defied physics. Same blue eyes, but the whisker marks were lighter. Not gone, not even close, but the lines that had been dark and sharp his entire life now looked like they'd been drawn with a pencil that was running out of lead. Thinner, fainter, he touched his cheek and felt the ridges, still there, just less. "What are you doing to me?" he asked the system. Kyuubi suppression protocol active, external markers diminishing as chakra integration proceeds. "This is normal, Naruto said. He looked at himself in the mirror for another 5 seconds, then turned away. Right. He started with push-ups because they seemed like the easiest. They weren't. His body was 12 and had the muscle density of a 12-year-old who survived on instant noodles and stubbornness. The first 20 came fast. The next 20 came slow. By 50, his arms were shaking and sweat was dripping off his nose onto the floor. By 70, every push-up was a war. The system counted for him. Each rep appeared as a number burning briefly in his peripheral vision, then fading. It was clinical, detached, like a machine watching a biological component perform within expected parameters. 73, 74, 75, his left arm buckled. He caught himself with his chin an inch from the floor, tasting dust and the lingering smell of old ramen from a cup he'd knocked under the bed last week. His shoulder screamed. The healing wasn't done there, not all the way, and the muscles were telling him in no uncertain terms that they were finished cooperating. 75. He couldn't do another one, he tried. His body locked, his arms pushed, and nothing happened. His elbows stayed bent and his chest stayed low, and the burn in his triceps went from pain to numbness to something that felt like his muscles were tearing apart at a cellular level. "Come on," he said through gritted teeth. "Come on, come on, come on." 75, he collapsed. For 3 seconds, nothing happened. Naruto lay on his apartment floor, face pressed into the cold wood, panting like he'd just run a marathon. Then the system text reappeared, and it was red this time, not the usual searing gold of Fuinjutsu script, red like arterial blood. Daily quest, incomplete, rep count insufficient, penalty activating, transport to the illusion desert in 3, 2, 1. The floor vanished. There was no transition, no gradual shift, no blurring of vision, no sense of movement. 1 second he was lying face down in his apartment, the next he was lying face down on sand. Hot sand. Sand that burned against his bare chest and arms and made him jerk upright with a gasp. Desert. In every direction, nothing but sand and sky. The sky was the wrong color, a sickly orange-yellow that pulsed like something alive, and the sun, or whatever was pretending to be the sun, was too large and too close. The heat was instant and total, pressing down on him from above and rising from below, and within 5 seconds his skin was drying out and his tongue felt like sandpaper. "What the?" He turned in a circle. Nothing. Dunes stretching to the horizon, rippled with wind patterns, lifeless. No sound except the hiss of sand shifting against itself. "Where am I?" Illusion Desert. Genjutsu Penalty Zone. Objective: survive for 4 hours. Current threats: level appropriate fauna. Fauna, Naruto said. "What fauna? There's nothing here." The sand 30 feet to his left exploded upward. The thing that came out of the ground was a centipede. That was the word for it. Technically, the way the word house technically described both a cottage and a fortress. This centipede was the length of a school bus. Its body was segmented, armored in plates of chitin that looked like rusted metal, and its legs, hundreds of them, clicked and scraped against each other with a sound like someone running a knife along a washboard. Its head was the worst part. Mandibles the size of his forearm, dripping something that sizzled when it hit the sand. And eyes. Not 2, not 4. A cluster of black, wet orbs arranged in a crown around its skull, every single one of them locked onto him. Naruto's stomach dropped. The system had suppressed his fear during the fight in the ruins, locked it away behind that clinical door. But this was different. This was a penalty. This was designed to hurt, and the door was wide open, and everything he'd boxed up came flooding back in a wave of ice and nausea. He was terrified. The centipede charged. It moved fast for something that size, its body rippling across the sand in an S pattern that ate up distance in seconds. Naruto threw himself sideways and felt the wind of its passing ruffle his hair. Mandibles snapped shut where his torso had been. The acidic drool spattered across his arm and burned, a sharp chemical pain that made him bite the inside of his cheek to keep from screaming. No weapons. No kunai, no shuriken, no broken mask shard. He was in his boxers in a genjutsu desert fighting a bug the size of a bus with his bare hands. He ran, the centipede followed. The sand sucked at his feet with every step, dragging him down, slowing him. The heat was already making his vision swim. He could feel dehydration setting in, his lips cracking, his eyes drying out. None of this was real, he knew that, but his body didn't care. The system had plugged his nervous system into this hallucination with total fidelity. Every sensation was genuine. The pain was genuine. He ran for what felt like 20 minutes. The centipede kept pace, sometimes diving under the sand and erupting ahead of him, cutting off his escape. Twice it caught him. The first time, a leg raked across his back and opened a gash from shoulder to hip. He felt the skin part and the hot rush of blood, and his body tried to shut down from the shock, but the system wouldn't let it. It kept his legs moving, kept his lungs pumping, kept him conscious through pain that should have dropped him. The second time was worse. Its mandibles closed on his ankle, and he felt the bones creak and bend, not quite breaking but getting there, and the acid from its drool ate into the skin, and he screamed then. A sound ripped from his throat that echoed across the empty dunes. He kicked free by driving his other heel into the cluster of eyes on its head, and something popped under his foot, wet and foul, and the centipede recoiled long enough for him to stumble away. He found a depression in the sand behind a dune and pressed himself into it. The centipede circled. He could feel its vibrations through the ground, the rhythmic percussion of hundreds of legs on sand. It knew where he was. It was taking its time. This was what failure felt like. This was the price of 75 push-ups instead of 100. He spent the next 2 hours in a cycle. Run. Hide. Get found. Run again. The centipede toyed with him the way a cat toys with a mouse, letting him think he'd escaped before erupting from the sand at his feet. Each time it caught him, it did a little more damage. A gash on the arm, a bite on the shoulder that crushed muscle and scraped bone. A tail whip that sent him rolling across the sand and left him coughing blood. The pain was educational. The system was teaching him something, and the lesson was simple. There are no shortcuts. There are no excuses. You do the work or you suffer, and suffering here is not abstract. Suffering here has mandibles and acid and a body the length of a bus. There was no way to win. The centipede didn't get tired. It didn't slow down. It was a punishment, pure and simple, and the lesson was carved into every second of agony. Don't fail the quest. The 4 hours lasted forever. By the end, Naruto was lying in a shallow depression behind a dune, curled into a ball, bleeding from a dozen wounds that weren't real but hurt like they were, counting his breaths because counting was the only thing keeping him from going catatonic. The centipede had lost interest in the last hour, or the system had decided he'd suffered enough and it had burrowed back under the sand. But the heat remained. The thirst remained. The knowledge that this was waiting for him every time he failed a quest remained. Illusion Desert, complete. Returning to primary location, the sand became floor. The heat became the cool morning air of his apartment. Naruto gasped and his hands hit wood, and he scrambled to his knees, patting his body down, checking for wounds. Nothing. His back was smooth. His ankle was whole. There wasn't a scratch on him, but he could still feel it, all of it. The phantom burn of acid, the grating of mandibles against bone, 4 hours of fear compressed into his nervous system like a scar that went deeper than skin. He sat on the floor and shook for 10 minutes. Actual shaking, the full-body kind that starts in your core and works its way out until your teeth chatter. The system waited patiently, its hum unchanged, neither sympathetic nor cruel, Just present, when the shaking stopped, Naruto stood up. He looked at the window. The sun had barely moved. In real time, maybe 15 minutes had passed. The system's genjutsu ran on a different clock. He got back on the floor and did 25 push-ups. Not because his muscles were ready. They weren't. Every rep sent fire through his arms and chest, and the left shoulder made grinding noises that couldn't be healthy. But the centipede was still in his head, the sound of its legs on sand, the acid eating into his skin, and 25 push-ups were a bargain by comparison. Then sit-ups. The floor was hard and cold and his abs seized up twice, and both times he just breathed through it and kept going. Then squats. His knees popped on every rep and his thighs burned so badly by the end that he had to lean against the wall to stay upright, but he finished. Every single one. Then he pulled on pants and sandals and went outside and ran until the system confirmed 10 kilometers, which took him through the village streets and around the training grounds and back again. The village was just waking up, shopkeepers opening shutters. A bread vendor pulling steaming trays from an oven, filling the street with a warm yeast smell that made Naruto's empty stomach clench. 2 Chunin on morning patrol nodded at each other on a rooftop, their green flak jackets catching the early light. People stared at him. They always stared, but usually because of the fox. The looks were familiar, the slight flinch when they recognized him, the way mothers pulled their children a step closer, the shopkeeper who turned his back and pretended to be busy with inventory. 12 years of this. 12 years, and until yesterday, he'd endured it by being louder than the silence they gave him. Today they stared because Naruto Uzumaki was running at 6 in the morning without making a sound. No yelling, no waving, no demanding that people acknowledge him. Just a blonde kid in dark pants running with mechanical precision, face blank, eyes forward. A woman carrying a basket of vegetables stopped mid-step and watched him pass, and her expression wasn't the usual mix of fear and disgust. It was confusion. Like she'd seen a cat walk on its hind legs and wasn't sure what to make of it. Daily quest, complete reward, 3 stat points. 100 experience, stat points available 3. Allocate. He stopped at a bench near the academy training ground, breathing hard, legs burning. The stat allocation screen floated in his vision, rendered in that same burning Fuinjutsu script. His current stats were laid out in columns: Vigor 340, Chakra Coils 2100, Strength 42, Agility 38, Perception 19, Intelligence 11, Luck 7, Authority 2, Corruption 0, Intelligence 11. He stared at that number, 11. Out of what? What was the scale? He didn't know, but 11 felt low. It felt like a confirmation of every teacher who'd called him an idiot, every classmate who'd laughed when he couldn't answer a question, every exam he'd failed, and every lecture that might as well have been delivered in a foreign language. 11. He put all 3 points into intelligence. Intelligence, 11 to 14, recalibrating cognitive functions. Please remain stationary. Something happened behind his eyes. Not painful, not exactly, but deeply uncomfortable. Like a muscle he'd never used before was being stretched for the first time. His vision went blurry for about 2 seconds, then snapped back sharper than before. Colors were the same, shapes were the same, but the connections between things, the patterns he was looking at, those shifted. The mission board across the training ground. He'd walked past it 1,000 times and seen a bunch of papers with writing he mostly ignored. Now he could read every posting from 30 feet away, not just the words, the subtext. D rank, retrieve lost cat Tora from District 7. That cat escaped every other week. The owner was on the civilian council. The mission fee was 3 times the standard rate for D rank retrieval. Someone was subsidizing busy work for Genin while overpaying from public funds, and the cat was probably trained to escape. He blinked. Where had that come from? It hadn't come from anywhere. It was just obvious. It had always been obvious for anyone with enough processing power to connect the dots. And Naruto hadn't had that processing power before, not because he was born without it. Because nobody had ever taught him to use it, and his brain had been running on fumes for 12 years, underfed, understimulated, deliberately kept in the dark by a village that preferred its Jinchuriki loud and stupid and easy to manipulate. He wasn't stupid. He'd never been stupid. He'd been uneducated. The realization hit him like a fist to the chest, and for a second the locked door in his mind rattled hard enough that he thought it might open. All those years. All those failed exams and mocking looks and Uruka's patient, worried expression when Naruto couldn't get through a reading comprehension exercise. He'd thought it was him. He'd thought there was something broken in his head, some fundamental defect that made him less than Sasuke, less than Sakura, less than everyone. And it had been a lie. A 12-year gap in education that the village had never bothered to close, because closing it would mean investing in the demon brat. And why would you invest in something you were hoping would stay contained? Naruto sat on that bench for a long time. The sun climbed higher. Academy students filtered past on their way to class, laughing and pushing each other. A few of them glanced at him. He recognized Konohamaru in the group, the third Hokage's grandson, but the kid was busy arguing with his friends about something and didn't notice Naruto, the third Hokage. Sarutobi Hiruzen. The man who'd given Naruto his apartment and his stipend and his place in the academy and had called himself a surrogate grandfather while presiding over a system that had kept Naruto functionally illiterate until a magic mask force-fed him 3 IQ points. Naruto filed that away too. The list of things he was going to deal with later was getting long. He went back to his apartment and showered. The hot water felt good on his sore muscles, and he stood under the spray for longer than usual, watching rust-colored water swirl down the drain. Old blood, his and theirs, finally washing away. When he got out, he stood in front of his closet and looked at the row of orange jumpsuits hanging inside. Orange, bright, screaming, "Look at me, orange." He'd worn it every day since the orphanage, partly because it was the only thing the shops would sell him without tripling the price, partly because wearing something nobody could ignore was the only way to make sure people saw him. If they were going to stare anyway, he'd give them something to stare at, but that was the old logic. The logic of a kid who needed validation more than he needed air. The system had changed the calculation. Being visible was a liability now. He had enemies, real ones, with root tattoos and mission orders, and the bright orange jumpsuit was a targeting beacon that could be spotted from half a mile away. He reached into his shadow, the shadow storage skill activated on instinct. His shadow, cast by the overhead light, deepened. It went from flat gray to something with depth, like a puddle that was deeper than it looked. Naruto reached his hand into it and felt the cool, gel-like resistance of the storage space. It wasn't empty. The system had seeded it with starter equipment, the same way a new recruit might find a kit waiting in their barracks. He pulled the items out one at a time. They emerged from the shadow slowly, like objects being dragged through tar. A pair of dark gray pants reinforced at the knees and thighs, made from a fabric he didn't recognize but that felt tough and flexible when he stretched it. A mesh undershirt, tight-fitting, the kind Anbu wore under their armor. A black jacket, short-sleeved, with a hood and a high collar. No markings, no symbols, no spirals, just clean, functional, dark. He put them on. Everything fit like it had been made for him, which it probably had. The system wasn't the type to get measurements wrong. He looked at himself in the mirror and didn't recognize what he saw, not in a bad way. Just in a new way. The orange was gone. The loudness was gone. What was left was a kid who looked like he belonged in the shadows, which was either exactly right or deeply wrong depending on how you felt about 12-year-olds dressing like assassins. The whisker marks were even fainter now. He left the orange jumpsuits in the closet. He wasn't ready to throw them away. Not yet. The Forest of Death was exactly as inviting as its name suggested. Training Ground 44, the locals called it. A fenced-off section of ancient forest where the trees grew 200 feet tall and the wildlife had evolved to kill anything that moved. Chunin used it for survival exercises. Anbu used it for advanced tracking drills. Nobody used it at night because at night the things that lived in there came out of the deeper sections, and even Jounin thought twice about engaging them without backup. Naruto went in at 10 p.m., 3 hours after sunset. He climbed the fence, dropped into the undergrowth, and started moving. The system painted the forest in data. Every tree trunk was a potential cover point. Every branch was a possible ambush angle. Animal sounds were categorized and threat assessed in real time. The distant howl of a giant wolf, threat level moderate. The rustle of oversized insects in the canopy, threat level low. The heavy breathing of something large and predatory about 200 meters to the north, threat level high. He avoided the high-threat zones. He wasn't here to fight boss monsters. He was here for the mid-tier targets, the creatures strong enough to give experience but not strong enough to kill him outright. The system had a word for this kind of hunting. Grinding. The first target was a bear. Not a regular bear. A chakra-infused forest bear, the kind that absorbed ambient natural energy and used it to grow to roughly 3 times normal size. This one was about 8 feet tall at the shoulder, covered in matted brown fur, and it smelled Naruto before it saw him. The fight lasted about 90 seconds. Naruto used the trees, staying above, striking from angles the bear couldn't reach. He didn't have proper weapons yet, but the kunai he'd taken from the root operative in the ruins was sharp enough, and the system assist guided his strikes to vital points with a precision that still felt borrowed. He opened the bear's throat with a single drawn cut and dropped out of the tree before the blood spray could reach him. Hostile eliminated. Experience gained, 45, loot available, beast core, collect. He collected it. The beast core was a small, dense ball of crystallized chakra that he found lodged behind the bear's sternum. It pulsed with a faint warmth, and when he pushed it into his shadow storage, the skill accepted it with a slight resistance, like swallowing something a size too large. He killed 6 more animals that night, 2 more bears smaller than the first, which he dispatched with increasingly efficient cuts that the system analyzed and improved between each encounter. Then a pack of oversized wolves that nearly got him killed. There were 5 of them. Gray-furred, each one the size of a small horse, and they hunted as a coordinated unit. The alpha hung back while 2 flankers pushed Naruto toward a fallen tree, and the other 2 waited in the brush to ambush. Classic pack tactics. The kind of thing a wild animal shouldn't be smart enough to execute, but chakra-enhanced wolves played by different rules. Naruto spotted the trap, because the system flagged the flankers' movement pattern as herding behavior. He broke the formation by going up instead of sideways, launching himself at the nearest tree trunk and running vertically for 3 steps before kicking off into a horizontal leap that cleared the ambush line. The 2 waiting wolves lunged at empty air. Naruto landed behind them and hamstrung the closest one with a backhand slash that severed the tendons behind its rear leg. It collapsed, howling, and the pack scattered for half a second before regrouping. That half second was enough. He got the second ambusher through the ribs before it could turn. The flankers came at him simultaneously, and he dropped flat, letting them collide with each other in a tangle of fur and snapping jaws. One of them recovered fast and got its teeth into his forearm. He felt the puncture, the crunch of the jaw closing, and drove his kunai into its eye socket. It let go. The alpha watched the whole thing from 50 feet away. Naruto watched it back, breathing hard, arm bleeding freely. They regarded each other for about 10 seconds. Then the alpha turned and padded into the undergrowth, followed by the surviving flanker. He let them go. No quest completion notification for the alpha, which meant the system only counted confirmed kills. He filed the tactical data away and kept moving. The last target was a snake that was thick as a tree trunk and fast enough to strike before the system could warn him. That last one got its fangs into his calf, and he had to cut its head off while it was still latched on, sawing through the scaled neck with a kunai that wasn't designed for the job. The venom burned for 20 minutes before his Uzumaki healing purged it, and the system logged the entire episode as a status effect with a countdown timer. By midnight, he was sitting on a branch 100 feet up, legs dangling, covered in animal blood and tree sap and his own sweat. His vigor was at about 60%. His muscles ached in that deep, used-up way that meant he'd pushed past his limits and was running on borrowed time. Experience total, 312. Authority level 2, progress to level 3, 67%, skills available for review, shadow storage, system assist. Vitality steal, that was new. He pulled up the description: Vitality Steal, passive. Rank E description: upon defeating an enemy, absorb trace residual chakra to recover vigor. Recovery rate, 2% of enemy total chakra pool. Activation, automatic. He'd felt it after each kill. A small warmth that seeped in through his hands, through whatever point of contact he'd had with the dying creature. It wasn't dramatic. It wasn't like the Kyuubi's chakra, which was hot and angry and tasted like metal. This was cooler, cleaner, like drinking cold water after a long run. His vigor had been ticking up after every fight, and he'd assumed it was his natural healing. But it was this. The system, feeding him scraps of stolen life. The thought should have bothered him. It didn't, and that bothered him more. He dropped down from the branch and headed for the fence. The forest at night was louder than during the day, full of sounds that his enhanced perception cataloged without his input. Crickets. The distant crash of something large moving through undergrowth. An owl, probably chakra-enhanced given its size, watching him from a branch with eyes that reflected green in the dark. He was almost at the fence when his foot hit something on the forest floor. A scroll, partially buried in leaf litter, its edges worn and water-stained. He picked it up and unrolled it, expecting nothing. The kanji on the scroll was dense and archaic. A month ago, he wouldn't have been able to read a single character. His academy literacy was barely functional, enough to fill out mission forms and read basic jutsu descriptions, and anything more complex might as well have been written in code. But he had 14 intelligence now. The characters didn't rearrange themselves. They didn't glow or transform or do anything dramatic. They just made sense. One by one, like a puzzle clicking together, the meaning assembled itself in his brain. It was a ceiling formula. Intermediate level, the kind of thing a second-year Uzumaki student would have practiced as homework. A storage seal variant designed to preserve organic material without decay. The brushwork was elegant, the kanji layered in a specific pattern that created interlocking containment fields, and Naruto could see how each element connected to the next, how the whole thing flowed like water through channels. He could read it, not just the words. He understood the theory. He sat down on the forest floor and read the scroll 3 times. Each pass revealed more. He saw where the original author had made a small innovation in the 3rd containment layer, a twist in the brush pattern that increased efficiency by maybe 5%. He saw where a different hand had added notes in the margin, corrections and suggestions written in a shorthand that was probably Uzumaki clan notation. His clan. Their knowledge. Sitting in the dirt of Training Ground 44, ignored and rotting like the skeletons in the coastal ruin. He rolled the scroll up carefully and slid it into his shadow storage. Then he climbed the fence and went home. Iruka found him the next day. Naruto was at the training ground, the normal one, running through basic taijutsu forms. The system had adjusted his technique during the night, using data from the Forest of Death fights to flag inefficiencies in his stance and guard. He was drilling corrections, repeating the same sequence of blocks and strikes over and over when a familiar voice called his name, Naruto. Iruka was crossing the field with his hands in his pockets and a smile that was trying to be casual. He was carrying a plastic bag and Naruto could smell what was inside it from 20 feet away. Ikaraku, miso ramen with extra chashu pork and a soft-boiled egg. The order Naruto had gotten every single time for the last 3 years. Iruka-sensei? Naruto straightened up and bowed slightly, which was the first sign that something was wrong, because Naruto Uzumaki did not bow. He waved, he yelled. He demanded attention with the subtlety of a firework. He did not bow. Iruka's smile flickered. Hey, I heard you guys got back from Wave Country. Thought you might be hungry. Thank you, that's very thoughtful. The smile died completely. Iruka stopped walking and stood there 5 feet away, holding the bag of ramen, looking at Naruto like he was seeing a stranger wearing a familiar face. Naruto, are you okay? I'm fine, Iruka-sensei. The mission went well. Kakashi said there was a complication on the way back. He didn't give me details. It's been handled. Iruka opened his mouth, closed it, tried again. Do you want to sit down, eat? I got the usual. Naruto looked at the bag and felt the distant pull of appetite from somewhere behind the locked door. The old Naruto would have tackled Iruka in a hug and devoured the ramen before sitting down. The new Naruto calculated the nutritional content, insufficient protein for recovery, excessive sodium, and weighed it against the social value of maintaining the relationship. That calculation disgusted him. It came fast and cold and automatic, and the fact that his first response to Iruka's kindness was a cost-benefit analysis made something in his chest tighten. He took the bag. Yeah, let's sit. They sat on the bench at the edge of the training ground. Naruto opened the ramen container and the smell hit him, and for just a second, one small second, the door cracked open. The warmth of the broth. The familiar Ikaraku seasoning. The memory of 100 afternoons sitting at the counter while Chuchai and Iame asked about his day and Iruka sat beside him and made him feel like he mattered. He ate. Slowly, deliberately, tasting each bite. The old Naruto inhaled food. The new Naruto ate like someone who'd learned that resources were finite and should be appreciated. Iruka watched him. Naruto could feel the weight of that gaze, the concern in it, the confusion. He kept eating and tried to think of something to say that would sound like him. The real him. Whatever was left, so, Iruka said after a while. New look. Naruto glanced down at the dark jacket and mesh undershirt. Oh yeah, I figured it was time for a change. No more orange. Not for now. Iruka picked at his own food. He'd gotten a smaller container, standard miso, nothing fancy. He always did that. Always got the less expensive option so he could get Naruto the bigger portion. Naruto had never noticed that before. He noticed it now, and the tightness in his chest got worse. You seem different, Iruka said. He wasn't looking at Naruto. He was looking at the training ground, at the wooden posts scarred with kunai marks, at the grass worn thin by 1,000 students running drills. Since the mission, Kakashi said you did well. Kakashi said that. He said you handled yourself in a difficult situation. He didn't elaborate. That sounds like Kakashi-sensei, a pause, the kind of pause that has weight to it, that fills up with all the things neither person is saying. Iruka set his chopsticks down and turned to face Naruto fully. Naruto, talk to me, not the mission report version, just talk to me, and there it was. The invitation. Simple, honest, delivered by the one person in the village who had never wanted anything from Naruto except for Naruto to be okay. Iruka didn't care about the Kyuubi. He didn't care about the clan legacy or the system or the 6 dead men in a coastal ruin. He cared about the kid. Naruto wanted to tell him everything. The urge was so strong it felt like a physical pull, a rope attached to his sternum hauling him toward honesty. He wanted to tell Iruka about the mask and the system and the burning text and the way the world looked different now. The way everything was data and calculation and cold strategy where there used to be warmth and impulse and life. He wanted to say, I'm scared. And have Iruka put a hand on his head and tell him it would be all right. But the system ran its calculation and the calculation said, no, not yet. Not until he understood what he was dealing with. Not until he could protect the people who knew his secret, because the last group that had known about the Uzumaki legacy had ended up as skeletons in the dark. He wouldn't do that to Iruka, not to him. I'm fine, Iruka-sensei, Naruto said. He forced a smile. It felt stiff on his face, like wearing a mask that didn't quite fit, and from the way Iruka's expression crumpled, it wasn't convincing. The mission was rough, that's all. You know how it is. I do know how it is, that's why I'm asking, and I appreciate it, really. Naruto looked down at the ramen, half-eaten. He picked up the chopsticks and took another bite, chewing slowly. The food is great. Tell Chuchai-san I said thanks. Iruka watched him for another long moment, then he reached out and put his hand on Naruto's shoulder. The touch was warm and solid and real, and Naruto felt the locked door rattle so hard he thought it might splinter. You know where to find me, Iruka said quietly. Whenever you're ready, whatever it is, okay? Okay, promise me. Naruto looked at him. The man who'd taken a giant shuriken to the spine for him. The man who'd been the first person in 12 years to say, I'm proud of you, and mean it. The man who was sitting here now, holding a bag of cheap ramen and looking at Naruto with eyes that were starting to glisten, because he could feel something changing in his student and he didn't know what it was, and it was breaking his heart. I promise, Iruka-sensei. Iruka nodded. He squeezed Naruto's shoulder once, then let go. They finished their food in silence, and the silence was comfortable in the way that only works between people who don't need words to know each other. When the containers were empty, Iruka gathered the trash and stood up. "Get some rest tonight." He said, "You look tired." "I will." Iruka left. Naruto watched him walk across the training ground, hands in his pockets, shoulders slightly hunched. Halfway across the field, Iruka wiped his face with the back of his hand. Quick, casual, the kind of gesture you'd miss if you weren't looking for it. Naruto saw it, and behind the locked door something ached. He went back to training. The system was patient. It had quests to offer and stats to build and a world to map, and it didn't care about ramen or promises or the way Iruka's voice cracked on the word ready. It just hummed in the background, steady as a metronome, counting everything. That night, back in his apartment, Naruto pulled the Uzumaki ceiling scroll from his shadow storage and spread it on the kitchen table. The characters were crisp in his enhanced vision, every stroke of the brush clear and purposeful. He read it again, cover to cover, and this time he didn't just understand the theory. He saw applications, modifications, ways to adapt the storage seal for different uses, for larger objects, for chakra-dense materials, for things that were alive. His hand itched. He found a brush and ink in a drawer, leftover supplies from academy calligraphy class, and started copying the seal onto a blank piece of paper. His brushwork was sloppy at first. 12 years of neglected fine motor skills didn't vanish overnight, even with 14 intelligence. But the system highlighted his errors in real time, burning corrections into his vision, and by the third attempt, the lines were cleaner. By the fifth attempt, they were functional. He activated the seal. The paper glowed with that familiar blue-green light, and a small pocket of compressed space opened above it, just big enough to fit a fist. He pushed a pencil into it. The pencil vanished. He deactivated the seal. The pencil dropped onto the table. Naruto stared at it. He just created a storage seal from scratch, working from a recovered scroll in an apartment that didn't even have a proper desk. The pencil sat there on the table, completely ordinary, completely unaware that it had just been proof of concept for something that academy instructors said took years to learn. He wasn't stupid. He'd never been stupid. And now he had proof. The system offered a notification. Skill discovered, basic Fuinjutsu, rank D description, the ability to create and modify ceiling arrays. Current proficiency, novice. Practice and study will increase rank. Recommendation, seek additional Uzumaki scrolls. The Ancestral Library contains techniques up to rank S. Ancestral Library. The system knew where to find more. Of course it did. It was built from the same source, the same legacy, the same clan that the village had let die and then pretended to honor. He rolled up the scroll, pushed it back into shadow storage, cleaned the brush and put the ink away. Went to the bathroom and looked at himself one more time. The whisker marks were almost gone now. Faint traces like old scars that had faded to white. His face looked different without them. Younger, somehow, and older at the same time. A face that could belong to anyone. A face that didn't scream Jinchuriki to everyone who saw it. He touched his cheek. Smooth skin where the ridges used to be. "You're erasing me," he said to the system. Correction, restoring. The marks were a byproduct of imperfect Jinchuriki sealing. The Sovereign system optimizes all subsystems, including host Biju integration. "I didn't ask you to." The system didn't respond, it just hummed. Naruto turned off the bathroom light. He walked to his bed and lay down. The dark clothes were draped over the chair. The orange jumpsuits hung in the closet, untouched. 2 versions of himself, separated by a door and a day and a broken mask on a dead clan's altar. He closed his eyes. The system tracked his breathing, his heart rate, his brainwave patterns. It logged the moment he fell asleep with the same clinical precision it used for everything else. Daily summary, quests completed. 1 enemies defeated, 7 experience gained, 412 skills acquired, 1 stat points allocated, intelligence +3, current authority 2. Progress to 379%. Corruption, 0 notes. Host exhibits emotional suppression consistent with gamer's mind integration. Recommend monitoring. Uruka Umino flagged as high-priority social bond, protect. The last two lines blinked once, then faded. Naruto slept. He didn't dream. But somewhere deep in his mindscape, behind a cage of gold bars and a seal as wide as a cathedral wall, something ancient and fox-shaped opened one enormous red eye and stared at the new architecture threading through its host's chakra network. It rumbled, low and questioning, a sound like tectonic plates shifting, then it closed the eye and went back to sleep, for now. The third Hokage's funeral was on a Tuesday. Naruto stood in the back row because nobody had thought to save him a seat closer. The rain came down in sheets, which felt appropriate, and the entire village turned out in black, which also felt appropriate. Sarutobi Hiruzen, the professor, the god of shinobi, the man who had held Konoha together through 3 wars and 1 devastating fox attack, was dead. Orochimaru had killed him during the invasion, and now there was a coffin draped in the village flag, and a hole in the ground and several hundred people crying in the rain. Naruto didn't cry. He stood there with water running down his face and watched the coffin go into the earth and felt the locked door in his mind rattle once, hard, then go still. Konohamaru was in the front row with his scarf wrapped around his face and his small body shaking. The kid had loved his grandfather with the pure, uncomplicated love that only exists before the world teaches you better. He was crying hard enough that the jounin next to him had to keep a hand on his shoulder to stop him from buckling. Asuma stood 2 rows back, the third son. He wasn't crying, but his jaw was clenched so tight the muscles were jumping under the skin, and his cigarette had gone out in the rain and he hadn't noticed. Kurenai was beside him, their shoulders touching, and she was the one crying for both of them. The old Naruto would have wept. Would have screamed, probably. Would have made promises about becoming Hokage and honoring the old man's memory and protecting the village. The new Naruto watched the dirt fill the grave and calculated threat vectors. Hiruzen was dead. That meant the Hokage seat was empty. That meant a power vacuum. That meant Danzo, the man who had sent root operatives to kill him in the Uzumaki ruins, was going to make a play for the hat. The system didn't need to tell him that. 14 intelligence and a basic understanding of politics was enough. Main quest updated the village without a shadow. Objective: ensure a suitable candidate assumes the position of 5th Hokage. Secondary objective: prevent Danzo Shimura from obtaining the title. Reward: quest chain unlock, reputation gain, potential skill unlock, failure penalty. Danzo becomes Hokage. Threat level to host, critical. Naruto dismissed the notification and kept watching the funeral. Kakashi was 3 rows ahead, standing perfectly still, his one visible eye fixed on the coffin. Sakura was beside Ino, both of them crying. Sasuke wasn't there. He'd been at the hospital since the invasion, recovering from whatever Orochimaru had done to him in the Forest of Death, and nobody had cleared him for release yet. The ceremony ended. People dispersed. Naruto stayed until the groundskeepers started shoveling dirt, and then he left too, walking through the rain without an umbrella, and that was when Jiraiya found him. Kid. Naruto stopped. The man leaning against the cemetery gate was enormous. 6 foot something, white hair pulled into a wild ponytail, red lines painted down his cheeks from the corners of his eyes. His clothes were soaked and he didn't seem to care. He had his arms crossed and he was watching Naruto with an expression that sat somewhere between assessment and amusement. "You're Jiraiya," Naruto said, "the one and only. Jiraiya of the Sannin, the Toad Sage, the Gallant, the I know who you are." Jiraiya's eyebrows went up. "Huh, Kakashi said you'd changed, but I figured he was being dramatic. You used to be louder. People keep telling me that." "Take it as a compliment. The old you gave me a headache from 100 yards. Jiraiya pushed off the gate and fell into step beside Naruto. He moved quietly for a big man. Ninja training didn't go away just because you spent 20 years writing smut and peeping at bathhouses. "I've got a job for you. I'm a genin. Assign it through the mission desk." "Not that kind of job." Jiraiya looked sideways at him. The amusement was fading, replaced by something sharper. "We need a new Hokage. The council's deadlocked. Half of them want Danzo, the other half want someone who isn't a sociopath. There's one candidate that both sides would accept, but she's been off the grid for years. Naruto kept walking. The rain drummed on his hood and ran down the front of his dark jacket. Tsunade, you know about her. Seduced Tsunade, granddaughter of the first Hokage, student of the third, one of the 3 legendary Sannin. Medical ninjutsu pioneer, last known location was somewhere in the gambling districts of the Land of Fire. He paused. She has a gambling problem, a drinking problem, a phobia of blood, and she hasn't set foot in Konoha in over a decade. Am I missing anything? Jiraiya had stopped walking. He was standing in the rain, staring at Naruto, and for the first time since they'd met, the jovial mask was completely gone. What was underneath was older, warier, and a lot less friendly. Kakashi wasn't being dramatic, Jiraiya said quietly. Where did you learn all that? Books, records. The Academy Library has more information than people think if you know what sections to look in. This was partially true. The system had supplemented his research with profile data that it pulled from somewhere he couldn't identify, but the library visit had been real. 14 intelligence made research efficient. Why do you want me to come? Because she's stubborn, bitter, and the only thing that's ever cut through her walls is someone who reminds her of what she lost. Jiraiya started walking again. Her little brother Nowaki wanted to be Hokage. Her lover Dan wanted to be Hokage. Both died. She associates the title with a death curse. I need someone who can make her believe in it again. And you think that's me? I think you're the son of Minato Namikaze, which makes you the closest thing to Uzumaki Senju royalty that's still breathing. I think you're loud enough to. He stopped, looked at Naruto again. Well, you used to be loud enough, now I'm not sure what you are. The system pulsed. Main quest, the last Senju. Objective, locate and recruit Seduced Tsunade as the 5th Hokage. Bonus objective, establish a personal bond with the target. Reward, 2,000 experience. Adamantine chains skill unlock. Relationship rank established. Failure penalty, Danzo becomes Hokage. Quest chain terminates. Adamantine chains. The legendary Uzumaki bloodline technique, the same one his mother had supposedly used to restrain the Ninetales. The system was dangling it like bait, tying his clan's ultimate technique to this specific woman, and Naruto couldn't tell if that was strategy or coincidence. When do we leave? He asked. Jiraiya grinned. That's more like it. Tomorrow morning, pack light. They traveled for 6 days. Jiraiya set the pace, which was fast. He covered ground like a man who'd spent decades moving through hostile territory, which he had, and he expected Naruto to keep up, which Naruto did. The system's daily quests continued on the road. Push-ups in forest clearings at dawn, sit-ups on the banks of rivers while Jiraiya fished for breakfast, squats in the rain, running alongside the path while Jiraiya watched from a tree branch with undisguised curiosity. You train like someone's got a blade to your neck, Jiraiya observed on the 3rd day. He was perched on a boulder, eating a rice ball, watching Naruto finish his 100th squat. Most kids your age would have collapsed by rep 60. Motivation varies, Naruto said, thinking about the centipede. That's a non-answer. It's the only one I've got. Jiraiya chewed his rice ball and let it go. He was good at that, Naruto noticed. Good at pushing right up to the edge of a question and then backing off when the answer wasn't coming. It was a spy's skill. Years of intelligence gathering had taught him that people revealed more when you gave them space than when you squeezed. They talked. Not about deep things, not at first. Jiraiya told stories about his genin days with Tsunade and Orochimaru, how the 3 of them had been Hiruzen's students, and how they'd nearly killed each other more often than the enemy had. He talked about the Second Shinobi World War, about missions that went wrong in spectacular fashion, about the time he accidentally summoned a toad in a daimyo's bedroom and nearly started an international incident. He described Tsunade winning a bet against a feudal lord by arm wrestling his entire personal guard in succession, and how Orochimaru had once dissected a summoning scroll mid-battle just to see how it worked. He was funny. Genuinely funny, not in the forced way that people were funny around Naruto to cover their discomfort, but in the way that someone was funny when they'd seen enough tragedy to understand that laughter was a survival mechanism. Naruto found himself almost smiling a few times, not quite. But the muscles twitched, he listened. He asked the right questions at the right times, the system feeding him social cues that his old self would have missed, and Jiraiya relaxed around him by degrees. The pervert sage who wrote dirty novels and peeked at bathhouses was a mask, Naruto realized. Underneath, it was one of the sharpest intelligence operatives in the elemental nations, a man who ran a spy network spanning 5 countries, and the mask was deliberate. People told you things when they thought you were an idiot. Naruto knew that better than anyone. On the 4th night, camping by a river, the fire crackling between them and stars pressing down through a gap in the canopy, Jiraiya brought up the Rasengan. "Your father created it," he said, watching the fire. "Took him 3 years to develop. It's an A-rank technique, pure shape manipulation, no elemental nature required. I'm the only other person who can use it. Teach me." "That's the plan, but not tonight." Jiraiya tossed another stick on the fire. "We'll work on it after we find Tsunade. Consider it a side project." The system logged the conversation. Naruto filed the Rasengan away as a future skill acquisition and focused on the primary objective. They found Tsunade in Tanzaku quarters on the 6th day. The town hit Naruto's senses like a wall. After 6 days of forest and river and campfire silence, Tanzaku quarters was an assault. Everything Konoha wasn't. Loud, garish, built for tourists and gamblers and people who wanted to disappear inside noise and color for a while. The main street was lined with pachinko parlors and sake bars and gambling houses with names like Golden Fortune and Lucky Dragon and other optimistic labels designed to separate fools from their money. Barkers stood outside the doors shouting about jackpots and free drinks and odds that were definitely lies. A woman in an elaborate kimono handed Naruto a flyer for a cabaret show, and he tucked it into his pocket without reading it. It was 2 in the afternoon, and the place was already buzzing. The system logged 57 unique chakra signatures within a 3-block radius, almost all civilian level. 2 were not. "She always picks places like this," Jiraiya said, scanning the street with the practiced eye of someone who'd tracked his teammate through a dozen gambling towns. "Loud enough to drown out the thinking, enough people to disappear into. Sounds exhausting, running always is." Jiraiya led them to a gambling hall near the center of town. It was bigger than the others, 3 stories, with paper lanterns strung across the entrance and the smell of cigarette smoke drifting through the open doors. Music from inside, something fast and tinny played on a shamisen that had seen better days, and the constant clatter of coins and chips. "She'll be in there," Jiraiya said. He sounded less confident than the words implied. "Look for the blonde with the biggest stack of losses. You're not coming in. I'll give you 20 minutes alone with her first. She and I have history. If I walk in, she'll bolt. You're an unknown quantity. She might stay long enough to be curious." Naruto looked at the gambling hall. The system was already scanning it. 3 exits, approximately 40 civilians inside, 2 chakra signatures of note. One was faint, suppressed, but massive underneath the suppression. The other was smaller, steadier, positioned close to the first. Target identified, Seduced Tsunade. Authority level, unknown. Estimated combat rating, S-class. Status effects detected, chronic ethanol dependency, hemophobia, PTSD complex. Secondary target, Kato Shizune. Authority level, unknown. Estimated combat rating, Jounin. Status, combat medic, loyal retainer. 20 minutes, Naruto said and walked in. The gambling hall was dim and loud. Slot machines lined the walls, their displays cycling through symbols in bright flashing patterns. Card tables occupied the center floor, surrounded by clusters of men and women hunched over their hands. Cocktail waitresses threaded through the crowd carrying trays. The air was thick with smoke and sweat, and the particular desperation of people who kept feeding money into a system designed to take it. He found her at a slot machine in the back corner. She didn't look like an S-class shinobi. She looked like a woman who'd been losing all day and was determined to keep going until the universe blinked first. Blonde hair pulled into 2 loose tails. A gray-green jacket thrown over a mesh shirt that did very little to conceal the body underneath. She was sitting on a stool with her back to the room, feeding coins into the machine with the mechanical rhythm of someone who'd done this so many times it had become muscle memory. There was a half-empty cup of sake balanced on the machine's ledge, and a pile of losing receipts crumpled beside it. The woman next to her was younger, dark-haired, wearing a plain kimono and holding a small pig in her arms. She had the look of someone who'd given up trying to stop an avalanche and was now just trying to steer it away from populated areas. Naruto walked up to the machine beside Tsunade's and sat down. He took a moment to study her in his peripheral vision without turning his head. The system was running a full assessment, but even without it, the details told a story. Her fingertips were calloused in the pattern of someone who'd spent years channeling medical chakra, the pads worn smooth while the sides remained rough. Her posture looked relaxed, but her weight was centered, balanced on the balls of her feet even while sitting. She could be off that stool and through a wall in under a second if she needed to be. And the sake, expensive brand, the kind you didn't find in cheap gambling halls, which meant she'd brought it herself. She was particular about the things she used to destroy herself. He fed a coin in. Pulled the lever, the reels spun. The system processed the mechanical timing, the rotation speed, the weighted probability of each symbol combination. It wasn't cheating, exactly. It was pattern recognition operating at a level that the machine's designers hadn't planned for 3 lemons. Nothing. He fed another coin. The system adjusted its model 3 cherries, a small payout. Coins clattered into the tray. Tsunade glanced over. Brief, disinterested. She went back to her own machine. Naruto fed the coins back in. The system was learning the machine's algorithm now, mapping the pseudo-random sequence, finding the pattern in what was supposed to be chaos. Third pull, 3 bars, bigger payout. The machine made a cheerful chiming sound that drew looks from nearby players. Tsunade glanced over again. Longer this time, 4th pull, 3 sevens. The jackpot symbol? The machine erupted with noise, lights flashing, coins pouring into the tray in a silver avalanche that overflowed onto the floor. People turned to look. The cocktail waitress detoured toward him with a smile. The dark-haired woman with the pig stared. Naruto scooped the coins into both hands, turned to Tsunade, and poured them into her cup, the one that was nearly empty, filling it to the brim with a cascade of silver. "You're betting on the wrong colors, Harem," he said. Up close, she was not what he expected. The profile the system had built was clinical. Age 51, preserved through a combination of the strength of 100 seal and a continuous transformation jutsu that maintained her appearance at roughly late 20s. Granddaughter of Hashirama Senju and Naruto Uzumaki, the greatest medical ninja in history. A woman who had lost everything that mattered and had been running from the wreckage ever since. The profile didn't capture her eyes. They were amber, almost golden in the dim light of the gambling hall, and they held the particular sharpness of someone who had been underestimated so many times that she'd weaponized it. She looked at Naruto the way a hawk looks at something moving in the grass, evaluating. Deciding whether it was prey or irrelevant. "Do I know you?" she said. Her voice was deeper than he expected, rough around the edges like she'd been drinking and smoking and arguing for decades, which she had. "No, then why are you pouring your winnings into my sake cup?" "Because you need them more than I do, and they're not winnings, they're calculations." The sharpness in her eyes intensified. She picked up the cup and tilted it, letting the coins shift. A couple fell out and rang on the floor. Calculations. The machines run on weighted probability sequences. They're not truly random. There's a pattern in the payout distribution, and if you track the cycle length, you can predict the high-value combinations within a margin of about 6 to 8 pulls. He said it casually, like he was discussing the weather, because the system had flagged this approach as optimal. Competence was the hook. "You've been playing the wrong machine. Yours has a shorter cycle but a lower ceiling. Mine has a longer cycle but hits harder when it pays." Tsunade stared at him. The dark-haired woman, Shizune, was also staring. The pig made a soft oinking sound. "You're a kid," Tsunade said. "I'm a shinobi." "You're a kid in a gambling hall explaining probability theory to someone who's been gambling longer than you've been alive." She picked up her sake cup, shook the coins out of it, and took a drink from what was left. "That takes either guts or stupidity, and I can't tell which. I've been told it's usually both. Something happened at the corner of her mouth, not quite a smile. More like the ghost of one, the muscle memory of amusement that her face hadn't fully committed to. Who are you, Uzumaki Naruto? The almost smile vanished, her hand tightened on the cup. It was a small reaction, barely visible, but the system caught it. Elevated heart rate, pupil dilation, microtension in the jaw. The name meant something to her. Not his name specifically, but the clan name. Uzumaki. Shizune, she said, not taking her eyes off Naruto. What did the slug contract say about the last Uzumaki in Konoha? Shizune shifted the pig to her other arm. Tsunade-sama, I don't think this is the place to. What did it say? The boy, the Jinchuriki, Kushina's son. Tsunade's eyes moved across Naruto's face, reading it, looking for something. He knew what she was looking for because the system told him. Familial resemblance. She was trying to see Kushina Uzumaki in his features, and she was finding it in the shape of his jaw and the set of his eyes, but not in the expression. Kushina had been fire and wind and uncontainable energy. The boy sitting in front of her was something else entirely. Kushina's kid, she said, in a gambling hall in Tanzaku quarters, wearing black instead of orange. She finished the sake. That's a lot of wrong things in one sentence. I could say the same about the granddaughter of the first Hawkage feeding coins into a rigged machine in a town that smells like cheap liquor. The silence that followed had edges. Shizune's hand went to the small weapons pouch at her hip, an instinct. The pig squirmed. Two men at the nearest card table glanced over, sensed the tension, and decided that their hands were suddenly very interesting. Then Tsunade laughed. It wasn't a warm laugh. It was the kind of laugh you use when someone lands a hit you weren't expecting and you don't want to admit it stung. Short, sharp, almost barked. She set the empty cup down and turned on her stool to face Naruto fully. All right, kid, you've got my attention for about 5 more minutes. What do you want? A drink? Somewhere quieter than this. She considered it. Her eyes went to Shizune, who was shaking her head in a way that screamed, please don't do this, and then back to Naruto. Whatever she saw in his face, it was enough. She stood up from the stool. She was taller than him by a good 6 inches, and the way she moved, even half-drunk and deep in a losing streak, had a fluidity to it that spoke of decades of combat training layered under the gambling and the sake and the self-destruction. Shizune, watch the machines. Tsunade-sama, I really think, I said, watch them. Shizune closed her mouth. The pig oinked once, mournfully. Naruto followed Tsunade out a side door and into an alley that connected to a smaller bar 2 buildings down. It was darker here, less crowded. A few booths along the wall, a bartender who looked like he'd stopped asking questions around the same time he'd stopped cleaning the glasses. Tsunade took a booth in the back corner, which put her back to the wall and gave her sightlines on both the door and the bar. Old habits, she ordered sake. Naruto ordered tea, she said, watching him. Kushina's son orders tea in a sake bar. I'm 12. Kushina was drinking rice wine at 12, said it was an Uzumaki tradition. It's not. The Uzumaki were known for their longevity and their sealing arts, not their alcohol tolerance. That was just Kushina. Another flash behind her eyes. That evaluating look, the one that said she was reassessing the threat level of the person sitting across from her. She poured her sake and drank it in one tilt, then poured another. You know a lot about a clan that doesn't exist anymore. She said, I know a lot about a lot of things. People underestimate what you can learn when you start paying attention. That sounds rehearsed. It's not. I'm just tired of pretending I don't know things because it makes people more comfortable. She leaned back in the booth. The wood creaked. In the dim light, her face looked older than the jutsu wanted it to. Not in the lines or the skin, those were flawless, but in the eyes. The eyes were 51 years old and had seen every terrible thing the shinobi world could offer, and some it had invented just for her. Why are you here, Naruto? First name basis, no honorific. She'd made a decision about the power dynamic and settled it before the tea arrived. Don't tell me Jurei is lurking around the corner. He's at the noodles stand across the street. He thought you'd bolt if he came in first. He's right, I would have. She poured more sake. So he sent the dead woman's kid to soften me up. That's low, even for him. He didn't send me, I volunteered. Why? Because Konoha needs a Hokage and you're the only candidate who isn't a war criminal. The sake cup paused halfway to her mouth. She set it down. Who else is in the running? Danzo Shimura. The name landed like a blade on a cutting board. Something changed in Tsunade's posture. Not fear, not exactly anger. Something more primal than both, a deep, visceral rejection that went beyond politics. Her fingers curled around the cup until the porcelain groaned. Danzo, she said. The word came out flat. Half the council supports him. The other half wants you. If you don't come back, there's nobody left to stop him from taking the hat. And why should I care? Naruto took a sip of his tea. It was bitter, overbrewed, the kind of tea you get when the bartender uses the same leaves 4 times. He drank it anyway and let the question sit in the air for a moment, because the system had flagged this as the critical juncture. The moment where the conversation either opened up or shut down, depending entirely on whether he gave her the answer she expected or the one she needed. The expected answer was because it's your duty, because the village needs you, because you owe it to your grandfather and your sensei and everyone who died to protect that village. He didn't give her that answer. You shouldn't, he said. She blinked. What? You shouldn't care. Not about the village, not about the title. The village let your clan's allies get wiped off the map. The title killed your brother and your lover and your sensei. Caring about any of that would make you a fool, and whatever else you are, Tsunade, you're not a fool. The bar was quiet. The bartender was washing the same glass he'd been washing for 5 minutes. A man at the counter was nursing a beer and pretending very hard not to listen. Then what exactly are you selling? Tsunade asked. Her voice had gone careful, the way Kakashi's went careful when he was facing something he didn't fully understand. I'm not selling anything, I'm asking you a question. Naruto set his tea down. When was the last time someone looked at you and didn't see the granddaughter, the student, the Sannin, the legendary medic, the woman who lost everything? When was the last time someone looked at you and just saw you? She didn't answer. Her hand was still wrapped around the sake cup, but she wasn't drinking. She was watching Naruto with an intensity that had nothing to do with combat assessment, and everything to do with the fact that a 12-year-old kid had just walked through every wall she'd built in the last 20 years and knocked on the door behind them. Because I'll tell you what I see. Naruto continued. His voice was steady, low enough that only she could hear it. The system was feeding him data on her physiological responses, the elevated pulse, the slight flush along her neck, the way her breathing had gone shallow, but he wasn't using any of it. This part was him. The real him, speaking from behind the locked door. I see a woman who's been rusting, the sharpest weapon in the shinobi world, left in the rain for a decade, and everybody who walks by either pities her or pretends she doesn't exist. Nobody stops to pick her up. Nobody thinks she's worth sharpening. And you do, a whisper, not hostile, not defensive, just raw. I think you're the most dangerous person I've ever been in a room with, and that includes 2 S-rank missing nin and a biju. I think the gambling and the drinking are you trying to feel something, because the alternative is feeling everything, and everything is too heavy to carry alone. He paused. I'm not here to convince you to be Hawkage. I'm here because you deserve to have someone tell you that it's not too late to come back from this. Tsunade stared at him. The sake cup trembled in her hand. Then she set it down with exaggerated care, the way you put something down when you're not sure your grip is steady enough to hold it. You're 12 years old, she said. I know. 12-year-olds don't talk like that. 12-year-olds who grew up alone in a village that hates them don't talk like anything because nobody's listening. You and I have that in common, Tsunade. We've both been talking to empty rooms for a long time. The silence stretched. The bar hummed with ambient noise, the clink of glasses, the murmur of conversation from the front room, distant music from the gambling hall next door. Tsunade reached for the sake bottle, poured another cup, and then surprised Naruto by pouring tea into his cup too, filling it from a pot on the table that neither of them had ordered. All right, she said, and her voice was different now, quieter. The edges had softened, not gone, but rounded. Let's say I'm listening, and I'm not saying yes to anything, but I'm listening. Naruto picked up the tea. That's enough. Don't push your luck. I don't believe in luck. You just won a jackpot on a slot machine. That was math, the ghost of a smile again, closer to real this time. She drank her sake and he drank his tea, and the conversation loosened. She asked about Konoha. He told her what had happened during the invasion, the sound ninja, the sand ninja, Orochimaru's betrayal, the barrier on the rooftop where the third had died. He kept the details factual and didn't try to make them hit harder than they already did. She listened with her eyes half closed, processing, filing, and he could see the strategist waking up behind the gambler. Orochimaru, she said at one point. He used Ito Tensei during the invasion. Yes. He summoned the first and second Hokage to fight the third. Yes, my grandfather. She said it like she was testing the weight of the word. Orochimaru pulled my grandfather's soul out of wherever it was resting and shoved it into a dead body and made it fight his own student. That's what he did. Naruto nodded. He watched her process it. The anger was there, deep and hot, but it was old anger. It had been simmering for years, since long before the invasion. This was just a new log on a fire that had never really gone out. That means he can raise the dead, she continued. Bind their souls to corpses and control them. She poured more sake. Her hand was steady now. The trembling had stopped, replaced by something harder. He offered me a deal 3 days ago. The system spiked an alert. Naruto kept his face neutral. What kind of deal? My arms healed in exchange for something. She looked at the cup. He wants me to fix his arms. Sarutobi-sensei sealed them before he died, some kind of Reaper death seal technique. Orochimaru can't use jutsu anymore. And in exchange, he offered to bring them back, Nawaki and Dan. Her head snapped up. The amber eyes were blazing now, not with anger but with the naked shock of hearing someone say the names she kept locked in the deepest part of herself. How do you know about them? The same way I know about your hemophobia. The word hung between them. Hemophobia, fear of blood. The secret that Tsunade Senju had guarded more carefully than any jutsu or military secret, because it was the one weakness that could get her killed. The greatest medical ninja in history, the woman who had invented battlefield surgery, couldn't look at blood without freezing. You know about that, she said flatly. Her voice had gone very controlled, the kind of controlled that meant she was one wrong word away from either leaving or putting him through the booth. I know that it started after Dan died in your arms. I know that you tried to save him and your hands were inside his chest and his heart stopped and his blood was everywhere, on your hands, on your clothes, on the floor, and after that the world changed. Blood stopped being a medical substance and started being a trigger. He said it without pity. Without softness. He said it the way you describe a wound that needs treatment. Honestly, clinically, with the understanding that acknowledging it was the first step toward dealing with it. I know it's been getting worse for years. I know that you haven't performed surgery since you left Konoha. And I know that every time you see blood, you see his blood and the world stops. Who told you that? Her voice was barely above a whisper now. Nobody told me, I read it. In the way you hold your hands, the way you flinched when the bartender cut his finger on a glass 10 minutes ago, and you turned away before anyone noticed. The way you drink, which is to avoid feeling, and the way you gamble, which is to replace the feeling you're avoiding with a different kind of pain. He met her eyes. I see things now that I didn't used to see. I'm still getting used to that. Tsunade's jaw tightened. If you're trying to manipulate me, I'm trying to tell you that I know who you are, all of you, not the legend, not the title, the real person underneath, and she's not broken, she's wounded. There's a difference. Is there? A broken thing gets thrown away, a wounded thing heals. She looked at him for a long time. The bar noise faded to background static. The bartender had given up pretending to clean and was leaning against the counter reading a newspaper. The man with the beer had left. Orochimaru, she said finally. He can bring them back. He can put corpses in their shapes and make them move. That's not the same thing and you know it. You don't know what I know. I know that a man who experiments on children and eats souls for power isn't going to give you something real out of the goodness of his heart. Whatever he summons won't be Nawaki and it won't be Dan. It'll be a puppet show with familiar faces, and when it's over, you'll have healed a monster's arms and lost the only leverage you had. Tsunade drained her cup, set it down. Her hand pressed flat on the table, fingers spread, and Naruto noticed that her nails were bitten short. The greatest medical ninja in the world bit her nails. The human detail of it, the smallness of it against everything else, made something shift behind his locked door. "You're asking me to turn down the only chance I'll ever have to see them again," she said, and her voice cracked on the last word. A hairline fracture, barely audible, but it was there. "I'm asking you to let them rest." The crack deepened. Her eyes glistened, and she looked away fast, toward the wall, toward anything that wasn't the face of a 12-year-old boy who was dismantling her with kindness and honesty and the particular cruelty of being right. Naruto gave her the silence. He didn't fill it with reassurance or platitudes or inspirational speeches about the will of fire. He just sat there and let her feel what she was feeling, because the system might suppress his emotions, but it couldn't suppress his understanding of them. And he knew, with a certainty that went deeper than stats, that Tsunade Senju needed someone to sit with her in the dark. Not fix it. Not explain it, just be there. A minute passed. 2. She wiped her eyes with the heel of her hand, fast and rough, the way Uruka had wiped his face at the training ground. People who weren't used to crying did it the same way regardless of age or rank, quick, angry, like the tears were an intruder. "Okay," she said, "I'm done drinking for tonight. Okay, don't read anything into that. I'm not." She stood up. The stool scraped. She was unsteady for a second, the sake catching up, and Naruto was on his feet before she swayed, not touching her, just there, close enough to catch her if she needed it, but far enough to let her pretend she didn't. She noticed. He saw her notice, saw the flicker of surprise that someone had read her that accurately, and then it was gone behind the mask she'd worn for 20 years. "Where's Jiraiya?" she asked. "Noodle's stand, across the street. Tell him I'll hear him out tomorrow, not tonight." She pulled her jacket tighter. The fabric shifted across her shoulders, and Naruto caught a glimpse of old scars along her collarbone, pale lines that her transformation jutsu couldn't quite erase. "And tell him if he peeks at me through the hotel window, I'll put him through a wall." "I'll pass that along." She was almost to the door when Shizune appeared. The dark-haired woman had been waiting outside, Pig still in her arms, and her face cycled through about 4 expressions when she saw Tsunade's face. Confusion first, then concern, then a flicker of something that might have been hope, then careful neutrality. "Tsunade-sama, are you all right?" "Fine. We're going back to the hotel." Shizune's eyes moved to Naruto, still sitting in the booth. The look she gave him was complicated. Half suspicious, half grateful, entirely uncertain. She nodded to him once, barely, and then followed Tsunade out the door. The pig looked back over Shizune's shoulder and oinked. Naruto sat back down. He picked up his tea and found it had gone cold. He drank it anyway. The bitterness tasted different now, less like bad tea and more like a marker. A bookmark in a conversation that wasn't finished yet. Quest progress, the last Senju. Stage 1 complete. Initial contact established. Relationship status, Senju Tsunade. Rank, intrigued. Bonus objective progress, personal bond initiated. He dismissed the notifications. They didn't capture what had just happened in this bar. They reduced a conversation between 2 damaged people to numbers and ranks and progress bars, and for the first time since the system had awakened, Naruto resented it. He left money on the table for both their tabs and walked out into the street. The evening air was cool against his face. Tanzaku Quarters was lighting up for the night shift, lanterns and neon and the sounds of a town that never really slept. Jiraiya was exactly where Naruto said he'd be, sitting at the noodle stand with an empty bowl and an expression that was trying very hard to look casual. "Well," Jiraiya said. "She'll talk to you tomorrow. That's it?" "That's more than you had an hour ago." Jiraiya studied him. The assessment was back, the careful measuring that powerful shinobi did when they were trying to figure out where you fit in their threat model. "What did you say to her?" "The truth." "Which part?" "All of it." Jiraiya was quiet for a moment. He ordered another bowl of noodles, slid it across the counter to Naruto, and watched him eat. When Naruto was halfway through, Jiraiya spoke again, and his voice was different now. Softer. The voice of a man who'd watched his student's son walk into a bar with the most dangerous woman in the shinobi world and walk out with something that looked like trust. "Your mother was like that too," he said. "She could make people listen. Not because she was loud, though she was loud, God, she was loud." Tsunade once said Kushina could be heard from 3 training grounds away, and she wasn't exaggerating, but people listened because she was honest. painfully, stupidly, inconveniently honest. She'd walk into a room full of diplomats and tell them exactly what she thought and somehow leave with everyone agreeing with her. Naruto swallowed a mouthful of noodles. His throat was tight. You knew my mother? I knew both your parents, better than most. Jiraiya picked up his chopsticks and pointed them at Naruto. Your father would have used logic. Minato would have given Tsunade a strategic briefing with charts and projections and probability analysis, and she'd have punched him through a wall out of boredom. He was brilliant, but he thought everyone else processed information the same way he did, which they don't. Your mother would have done what you just did. She'd have walked in and talked to the person instead of the legend. Did it work for her? Every time. Jiraiya smiled, and it was the first genuine smile Naruto had seen from him, unguarded and nostalgic and a little bit sad. The firelight from the noodle stand's cooking flame caught the lines around his eyes and made them deeper, and for a moment he looked his full age instead of the ageless Sannin act he usually wore. You look like him, you know, Minato, but you act like her. That's a dangerous combination for anyone on the receiving end. Is that a compliment? It's a warning for everyone else. Jiraiya pushed the noodle bowl closer to Naruto. Eat, tomorrow's going to be a long day. Naruto ate. The noodles were good. Not Ikaraku good, nothing was Ikaraku good, but the broth was hot and the pork was tender, and the simple act of eating while someone sat beside him and didn't want anything from him was a comfort he hadn't realized he'd been missing. Jiraiya ordered sake and drank it slowly, watching the street, watching the hotel across the way where Tsunade's window was dark. Hey, Jiraiya, Naruto said. Thanks for telling me about them, my parents. Jiraiya was quiet for a beat. Then he reached over and ruffled Naruto's hair, a quick, rough gesture that was over before Naruto could duck. Don't get soft on me, kid, we've still got work to do. Yeah, the night air was warm. Somewhere in a hotel room across the street, a woman who'd been running for a decade was sitting on the edge of a bed, turning the conversation over in her mind, and for the first time in years, she wasn't reaching for a bottle to make the thinking stop. The system hummed in the background. Naruto ignored it. Some things didn't need to be quantified. The next morning started with Jiraiya getting punched through a wall. Naruto was eating breakfast at the hotel restaurant, a bowl of rice and grilled fish that the system approved of for its protein content, when the building shook. Plaster dust rained from the ceiling. Every civilian in the room froze. A second later, Jiraiya came through the wall separating the restaurant from the lobby, traveling horizontally at roughly the speed of a thrown kunai. He hit a support pillar, cracked it, slid to the floor, and sat there in a pile of drywall and broken wood with a look on his face that was somehow both pained and delighted. She's in a good mood, he said, spitting out a chunk of plaster. Tsunade walked through the hole she'd made. She was wearing the same gray-green jacket from yesterday, her hair pulled back in the same two tails, and her fist was still clenched. Shizune trailed behind her, holding Tauntaun the pig, looking like a woman who had long ago accepted that property damage was just part of her daily routine. Good mood, Tsunade said. You peeked through my window. I did not peek. I conducted a visual wellness check while I was in the bath. The timing was unfortunate. Tsunade's eye twitched. She raised her fist again, and Jiraiya held up both hands in surrender, grinning through a split lip. It was theater, Naruto realized. Not the punch that had been real and powerful enough to send a Sannin through solid masonry, but the dynamic underneath it. This was how they communicated. Decades of shared history compressed into violence and banter, a language only the two of them spoke fluently. Tsunade-sama, Shizune said carefully, the hotel manager is looking at us. The hotel manager was indeed looking at them. He was a thin man in a pressed suit who was staring at the hole in his wall with the expression of someone calculating repair costs in real time. Put it on my tab. Jiraiya said, hauling himself to his feet. I'm good for it. Your tab is all ready. I said I'm good for it. Jiraiya brushed plaster off his shoulders and turned to Tsunade. The grin faded. The spy replaced the clown, seamless as a costume change. We need to talk, all four of us. Somewhere that doesn't have an audience. They ended up on the roof of the hotel, 4 stories up, overlooking Tanzaku quarters, the morning sun cutting through scattered clouds and painting the rooftops gold. Naruto leaned against the railing and watched the street below while Jiraiya laid out the situation. He did it well. Clean, factual, no embellishment. The invasion, Hiruzen's death, the council deadlock, Danzo's positioning, the need for a 5th Hokage. Tsunade listened from a folding chair that Shizune had produced from somewhere. She sat with her legs crossed and her arms folded and her face giving away nothing. Shizune stood beside her, notebook out, taking notes like this was a briefing rather than a recruitment pitch. Taunton sat in her lap and watched Jiraiya with small, intelligent eyes. The elders want an answer within 2 weeks, Jiraiya finished. After that, Danzo has enough votes to push through a nomination. Hamura and Koharu are sitting on the fence and they'll fall his way if there's no alternative. There's always Kakashi, Tsunade said. Kakashi would rather eat his own Sharingan than take the hat, I asked. Shikaku Nara turned it down, said the paperwork would kill him faster than any enemy. So I'm the last resort. You're the best option, Jiraiya said. There's a difference. Tsunade uncrossed her arms. She looked out over the rooftops and Naruto watched the calculation happening behind her eyes. She was weighing it. Not the responsibility or the duty or the honor, she didn't care about any of that, she'd told him as much last night. She was weighing the cost. What it would take from her versus what it would give, and whether the margin was worth getting out of the chair for. I'll think about it, she said. Jiraiya opened his mouth to push harder, but Naruto caught his eye and shook his head, a tiny motion. To his credit, Jiraiya read it and backed off. Fair enough, take the day, we'll be here. Tsunade stood up. I'm going for a walk, alone. She looked at Shizune. Stay with them. But Tsunade-sama, stay, she left. The roof access door closed behind her and the 3 of them stood in the morning sun listening to her footsteps descend the stairwell. She's going to say no, Shizune said quietly. Her hands were tight on the notebook. She always says no. She said she'd think about it, Naruto said. That's different from no. Shizune looked at him with an expression that managed to be simultaneously grateful and skeptical. You don't know her like I do. Thinking about it means finding a reason to refuse that she can live with. The system pulsed in the back of Naruto's skull. A faint vibration like a phone buzzing in a pocket, not a quest notification, something else. A warning, threat detected, high-priority chakra signature entering detection range, classification, S-class, identification in progress, identified Orochimaru, former Sannin. Missing Nin, S-class. Combat rating, beyond current assessment parameters, warning, host authority level insufficient for direct engagement. Survival probability in combat, 2%. Naruto's hand went to the kunai under his jacket. The root operative's kunai, the one he'd kept from the ruins. It was a reflex now, automatic, and the system fed him data before he'd finished the motion. Distance to the signature, approach vector, estimated time to contact. Jiraiya, Naruto said. His voice was flat. We have a problem. Jiraiya felt it a second later. His entire body changed. The slouching, grinning pervert vanished, and what replaced him was one of the most dangerous shinobi alive. His posture straightened. His hands moved to his sides, fingers loose and ready. His eyes hardened into something that Naruto recognized from Kakashi's worst moments. The look of a man who has killed so many times that the preparation for it is as natural as breathing. He's here, Jiraiya said, not a question, coming from the east. Moving slow, he's not trying to hide. Of course he isn't. Jiraiya's jaw tightened. Shizune, find Tsunade. Now. Shizune was already moving, Taunton tucked under one arm, the notebook abandoned on the chair. She went through the roof door without a word, and her footsteps were fast and quiet going down. Naruto and Jiraiya stood on the roof and waited. Orochimaru arrived 3 minutes later. He didn't climb the stairs. He just appeared the way snakes appear. One moment the rooftop was empty except for the 2 of them. The next moment there was a third figure standing near the railing, and neither Naruto's eyes nor the system's tracking had caught the transition. One frame he wasn't there, the next he was. He was thinner than Naruto expected. The photographs in the bingo book showed a man with broad shoulders and a commanding presence. The reality was narrower, more serpentine. Pale skin that looked like it had never seen direct sunlight. Long black hair, straight and heavy, framing a face that was beautiful in the way a blade was beautiful. Designed for a single purpose, all excess stripped away. His eyes were the worst part. Yellow with vertical slits like a snake's, and they moved with a slow, reptilian patience that said he had all the time in the world and you didn't. His arms hung at his sides. Both of them were wrapped in bandages from fingertip to shoulder, and they hung limp, dead weight, useless. The Reaper Death Seal had done its work. The greatest jutsu user in shinobi history couldn't form a single hand sign. Jiraiya, Orochimaru said. His voice was smooth and soft, and it made the hair on Naruto's arms stand up. It's been too long, not long enough. Jiraiya hadn't moved. He was standing perfectly still, his body a coiled spring, and every line of him said he was ready to fight and die on this rooftop if it came to that. What are you doing here? The same thing you are, I imagine, visiting an old friend. The yellow eyes slid from Jiraiya to Naruto. And who is this? The killing intent hit like a physical force. Naruto had felt killing intent before. Zabuza had projected it on the bridge in Wave Country, and it had been enough to make him freeze, to make his muscles lock and his brain short-circuit with animal panic. That had been a lake. What Orochimaru put out was an ocean. It crashed over Naruto in a wave of pure predatory malice, the concentrated desire to kill made tangible, and it was so dense that the air itself seemed to thicken. Naruto could feel it pressing against his skin, pushing into his lungs, trying to convince every cell in his body that death was already here and resistance was meaningless. His hand shook on the kunai. His heartbeat spiked. His vision narrowed. And then the system engaged. Hostile killing intent detected. Magnitude extreme. Activating gamer's mind. Psychological resistance protocol. The fear didn't vanish. It got boxed. The same door that locked away his grief and his panic and his aching need for connection swung shut on the killing intent and sealed it tight. Naruto's heartbeat dropped back to normal, his hands steadied, his vision cleared. He looked at Orochimaru across the rooftop and felt nothing, not bravery, not defiance, just nothing. Orochimaru noticed. The killing intent spiked, then spiked again, testing, probing, and each time it hit the wall of gamer's mind and broke apart. The Snake Sannin's expression shifted. The casual amusement was still there, but underneath it was something new. Curiosity. The kind of curiosity a scientist shows when an experiment produces unexpected results. Interesting, Orochimaru said softly. The Jinchuriki, Naruto Uzumaki, isn't it? You're not what I expected. Most people say that. Most people don't survive my killing intent without soiling themselves. Even experienced jounin lose motor control. The yellow eyes studied him with an intensity that felt like being dissected alive. What are you, child? Annoyed, mostly, the faintest flicker at the corner of Orochimaru's mouth, not a smile, something worse. Jiraiya, where did you find this one? He found me, Jiraiya said. His voice was controlled, but Naruto could hear the tension underneath, the awareness that they were standing 30 feet from a man who had killed the third Hokage and could probably kill both of them if the fight went wrong. State your business, Orochimaru. I won't ask twice. My business is with Tsunade. I've made her an offer. I'm here to collect her answer. Her answer is no. I'd prefer to hear that from her. And I'd prefer you crawl back to whatever hole you came from, but we don't always get what we want. Jiraiya shifted his weight just slightly, and the air between the two Sannin charged with something electric. Leave, now, or we do this the hard way. Orochimaru regarded him for a long moment. Then his eyes moved back to Naruto, and the killing intent pulsed once more, a final test, a parting gift. I'll give Tsunade 3 days. After that, my offer expires. He paused. The boy is fascinating, Jiraiya. You should keep a closer eye on him. He dissolved. That was the only word for it. One moment he was solid, the next he was coming apart like smoke in a breeze, his body losing cohesion from the edges inward until there was nothing left but the fading echo of his chakra signature and a thin smell of something chemical and wrong. A second presence flickered at the edge of the system's detection range, smaller, controlled. It had been there the entire time, Naruto realized, lurking behind the rooftop's water tower, and it withdrew the moment Orochimaru vanished. The system caught a fragment of a profile before the signature dropped below threshold. Partial identification. Yakushi Kabuto. Classification. Jounin equivalent. Medical combat specialist. Affiliation. Orochimaru Kabuto. Naruto filed the name. An aide, a bodyguard, or both. Orochimaru hadn't come alone, which meant he'd expected the possibility of a fight and had positioned a backup. The snake was careful, even crippled. Jiraiya let out a breath. His shoulders dropped 3 inches. He'd felt Kabuto too, from the look on his face, but hadn't moved on the secondary target because engaging would have triggered Orochimaru. Smart. The kind of calculation that kept you alive in the upper tiers of shinobi combat. That, Naruto said, was deeply unpleasant. That was Orochimaru being polite. You don't want to see him rude. Jiraiya turned to face him fully. How did you do that? Do what? Tank his killing intent. I've seen that trick make Anbu captains vomit. You didn't even flinch. I flinched a little, Naruto. The name was a demand. Jiraiya wasn't playing the clown now. He was the spy master, the man who ran the most extensive intelligence network in the elemental nations, and he wanted an answer. Naruto weighed his options. The system was flagging Jiraiya as a potential asset, recommending partial disclosure to strengthen the alliance, and for once, Naruto agreed with its calculation. Not because of strategy. Because Jiraiya had told him about his parents, and that had been a gift, and gifts deserved something in return. I have a technique, Naruto said carefully. Something I found in my clan's ruins. It suppresses psychological attacks, fear, panic, genjutsu-based intimidation. It locks it away so I can function. An Uzumaki technique. Yes, you found an anti-fear technique in a ruin and you just activated it. It's more complicated than that, but yes. Jiraiya stared at him. The assessment was running again, the deep evaluation, and Naruto could practically see the man reorganizing his mental file on Uzumaki Naruto. From orphan Jinchuriki with a loud mouth to something with a lot more edges. You're full of surprises, kid, Jiraiya said finally. I'm just getting started. Tsunade came back 20 minutes later with Shizune. She'd felt Orochimaru's chakra from 6 blocks away and had circled back at a dead run, arriving on the rooftop out of breath and furious. Jiraiya gave her the short version. She listened with her fists clenched at her sides. 3 days, she said when he finished. 3 days. He'll be back. He'll be back. She sat down in the folding chair and pressed both hands over her face. When she pulled them away, she looked 10 years older than her jutsu showed. The mask of youth was perfect, but the eyes behind it were exhausted, and Naruto saw the weight of the decision pressing down on her like gravity increasing. Naruto stepped forward. Tsunade? Not now, kid. Yes, now. He didn't raise his voice. He kept it level, the same tone he'd used in the bar, calm and direct and stripped of anything that could be mistaken for pity. You're thinking about his offer. Don't lie about it. I can see it on your face. You're weighing Dan and Nawaki against whatever's left of your conscience, and the scales are tipping. Shizune sucked in a breath. Jiraiya went very still. Tsunade lowered her hands and looked at Naruto with those amber eyes that could freeze a lesser person in place. You don't know what you're talking about. I know exactly what I'm talking about. He's offering you the one thing you can't buy at a gambling table. Closure. The chance to see their faces one more time and pretend that everything you lost can be given back. Naruto took another step. He was close now, within arm's reach, and part of him registered that this woman could flick him into the next prefecture with one finger. But it's a lie. You know it's a lie. Orochimaru doesn't give gifts. He makes investments. And the return on this one is his arms back and a fully operational S-class missing nin with access to every forbidden technique in existence. You think I don't know that? Her voice cracked the air, not shouting. Worse than shouting. The controlled, compressed fury of a woman who had been fighting with herself for days and was losing. You think I haven't spent every night since his offer staring at the ceiling running through exactly that calculation? I know what he is. I know what his resurrections are. Puppets. Hollow things with familiar faces, I know? Then why are you hesitating? The question hung between them. Jiraiya was watching with an expression Naruto couldn't read, something between alarm and fascination. Shizune had tears tracking silently down her face and her hand was over her mouth. Tsunade stood up. The chair fell backward and clattered on the rooftop. She was towering over Naruto now, close enough that he could see the fine tremor in her jaw and the way her pupils had contracted to pinpoints. Because knowing it's a lie doesn't make the wanting stop, she said, and her voice broke on the last word like a bone under too much pressure. The rooftop was silent. Wind moved through Tsunade's hair. Somewhere below, a street vendor called out prices for grilled squid. The world continued, indifferent to the fact that a woman was falling apart 4 stories above it. Naruto made a decision. "I have a bet for you," he said. Tsunade blinked. The rawness in her expression folded inward, replaced by confusion. "What? A bet? You're a gambler, right? So let's gamble." Naruto reached into his jacket and pulled out the kunai, not to threaten. He just needed something to hold, something solid and real. "Jiraiya has been talking about teaching me the Rasengan, A-rank technique, pure shape manipulation. My father created it. I know what the Rasengan is." Tsunade said flatly. "Then you know it took my father 3 years to develop it. Jiraiya learned it after months of practice. I'm betting that I can master it in 3 days. The confusion deepened. "That's impossible." "Probably, but here's the stakes." He tucked the kunai away and met her eyes, and he poured everything he had behind the words. Not the system's cold logic, not the gamer's mind calculation, but the real Naruto, the one behind the locked door. The kid who believed in stupid, impossible things because nobody had ever given him a reason not to. "If I learn the Rasengan in 3 days, you come back to Konoha, not as a favor. Not because Jiraiya asked or because the council needs you or because it's your duty. You come back because you made a bet and you lost. And if you fail, then I'll stop asking. You can take Orochimaru's deal, drink yourself blind, gamble away the rest of your inheritance. Your call, I'll never bring it up again." Tsunade stared at him. Behind her, Jiraiya made a sound like he was trying to swallow his own tongue. "You're serious," Tsunade said, completely. "You're betting your ability to master an A-rank technique in 72 hours against, what exactly? My entire future, your future and something else." Naruto held her gaze. This was the part the system hadn't scripted. This was the part that came from the place behind the locked door, raw and honest and possibly insane. "If I win, you don't just come back, you teach me. Everything. Medical ninjutsu, combat strategy, whatever you know. You become my teacher and I become your student, and we stop pretending that either of us is better off alone." The wind blew. The folding chair rocked on the ground. A pigeon landed on the railing and looked at them with dim interest. Tsunade laughed. It was the same laugh from the gambling hall, the sharp one, the one she used when something hurt and she didn't want to show it. But there was something else in it this time, something that sounded dangerously close to hope. "You've got nerve, kid, I'll give you that." She extended her hand. 3 days, starting now." Naruto took her hand. Her grip was iron and her palm was warm, and the contact lasted exactly 2 seconds, but the system logged it as a milestone event. Relationship rank shifting from intrigue to something the burning text labeled as invested. 3 days, he said. He started training that afternoon. Jiraiya brought him to a clearing outside Tanzaku quarters, a flat meadow bordered by forest on 3 sides. The grass was tall and dry, the kind that turned golden in summer, and there was a stream running along the eastern edge. Jiraiya sat on a rock by the stream and explained the Rasengan in 3 stages. Stage 1, rotation. You need to spin your chakra in your palm. He held up a water balloon. Pop this by rotating the water inside it. Most people take 2 weeks. Naruto took the balloon and held it in his right hand. The system activated immediately, analyzing the challenge, breaking it down into components. Chakra output, rotation speed, directional control. The balloon's rubber stretched as he pushed chakra into the water inside it, and the surface began to ripple. Skill challenge detected. Rasengan, Stage 1. Analysis. Requires multi-directional chakra rotation at minimum 3000 RPM. Current chakra control. Insufficient for stable rotation. Recommended approach. Use shadow clone memory feedback to parallelize learning, shadow clones. The technique he'd learned from the Forbidden Scroll, the one that created solid copies that sent their memories back when they dispersed. The system was right. If he created 100 clones and each one practiced a different rotation angle, he'd get 100 practice sessions worth of data back every time they popped. He made the sign. 100 Narutos appeared in the meadow. Jiraiya choked on the water he'd been drinking. How many chakra reserves do you have? Enough. That's not a normal amount of shadow clones. I'm not a normal person. Each clone took a water balloon. The meadow became a strange kind of orchestra. 100 identical figures standing in the grass, all holding balloons, all channeling chakra with slight variations in speed and angle and intensity. Naruto stood in the center and felt the first batch of clones pop after 20 minutes, their memories flooding back in a torrent of data. Rotation angles that worked, ones that didn't. The exact point where the rubber gave way and the specific spin pattern that caused it. The second batch popped at 40 minutes. More data. The system compiled it, filtered the noise, highlighted the optimal approach. By the 90-minute mark, Naruto held a water balloon in his palm and spun the water inside it in 6 directions simultaneously. The balloon bulged, warped, and burst in a spray of cold water that soaked his hand and forearm. Stage 1, complete. Time elapsed. 94 minutes. Jiraiya stared at the broken balloon, then at Naruto, then at the 100 wet patches in the grass where clones had been standing. That took me a month. You didn't have 100 practice partners. Nobody has 100 practice partners. That's not how shadow clones work. The chakra cost alone should have. He trailed off, doing mental math, and whatever number he arrived at made his face go pale. How much chakra do you have? A lot. That's not an answer. It's the only one I've got. Stage 2 was harder. Jiraiya handed him a rubber ball, denser than the water balloon, requiring raw power instead of finesse. The ball didn't need to pop through rotation, it needed to explode through concentrated force. The clones went back to work, but the returns diminished. This wasn't about technique, it was about output, and each clone only had a fraction of Naruto's total chakra pool. He pushed harder. The system fed him real-time feedback on his chakra density, showing him where the rotation was thin and where it was concentrated, and he adjusted, refined, pushed again. His palm started to burn, not figuratively. The skin reddened, then blistered, the friction of concentrated spinning chakra shredding the surface layer of epidermis like sandpaper. He kept going. The pain was data. The damage was a status effect. His vigor ticked down in the corner of his vision and his healing factor ticked it back up, a constant war between destruction and recovery. The rubber ball cracked on the 2-hour mark but didn't explode. He tried again. Another crack, deeper this time. His palm was raw meat, the blisters burst and bleeding, and the system was flagging tissue damage warnings that he dismissed as fast as they appeared. Jiraiya called for a break at sunset. Naruto's hands were wrecked. The skin from wrist to fingertip on both hands was a landscape of burst blisters and raw patches, some of them deep enough to show the pink tissue underneath. He held them under the stream water and watched his blood mix with the current and felt the Uzumaki healing factor do its slow, grinding work. The system accelerated it, routing resources, optimizing cell regeneration, but even optimized, the damage was severe enough to take hours. "You're going to destroy your hands," Jiraiya said from the rock. His voice was quiet, concerned. The joke man was gone again and the teacher was in his place. "They'll heal." "That's not the point. You can't master a technique by breaking yourself faster than you can recover. That's not training. That's self-harm with extra steps. I have 3 days, Jiraiya, not 3 months. The math only works if I push. The math doesn't work at all if you burn out your tenketsu and lose the ability to mold chakra in your hands permanently. That was a real risk. Naruto could feel it, a grinding heat deep in the chakra pathways of his palms like friction building in an engine that was redlining. The system confirmed it. Tenketsu stress at 67%, sustainable for now, dangerous past 80. He pulled his hands out of the stream and wrapped them in bandages from Jiraiya's med kit. The fabric stuck to the raw patches and he bit the inside of his cheek against the sting. "I'll be smarter about it tomorrow," he said. "You'd better be." Jiraiya tossed him a ration bar. "Eat, sleep. Your body needs both." Naruto ate the ration bar and lay in the grass and looked at the stars. The system hummed, His hands throbbed. The daily quest notification pulsed in his peripheral vision and he dismissed it. He'd completed the exercises that morning before training started, barely, his push-ups done with hands that screamed through every rep. He didn't sleep. He lay there for 3 hours and then got up and went back to work. The rubber ball exploded at 2 in the morning. The sound was loud enough to scatter birds from the tree line. Naruto stood in the dark meadow with his hands shaking and his palms freshly destroyed and chunks of rubber scattered in the grass around him, and the system burned its confirmation into his retinas. Stage 2, complete. Time elapsed, 12 hours, 17 minutes. He sat down and wrapped his hands again. The bandages soaked through with blood almost immediately. He sat there in the dark and breathed and let the healing do its work and didn't think about anything except the third stage. You should be asleep. Tsunade's voice came from the tree line. Naruto turned his head and saw her emerge from the shadows between 2 oaks. She was in civilian clothes, a plain yukata, and her hair was down, falling loose past her shoulders. She looked like she'd been walking for a while. There were grass stains on the hem of the yukata and her feet were bare. So should you, Naruto said. She walked closer. Her eyes went to his hands and stayed there. The bandages were dark with blood, visible even in the moonlight, and the way his fingers curled inward, protective, involuntary, told her everything about the damage underneath. Show me, she said. It's fine, show me, now. He unwrapped the left hand. The skin was a mess, raw, split, weeping plasma, the deeper layers exposed in patches where the blisters had ripped away. 3 fingernails were cracked. The tenketsu points along his palm were inflamed, glowing faintly with residual chakra friction. Tsunade crouched beside him and took his hand. Her touch was clinical at first, professional, the touch of a medic assessing damage. She turned his hand over, pressed gently on the tenketsu points, and frowned when he flinched. You've stressed the chakra pathways to their structural limit, she said. Another 8 hours of this and you'll blow the coils in both hands. Permanent damage, no jutsu, ever. I'll be more careful. You'll be stupid is what you'll be. She didn't let go of his hand. Her fingers moved to the worst of the raw patches and Naruto felt warmth, a soft green glow that seeped from her fingertips and into the damaged tissue like water into cracked earth. Medical chakra. She was healing him. The pain didn't disappear, but it retreated, pulling back from the edges, and he could feel the skin cells responding, knitting, rebuilding. You don't have to do that, he said. Shut up. She healed both hands. It took about 10 minutes. She worked in silence, her face close to his palms, her hair falling forward to curtain her expression. Naruto sat still and let her work and watched the green glow paint shadows across her face and felt something shift behind the locked door. When she finished, his hands were still sore but functional. The skin was pink and new, tender to the touch, but whole. The tenketsu stress had dropped to 40%. She sat back on her heels and looked at him. You're healing faster than you should be, she said, even for an Uzumaki. I've got good genes. Don't deflect. Your cellular regeneration rate is roughly 3 times what it should be for your age and bloodline. Something is accelerating your healing factor beyond its natural parameters. She was in full medical mode now, her eyes sharp, her mind working. It's not the Kyuubi. The fox's chakra has a specific signature and this isn't it. This is something else. Naruto looked at her. She was inches away, crouched in the grass in a moonlit meadow, her hands still warm from healing his, and her eyes were alive in a way they hadn't been at the gambling hall. This was Tsunade Senju without the mask. The healer, the scientist. The woman who had revolutionized an entire field of ninjutsu because she couldn't accept that people she loved had to die. You're curious, he said. I'm concerned. Those are different things. Not when the patient is a 12-year-old destroying his hands in a field at 2 in the morning to win a bet. She stood up, brushed grass off her knees. I'm adding a condition to our wager. What condition? When you master the Rasengan, and I'm not saying you will, but if you do, you let me run a full medical workup. Blood work, chakra analysis, the whole thing. I want to know what's happening inside you. The system flared a warning. A medical examination would reveal anomalies. The enhanced stat distribution, the altered chakra pathways, the suppression of the Kyuubi's external markers. Tsunade was smart enough to identify all of it, and once she started pulling threads, the whole tapestry could unravel. But the look on her face, the way her concern and her curiosity were tangled together, the fact that she'd walked through a field at 2 in the morning to find him, that meant something. It meant she was already invested, already caring, already stepping back into the role that Orochimaru's deal was trying to lure her away from: healer, protector. Someone who fixed what was broken instead of running from it. If a medical exam was the price of that, he'd pay it. Deal, he said. She nodded, turned to leave, stopped. Naruto? Yeah, that thing you said yesterday, in the bar, about me being a weapon left in the rain. She wasn't looking at him. She was looking at the sky, at the stars, at anything else. Nobody said anything like that to me in a very long time. I meant it. I know you did. A pause. That's the problem. She walked back into the tree line. Naruto watched her go and then lay back in the grass and stared at the same stars she'd been staring at. The system was running calculations about the medical exam risk and the relationship progression and the probability of completing stage 3 in the remaining time. He ignored all of it. Some things didn't need calculating. He slept for 4 hours in the grass and woke with the sun. His hands were stiff, but the new skin held. He started on stage 3 immediately, combining the rotation and the power into a single sphere of contained chakra. The clones were back, 100 of them spread across the meadow, each one working a different approach to the containment problem. The Rasengan wasn't just spinning chakra. It was spinning it and compressing it and holding the whole thing together without a shell. No hand signs, no elemental nature, just will and control and the precise application of force in 3 dimensions simultaneously. It was, objectively, one of the most elegant techniques ever created, and it was almost impossible. Almost. By noon on the second day, Naruto could hold a partial sphere for about 4 seconds before it destabilized. The system tracked each attempt, cataloging failures, identifying the point of collapse, feeding corrections back in real time. His hands were blistering again, but slower this time, the healing factor keeping pace, and he monitored the Tenketsu stress carefully, backing off when it crept past 60%. The meadow looked like a training ground after a month of use rather than 2 days. Craters from failed containment attempts dotted the grass, scorch marks where compressed chakra had discharged sideways. A tree at the edge of the clearing had a hole through its trunk where a partial Rasengan had gotten away from a clone and punched clean through the wood. Jiraiya watched from the rock. He didn't interrupt. He didn't offer tips. He just sat and watched a kid do in hours what had taken his father years, and whatever he was feeling about that, he kept it behind a face that gave nothing away. Once, when Naruto's latest attempt sprayed chakra sideways and carved a furrow in the earth 6 feet long, Jiraiya's eyebrows climbed and he wrote something in a small notebook he'd produced from his vest. Research notes or novel material. Possibly both. Shizune arrived at midday with food and water, delivered with the brisk efficiency of a field medic who disapproved of the patient's choices, but understood she couldn't stop them. She watched Naruto eat a rice ball with bandaged hands and her mouth was a thin line the entire time. He's going to cripple himself, she told Jiraiya quietly. Naruto's enhanced perception caught it from 20 feet away. Maybe, Jiraiya said, maybe not, watch. Tsunade came back at sunset. She didn't announce herself. She just appeared at the tree line with Shizune, both of them watching from a distance, and Naruto felt her chakra signature like a warm spot in the system's threat map. Not a threat, a presence, a witness. She stood with her arms crossed and her face unreadable, and she didn't leave until he stopped for the night, which was well past midnight. He pushed harder. The third day dawned gray and overcast. Naruto had slept 2 hours. His hands were wrapped in fresh bandages, Tsunade's healing from the night before already fading under new damage. He stood in the center of the meadow with his last batch of clones and held his right hand out and pulled everything he had into his palm: rotation, power, containment. 3 forces in perfect balance, held together by nothing but his will and his chakra and the desperate knowledge that he had 12 hours left and a woman's future riding on his ability to do something impossible. The chakra spun. It compressed. It wobbled, steadied, wobbled again. The system screamed data at him, corrections and adjustments and warnings, and he processed it all at a speed that would have been unthinkable 2 weeks ago, before the mask, before the system, before the ruin. His palm glowed blue-white. The grass around his feet flattened outward in a perfect circle. The sphere stabilized. It was small, no bigger than a tennis ball. It was imperfect, the surface rippling with micro-instabilities that the system flagged in red. But it was there. A ball of compressed, rotating chakra sitting in his palm, screaming with contained energy, exactly what his father had created 3 decades ago in a moment of genius that had changed the shape of combat jutsu forever. Naruto held it for 10 seconds. Then 20. Then 30. At the 1-minute mark, he let it dissolve. The energy dispersed outward in a shockwave that bent the grass flat and cracked the bark on the nearest tree. Stage 3, complete. Skill acquired, Rasengan. Rank A quest update, the wager. Status, 1 reward, 1500 experience. Authority level increase, 2 to 4. He lowered his hand. The bandages had burned away. The skin underneath was raw and red but unbroken. Tsunade was standing at the edge of the meadow. Shizune was beside her with both hands pressed over her mouth. Jiraiya was on his feet on the rock, and for the first time since Naruto had met him, the man was speechless. Naruto looked at Tsunade across the meadow. The morning light was behind her, and it caught the blonde of her hair and the amber of her eyes, and she was looking at him with an expression that had no name in any language he knew. It was fear and awe and grief and something else, something warmer, something that looked like it had been buried under rubble for a very long time and was just now seeing daylight. 3 days, Naruto said. His voice was hoarse, his body was wrecked. His hands were trembling and his chakra reserves were in the single digits, and he was standing in a meadow that looked like a small war had been fought in it. That's the bet. Tsunade didn't say anything for a long moment. Then she reached up and unclasped the necklace from around her neck, the one with the green crystal, the first Hokage's necklace, the cursed thing that had killed everyone she'd ever given it to. She walked across the meadow toward him. Don't, Naruto said. She stopped. What? The necklace. Don't give it to me, I know the history. Nawaki wore it and died the next day. Dan wore it and bled out on a battlefield. Everyone you've given it to has died. He met her eyes. The system was feeding him data on her emotional state, the spike in cortisol, the tremor in her hands, but he pushed it aside. This moment didn't need data. Keep it. I don't need luck. I don't believe in curses. And I'd rather you keep something that reminds you of the people you loved than give it away to prove something to a kid you met 4 days ago. Her hand closed around the crystal. The green stone caught the light that was breaking through the clouds, sending a small prism of color across her knuckles. Something in her expression cracked, a hairline fracture that spread outward until her whole face was trembling, and she pressed her lips together hard to keep whatever was behind them from spilling out. Shizune made a soft sound from the tree line, almost inaudible. You won the bet, Tsunade said. Her voice was thick. She said it like she was testing the reality of the sentence, making sure it held weight. I did. So I'm coming back to Konoha. You are, and you want me to teach you? I do. She looked at the necklace in her hand, then at the boy standing in the ruined meadow. Then at Jiraiya on the rock and Shizune at the tree line and the sky overhead that was starting to clear, the clouds pulling apart to let the sun through. All right, Tsunade said. All right, you stubborn, impossible brat, you win. She put the necklace back on. Her fingers lingered on the crystal for a moment, pressing it against her chest, and then her hand dropped and she looked at Naruto with eyes that were red-rimmed and fierce and absolutely certain for the first time in a decade. Jiraiya cleared his throat from the rock. When Naruto looked over, the toad sage was grinning and there were tears on his face that he wasn't bothering to hide. About damn time, he said. Shizune was crying openly now, one hand over her mouth, the other clutching Tauntaun so tightly that the pig squirmed. She wasn't trying to stop it. For once, she wasn't trying to manage the situation or temper Tsunade's decisions or be the responsible one. She was just standing in a meadow watching something she'd given up hoping for, and the relief was bigger than her ability to contain it. And somewhere in the background of Naruto's mind, the system noted the moment with its usual clinical precision relationship status. Seduced Tsunade. Rank, invested to devoted, Naruto dismissed it. He sat down in the grass because his legs had finally decided they were done cooperating, and he looked up at the sky and breathed, 3 days. One impossible technique. And a woman who had decided, against every instinct and every scar and every ounce of hard-won cynicism, to come home. It was a start. They were supposed to leave Tanzaku quarters that morning. The bags were packed. Shizune had settled Tsunade's hotel tab, which had required a conversation with the manager about the hole in the lobby wall and a separate conversation about the tab at every gambling hall within 6 blocks. Jiraiya had bought supplies for the road. Taunton had been fed. Everything was ready, then Kabuto showed up. Naruto felt him first. They were walking through the market district, the 4 of them plus the pig, heading for the eastern gate. The morning was bright and warm, and the market was busy with the kind of mundane commerce that Naruto was starting to appreciate. Normal people doing normal things in a world that had no idea how close it routinely came to catastrophe. A woman was selling dumplings from a cart, and the smell drifted across the street, and Shizune had been talking about stopping for some before they left. "We could eat on the road," Shizune was saying. "Tsunade-sama hasn't had breakfast and neither has Naruto-kun, and the dumplings here are actually quite good for a tourist town." "We'll eat when we're out of the town," Jiraiya said. "I want distance between us and this place. You're being paranoid. I'm being professional. There's a distinction." Tsunade was walking beside Naruto. She hadn't said much since they'd left the hotel. The decision to return to Konoha was sitting on her like new armor, unfamiliar and heavy and not quite broken in yet. Every few minutes she'd glance at the road ahead and then look away, as if she was checking to make sure the direction hadn't changed while she wasn't looking. "You all right?" Naruto asked her. "Fine." "You've said fine 11 times since we left the hotel. The first 3 sounded real." "The rest didn't." She looked at him sideways. "You counting?" "Can't help it." The system pinged. The warmth of the morning curdled. Threat detected. Hostile chakra signature. Range 40 meters. Closing identification. Yakushi Kabuto. Combat classification. Jounin equivalent. Specialty. Medical combat. Chakra scalpels. Cellular disruption. Warning. Target specializes in internal damage. Avoid direct physical contact with hands. Naruto's hand went to the kunai under his jacket. He scanned the street. Civilians browsing market stalls. A fish vendor arguing with a customer. 3 children chasing a dog between the carts. Nothing out of place, which was exactly what out of place looked like when the person coming for you was a trained infiltrator. "Jiraiya," Naruto said, keeping his voice low. "I feel him." Jiraiya hadn't changed his posture, but his eyes were moving, scanning rooflines, alleys, the crowd. 40 meters northeast, moving fast. "Kabuto," Naruto said. Tsunade tensed beside him. "Orochimaru's lapdog. His deadline isn't up for another day," Shizune said. She'd shifted Taunton to one arm, her free hand drifting toward the senbon holster on her thigh. "Why would he send Kabuto now?" "Because she said yes to us," Naruto said. "Orochimaru knows. He has surveillance in place, probably has had it since we arrived." The moment Tsunade agreed to come back to Konoha, his offer expired. "So this is what," Tsunade said, "a negotiation tactic. This is a last resort. He can't let you leave. You're the only person alive who can heal his arms." The system tracked Kabuto's approach vector. He was circling, working through the market crowd, using civilians as concealment. Standard route methodology, Naruto noted. Kabuto moved like someone who'd been trained by the same people who'd sent operatives to the Uzumaki ruins. The style was identical, controlled, precise. "Invisible until it wasn't. He's going to hit us in the crowd," Naruto said. "He'll target Tsunade directly. Jiraiya, if Orochimaru is close, he's your problem." Jiraiya glanced at him. For a second, the spy master flickered behind the clown's mask, and what was there was impressed. "When did you start running tactical? Recently?" "The snake won't be far. He never sends Kabuto alone without overwatch." Jiraiya's hand formed a half-seal at his side, subtle, hidden from view. Naruto felt the Toad Sage's chakra pulse outward in a detection wave. "Got him." 300 meters south, he's watching, not engaging yet. Then go, keep him busy, Shizune, get the civilians clear, and you, Tsunade said, I've got Kabuto. He's Jounin level. You're a genin who learned the Rasengan 3 days ago. I'm full of surprises, you said so yourself. Tsunade opened her mouth to argue, and that was when Kabuto made his move. He came from the right, out of the shadow between 2 market stalls, and he was fast. Faster than the root operatives in the ruins, faster than anything Naruto had faced in the Forest of Death. His hand was already glowing with blue-white chakra, the chakra scalpel technique active, and he was aiming for Tsunade's spine with the kind of surgical precision that said he knew exactly which vertebrae to sever to drop her without killing her. Naruto moved. The system assist engaged, not full override like the ruins, but a partial boost, his reflexes sharpened, his perception dilated, time stretching just enough for him to read the trajectory and react. He stepped between Kabuto and Tsunade and caught the incoming hand by the wrist, redirecting the chakra scalpel away from Tsunade's back. The scalpel caught his forearm instead. It didn't cut the skin. That wasn't what chakra scalpels did. They went through the skin and cut what was underneath: muscles, tendons, blood vessels, the infrastructure that made a limb work. Naruto felt the bicep on his right arm sever internally, a clean slice through the muscle belly, and his grip on Kabuto's wrist went dead as the arm stopped responding. Damage received: right arm, internal muscle severance, functionality 12%, vigor loss 34, pain, sharp, deep, the kind that makes your vision swim. The system boxed most of it, but a portion leaked through enough to make him gasp. His right arm dropped to his side, useless, dangling from a shoulder that still worked but had nothing below it that could obey commands. Kabuto pulled free. He stepped back, adjusting his glasses with his free hand, and looked at Naruto with an expression of mild professional interest. Like a surgeon observing an unexpected complication. "You're quick," Kabuto said. His voice was pleasant, conversational, the voice of a man who could cut your tendons and discuss the weather with the same inflection. "Quicker than your file suggests. Interesting. My file's out of date. Clearly." Kabuto's eyes moved past Naruto to Tsunade. She was standing 3 feet behind him, and Naruto could feel her chakra signature fluctuating. Not with anger or combat readiness, with something else. Something unsteady and spiking the blood. Naruto looked down. His right arm was bleeding. Not from a surface wound, the chakra scalpel didn't leave external marks, but the internal damage had ruptured vessels that were now leaking out through his pores. Blood was seeping through his sleeve, dark and steady, dripping from his fingertips onto the market cobblestones. Tsunade was staring at it. Her face had gone white, not pale white. The color had drained from her skin in a wave that started at her forehead and swept down, and her eyes were locked on the blood dripping from Naruto's hand with an intensity that had nothing to do with medical assessment. Her hands were shaking. Her breath was coming in short, shallow gulps that didn't seem to be reaching her lungs. Hemophobia, not an abstract clinical term anymore. A real thing happening in real time, freezing the strongest woman in the shinobi world 3 feet behind him while a Jounin-level operative was winding up for another strike. "Tsunade," Naruto said. His voice was calm. "I need you to move." She didn't respond. Her eyes stayed on the blood. Her body had locked up, muscles rigid, joints frozen, every system shutting down in response to the trigger that had owned her for over a decade. She wasn't seeing Naruto's blood. She was seeing Dan's. She was kneeling on a battlefield 20 years ago with her hands inside a dying man's chest, and the world had collapsed to a single point of red that swallowed everything. Kabuto saw it. His pleasant expression didn't change, but something shifted behind his glasses, a calculation completing. He'd known about the phobia. Of course he had. Orochimaru collected information the way other people collected weapons, and sending Kabuto to draw blood in front of Tsunade wasn't an accident, it was a strategy. "How unfortunate," Kabuto said mildly and came at them again. Naruto reached into his shadow with his left hand, the shadow storage activated. His shadow deepened, thickened, and his hand plunged into it up to the wrist. He felt the cool resistance of the storage space, felt the objects inside it, and closed his fingers around the one he wanted. He pulled it free in a single motion, dragging it from the darkness like unsheathing a blade from a scabbard made of tar, the Uzumaki Tanto. He'd found it in the ruins, tucked behind the pedestal where the mask had waited. A short blade, maybe 18 inches, with a grip wrapped in fraying cord and a blade that was pitted with age but still held an edge that the system rated as functional. The spiral of the Uzumaki clan was etched into the base of the blade, faint and worn but visible. Kabuto hesitated. Not because of the blade itself, any shinobi could handle a tanto, but because of how it had appeared. One moment Naruto's hand had been empty. The next it had sunk into his own shadow and emerged holding a weapon. That wasn't any technique Kabuto recognized. It wasn't in any file. Naruto shifted the tanto to his left hand. His right arm hung dead. One arm, one blade against a medical combat specialist who could sever his remaining limbs' functionality with a touch. The math was bad. The system confirmed it. Combat assessment, Yakushi Kabuto, threat level high. Host disadvantage, severe, recommendation, activate bloodlust protocol. Pain stimulus converts to temporary damage enhancement. He'd never used bloodlust before. The system had offered it during the Forest of Death hunts and he declined, not understanding the mechanic. He understood it now. Pain was a resource. The system could convert the neural signal of pain into a combat stimulant, adrenaline spiked, reaction time compressed, strength output increased. The more it hurt, the harder he hit. Naruto drove the tanto through his own left palm. The blade went in clean, through the meat between the bones, out the back of his hand. The pain was immediate and enormous, a white-hot spike that raced up his arm and detonated behind his eyes. Blood poured from both sides of the wound, red and fast, soaking the grip of the blade and running down his wrist. Bloodlust protocol. Active. Pain stimulus detected. Extreme damage enhancement. 47% duration until pain source is removed or host loses consciousness. Everything got sharper. His vision tightened. His heartbeat accelerated, but instead of panic, it was fuel, raw energy pouring through his muscles, lighting up nerve pathways that the system had flagged as combat critical. The dead right arm was still dead, but everything else was running hot, faster, harder, meaner. Kabuto watched him stab himself, and for the first time the pleasant mask slipped. What was underneath was genuine confusion. "What are you doing?" Naruto pulled the tanto free from his hand. Blood splattered on the cobblestones. He gripped the blade in his left fist, the wound screaming, the bloodlust protocol converting every nerve signal into power. "Getting motivated," Naruto said and closed the distance. The fight was nothing like the ruins. Those men had been fodder. Kabuto was a surgeon. He moved with an economy that wasted nothing, every step a calculation, every dodge precise to the centimeter. His chakra scalpels hummed on both hands, twin blades of invisible cutting force that could reach through Naruto's guard and shred whatever they touched. Naruto led with the tanto, slashing wide, and Kabuto swayed back. The blade passed through empty air. Kabuto countered with a palm strike aimed at Naruto's left shoulder, scalpel active, trying to disable his remaining arm. Naruto dropped his weight and let the strike pass over him, felt the wind of it ruffle his hair, and drove the tanto upward at Kabuto's exposed ribs. Kabuto twisted. The blade caught fabric, drew a thin line across his side, but didn't reach meat. He danced back, resetting distance, adjusting his glasses again. A habit. The system flagged it as a microtel. Kabuto adjusted his glasses when he was recalculating. "You're fighting with one arm and a weapon you pulled from your shadow," Kabuto said, "and you're keeping pace with me. Your file listed you as dead last at the academy. Like I said, out of date." Naruto pressed forward. The bloodlust protocol was a double-edged gift. It made him faster and stronger, but the pain was constant. A grinding roar from his impaled left hand, and his severed right bicep that the system channeled into power instead of suppressing. His left hand was slippery with blood, the tanto's grip threatening to slide, and each swing sent fresh agony through the wound. He didn't care. The pain was fuel. Every time his ruined palm screamed, the protocol converted it, pumped more speed into his legs, more force into his strikes. He was fighting angry and hurt and desperate, and the system was taking all of that and weaponizing it. Kabuto blocked a downward slash with a kunai he'd drawn from his thigh holster, metal ringing against metal. They locked, Naruto pushing down with his left arm, Kabuto pushing up with trained precision. And for a second they were face to face, close enough that Naruto could see the calculation running behind Kabuto's dark eyes. Up close, the medic nin smelled like antiseptic and something faintly chemical. His face was composed, almost bored, like this was a particularly interesting surgery rather than a fight for his life. Orochimaru-sama was right about you, Kabuto murmured. Fascinating. He disengaged by throwing chakra into the lock, a burst of energy that sent Naruto sliding back 3 feet. His sandals carved grooves in the cobblestones. Before he could reset, Kabuto followed with a combination that was purely medical combat. No punches, no kicks, just hands reaching for vital points with the patience and accuracy of a man who knew exactly where every artery ran and how much pressure it took to open one. The sternum. The throat. The inside of the elbow where the brachial artery sat close to the surface. Each touch was death, not dramatic death, clinical death, the kind where your organs stopped working one at a time and you didn't even realize you were dying until your legs gave out. It was the most terrifying fighting style Naruto had ever seen because it was so quiet. No explosions, no jutsu, just a man walking toward you with glowing hands and the knowledge to unmake your body from the inside. Naruto evaded, barely. The system assist fed him dodge timings calculated from Kabuto's shoulder rotation and hip alignment, predicting the angle of each strike a fraction of a second before it arrived. He ducked a scalpel aimed at his carotid and felt the hum of the chakra blade pass his ear. Sidestepped a palm strike to his liver. He tried to counter with the tanto and Kabuto batted it aside with his forearm, the metal scraping along his sleeve guard. The third strike caught his left hip, the scalpel cutting through the external oblique muscle, and his balance shifted as the muscle group went slack. Naruto stumbled. His left foot slipped in his own blood on the cobblestones, and for a half-second he was open, guard down, weight wrong, and Kabuto came in for the finishing blow. The system screamed a warning. Naruto twisted his body with everything he had left, and the scalpel meant for his heart caught his shoulder instead, slicing through the deltoid, and his left arm went from painful to barely functional. The tanto nearly dropped from his grip. He caught it by the pommel with 3 fingers and staggered backward, putting distance between them. Damage received. Left hip, partial muscle severance. Mobility reduced. 30% he was losing. The system knew it. The numbers were clear. Kabuto was better trained, more experienced, fighting at full capacity while Naruto was operating with 1 functional arm, a compromised hip, and a pain threshold that was redlining the Bloodlust Protocol's conversion capacity. He needed to end this. 1 shot. 1 technique. Something that Kabuto couldn't dodge and couldn't survive. Naruto dropped the tanto. It clattered on the cobblestones. Kabuto read the disarmament and pressed his advantage, rushing forward, both scalpels active, going for the kill shot. He was fast and he was precise, and he was about to make contact with Naruto's chest when Naruto's left hand came up, palm forward, and the air between them screamed. The Rasengan formed in his left palm. It was ugly. Raw. The containment sphere was lopsided and the rotation was uneven, and the whole thing flickered like a candle in a windstorm. His left hand was shredded, the palm wound from the tanto making it agony to mold chakra, and the technique should have collapsed under the structural damage to his tenketsu. It didn't collapse. The system poured resources into stabilization, rerouting chakra through secondary pathways, compensating for the damaged coils with brute force. The sphere solidified, the rotation locked, and Naruto stepped into Kabuto's charge and drove it forward. Kabuto tried to dodge. He was good enough to read the technique, good enough to recognize what a Rasengan would do at point-blank range, and he twisted sideways with a speed that bordered on inhuman. He almost made it, almost. The Rasengan caught his right shoulder. Not center mass, not the clean hit Naruto had wanted, but enough. The concentrated sphere of rotating chakra met flesh, and the result was catastrophic. The rotation drilled inward, shredding muscle and grinding bone, and then the compression released and Kabuto was launched backward like he'd been hit by a battering ram. He flew 20 feet, hit a market stall, and went through it in an explosion of wood and scattered fruit. The stall collapsed on top of him, hostile damaged, critical hit. Experience gained, 280. Naruto stood in the middle of the market street, left hand smoking, the ghost of the Rasengan still spinning in his destroyed palm, and breathed. His vigor was in the red, his right arm was dead. His left hip was compromised. His left hand was a ruin of torn flesh and burned chakra pathways. Blood ran from half a dozen internal wounds that the chakra scalpel had opened, seeping through his clothes, dripping onto the stones. He turned to Tsunade. She was exactly where she'd been when the fight started. Standing frozen, hands shaking, eyes locked on nothing and everything at the same time. The blood on the cobblestones around her was a constellation of red drops, and she was standing in the middle of it, and the look on her face was the look of a woman drowning in clear air. Naruto walked to her. Each step hurt. His hip ground with every stride, and his right arm swung dead at his side, and his left hand painted a trail of blood behind him. He stopped in front of her, close enough to reach, and spoke. "Hey, look at me." She didn't move. "Tsunade. Eyes up, look at me." Her gaze shifted. Slowly, like moving through deep water. The blood on the ground pulled at her, tried to drag her back down, but his voice was an anchor and she grabbed it. Her eyes found his face. "There you are," he said. "Stay with me." "The blood," she whispered. "There's so much. It's mine, most of it. And I'm still standing, which means it's not as bad as it looks." This was a lie. It was worse than it looked. The system was flagging critical vigor levels and recommending immediate medical attention. "I need you to breathe. Can you do that?" she breathed. Shaky, ragged, but she breathed. "Good. Now I need something else from you." "What?" "I need you to be a medic." Her hands clenched at her sides. "I can't. You don't understand. I can't. When I see the blood, I see him. I see Dan, and everything stops, and I know. I know about Dan, and I know about the blood, and I know that every time you look down, you're not seeing what's in front of you. You're seeing what's behind you." Naruto reached out with his ruined left hand and took her clenched fist, his blood smeared across her knuckles. She flinched like she'd been burned, but he held on. "But I'm not Dan. I'm not going to die in your arms. I'm going to stand here and bleed on your shoes until you fix me or until I fall over, and either way you're going to have to deal with the blood, so deal with it. You arrogant little." "Yeah, that's me, the arrogant little brat who won your bet and earned the right to tell you to get up." He tightened his grip. His blood was warm between their joined hands. "A queen doesn't cower, Tsunade, and you are the queen of this. Nobody touches you in a medical setting. Nobody, so prove it." Something cracked behind her eyes, not the fracture from the meadow, not the slow breaking of emotional walls. Something sharper. Something that snapped clean like a bone resetting into place. The fog in her expression burned away, and what replaced it was anger, hot and bright and directed, the rage of a woman who had just been told what she already knew by a 12-year-old covered in his own blood. "Sit down," she said. Her voice had changed. The tremor was gone. In its place was the voice that had commanded field hospitals and rebuilt a medical corps from scratch. The legendary sucker was gone. Seduced Tsunade, the greatest medical ninja in the history of the shinobi world, was back. "Sit down now before you bleed out, you stupid brave idiot." Naruto sat. His legs were grateful. He collapsed more than sat, landing hard on the cobblestones, and his body finally acknowledged the full inventory of damage it had been ignoring. The dead arm, the compromised hip, the shredded left hand. The half-dozen internal cuts that were slowly filling his body cavity with blood he couldn't afford to lose. His vision dimmed at the edges, and the system flashed vigor warnings in urgent red. Tsunade was on her knees beside him before he finished settling. Her hands were on him immediately, and they were steady now, rock steady, the shaking erased by focus and fury and something older than both, the instinct to heal that she'd been born with and had spent a decade trying to bury. "Don't talk," she said. "Don't move, just breathe." "I'm breathing." "I said don't talk." Green light flooded from her palms, not the thin, wavering light of a standard medical technique. This was dense, saturated, a color green that Naruto had never seen before and that the system couldn't quite categorize. It seeped into his chest and Naruto gasped because he could feel it, not just the warmth and the relief but her chakra moving through his body with a precision and intimacy that was unlike anything the system could replicate. Every cell she touched responded. Every damaged fiber she found, she repaired with a delicacy that was almost impossible to reconcile with the woman who had just been frozen in terror 30 seconds ago. She found the severed bicep in his right arm first. The muscle had been cleanly cut, Kabuto's scalpel leaving edges as precise as a surgical incision, and she rejoined the fibers strand by strand, like a weaver repairing torn cloth. Naruto felt his arm come back online in stages, first the deep muscles, then the surface groups, then the nerve connections that let him feel his fingers again. He wiggled them experimentally, and Tsunade slapped his shoulder without looking up. I said, "Don't move." She found the cut oblique in his hip next. This one was messier, the scalpel having caught the muscle at an angle, shredding rather than cutting cleanly. She sealed it layer by layer, building new tissue over the wound with a technique that was beyond anything in any textbook, because she'd invented it 20 years ago in a field hospital with dirt under her fingernails and men dying around her. Her hands moved to his chest. The internal bleeding was worse than the external damage. Kabuto's scalpels had nicked vessels throughout his torso, small cuts that were each individually survivable but collectively draining. Naruto could feel the blood pooling in spaces it didn't belong, pressing against his lungs, making each breath shallower than the last. Tsunade's chakra went deeper, into the chest cavity, between his ribs. Naruto felt the strangest sensation of his life, her healing energy moving through him like warm water through a sponge, finding every nick and tear and ruptured vessel with a sensitivity that was almost supernatural. She wasn't just healing, she was reading him. Mapping his entire cardiovascular system from the inside, building a three-dimensional understanding of his body that was more detailed than any scan could produce. Their chakra mixed. He felt it happen at the boundary where her green healing light met his blue-gold system-enhanced reserves. The contact was electric, not painful, not unpleasant, intimate, like two voices harmonizing, finding the frequency where they resonated, and the sound that emerged was bigger than either one alone. His chakra responded to hers instinctively, opening pathways, thinning the walls between his coils to let her energy flow deeper, and her chakra responded in kind, gentling where it met resistance, strengthening where it found damage. Tsunade's eyes widened. She'd felt it too. Her hands paused for a fraction of a second, a hitch that was almost invisible before resuming their work. "Your chakra," she said, and her voice was hushed, not frightened, awed. "It's not normal. There's a structure to it, a pattern, like ceiling arrays woven into the coils themselves. I've never seen anything like this. The density alone is..." She trailed off, her medical mind pulling her in 6 directions at once. "And the regeneration. I can feel it working underneath my technique. Your body is repairing itself in parallel with my healing. The cells are responding to some kind of external signal, like they're being directed by a separate system." "Later," Naruto said. His voice was thick. The intimacy of the healing was doing something to the locked door in his mind, loosening hinges he'd thought were sealed. Having someone this deep inside him, this close to the truth of what the system had made him, was terrifying and comforting in equal measure. "Focus on the bleeding," she wanted to push. He could see it in her face, the scientist warring with the healer, the part of her that had spent a lifetime chasing the boundaries of medical knowledge, trembling with the need to understand what she was touching. But the healer won because it always did when someone was dying under her hands, and she went back to work, sealing vessels, repairing tissue, pouring her chakra into him with a generosity that felt like being held. The last wound closed. The final vessel sealed. Tsunade pulled her hands away slowly, reluctantly, like a musician lifting her fingers from an instrument she wasn't ready to stop playing. She was breathing hard, her own chakra depleted by the intensive healing, and there was a thin sheen of sweat on her forehead. His blood, covered her hands to the wrists. She looked down at them. She didn't freeze. She looked at the blood, and her face went through something, a ripple, a tremor, the ghost of the old reaction trying to assert itself. But it hit the wall she'd just rebuilt and broke apart, and she breathed through it, and her hands stayed steady, and she looked up at Naruto with eyes that were clear. "You're an idiot," she said. "An absolute, reckless, self-destructive idiot. I know, you stabbed your own hand. In the middle of a fight, with a rusty blade you pulled out of your own shadow. It was tactically sound. It was insane. Those aren't mutually exclusive." She stared at him. He stared back. They were sitting on the cobblestones of a market street, surrounded by scattered fruit and broken wood and drops of blood. And the morning sun was climbing higher, and the civilians were peeking out from behind stalls where Shizune had herded them. And somewhere in the distance, they could feel the massive chakra signatures of Jiraiya and Orochimaru clashing like thunderheads. Tsunade reached forward and wiped blood from Naruto's face. Her thumb traced his cheekbone, following the line where his whisker marks used to be, and the gesture was careful and clinical and not clinical at all. "Don't do that again," she said quietly. "Can't promise that, Naruto." "I'll try." A crash from the south. The ground shook. Jiraiya's toad summon roared, a sound like a foghorn and an avalanche had a baby, and the sky above the southern quarter filled with smoke. "We need to help Jiraiya," Naruto said. He tried to stand, and his body informed him in no uncertain terms that standing was not currently available as an option. His vigor was at 9%. His right arm worked again but weakly. His hip held but barely. He was, by any reasonable measure, done. The system disagreed. Emergency combat option available. Skill, Shadow Extraction. Rank B, partially unlocked. Description: summon a shadow soldier from the domain of the sovereign. Current capacity 1 unit. Duration unstable. First summon quality unpredictable. Warning: skill is incomplete. Summoned entity may be temporary. Chakra cost extreme. He didn't think about it. Jiraiya was fighting Orochimaru alone, and the Toad Sage was strong, but Orochimaru had decades of forbidden techniques, and even with crippled arms he was the most dangerous rogue ninja alive. Jiraiya needed help. Naruto didn't have the strength to provide it himself, but maybe he didn't have to. He pressed his bloody left hand flat against his shadow on the cobblestones. "Come out," he said. The shadow deepened. Not like the shadow storage, not a pool he reached into. This was different. This was the shadow reaching back. The darkness under his hand went from flat to dimensional, developing depth and texture, and something that felt like weight, and Naruto felt a pull on his chakra reserves that was staggering. What little he had left drained downward into the shadow, feeding something that was forming in the space between real and not real. A hand emerged from the darkness. Armored, spectral, made of shadow that had solidified into something close to substance. The fingers gripped the edge of the shadow's border and pulled, and a figure rose from Naruto's shadow like a body surfacing from black water. It was a samurai, or the ghost of one. The armor was ancient, lacquered black, etched with spirals. The face behind the half-mask was featureless, a void of dark energy where features should have been. It carried a katana that was more suggestion than steel, a blade-shaped absence of light. It stood there for 3 seconds. The system counted each one, then it flickered. The shadow samurai's form destabilized, edges fraying, substance losing cohesion. It looked at Naruto if something without eyes could look, and there was a moment of connection, brief and electric, like 2 live wires touching. Recognition. Loyalty. A willingness to serve that transcended the gap between life and whatever the shadow domain was. Then it dissolved. The samurai came apart in wisps of dark energy that sank back into Naruto's shadow and were gone. Shadow extraction. Failed. Insufficient authority. Minimum requirement. Authority level 6. Current level 4. Partial manifestation logged. Duration 3.2 seconds. Combat viability none. Naruto slumped. The chakra cost had emptied his reserves completely, and his vision grayed at the edges. He caught himself on one hand and breathed hard, fighting to stay conscious. What the hell was that? Jiraiya's voice. Not from the south, from behind him. Naruto turned his head and saw the Toad Sage standing 10 feet away, scorched and battered. his clothes torn and his wild hair singed on one side. His left arm was hanging at an odd angle, probably dislocated, and there was a burn across his chest where something had hit him hard enough to char the fabric of his mesh shirt. Blood from a gash on his temple was running down the side of his face and he hadn't wiped it away, which meant he either didn't notice or didn't care. But he was alive and upright, which meant Orochimaru wasn't. The snake Sannin's chakra signature was pulling away to the south, fading fast, retreating, and Kabuto's signature was already gone, extracted from the rubble of the market stall and evacuated while everyone was distracted. Jiraiya was staring at the spot where the shadow samurai had been. His expression was something Naruto had never seen on him before, not amusement, not curiosity, fear. What was that, Naruto? Jiraiya repeated. Tsunade was staring too. She'd seen the whole thing from 3 feet away, a spectral warrior rising from a 12-year-old's shadow, wearing armor engraved with her great-grandmother's clan symbols. The color had come back to her face during the healing, but it was draining again now, and this time it wasn't hemophobia. I don't know, Naruto lied. It just happened. Things like that don't just happen. Jiraiya took a step closer. The fear in his expression was hardening into something more analytical, the spy's mind reasserting itself over the instinctive animal response. That looked like a summoning. But not from a contract, not from any seal I've ever seen. That came from you, from your shadow. It was an independent entity with its own presence, its own chakra field. I told you, I don't know what it was. You're lying. Not an accusation. A statement of fact delivered by a man who had made a career out of detecting lies. You're not surprised enough. A kid who accidentally summons a ghost samurai from his own shadow should be panicking. You're not panicking, you're just tired. I'm also bleeding. Can we do this later, Naruto? Jiraiya's voice was the spy master's voice. Flat, demanding, the voice that made informants talk and enemy agents reconsider their career choices. That entity was wearing Uzumaki insignia. It carried an Uzumaki blade. You pulled it out of your own shadow the same way you pulled that Tanto. These are connected. What are you not telling me? The silence stretched. The market street was a wreck around them, broken stalls, scattered goods, blood on the cobblestones. Civilians were starting to emerge, whispering, pointing. Shizune was managing the crowd, keeping them back, but her eyes kept darting toward Naruto. Tsunade broke the silence. She stood up and turned to face Jiraiya, and the movement had a weight to it that shifted the energy of the entire street. Leave him alone, Jiraiya. The Toad Sage turned to her. Tsunade, you saw what? I saw a kid who threw himself between me and a jounin when I was too broken to move. I saw him fight with one arm and a blade he pulled from thin air and a Rasengan he learned 3 days ago. I saw him take hits that should have killed him and keep fighting because I was behind him and he wouldn't let anyone through. Her voice was rising, not shouting, but filling the street with a conviction that made the civilians stop whispering and the market vendors stop pretending to clean up. And then I saw him burn his last drop of chakra trying to summon something to help you, because even after all of that, he wasn't done. He was still trying to protect the people around him. Jiraiya opened his mouth. Tsunade didn't let him speak. Whatever that shadow thing was, he can explain it later. Right now, he needs rest and food and about 12 hours of sleep, and if you stand there interrogating him for 1 more minute, I will dislocate your other arm. She held his gaze. There was still blood on her hands, Naruto's blood. She was aware of it and it wasn't stopping her. We're done here. We're leaving for Konoha today, and whatever questions you have can wait until we're behind walls that aren't made of hotel plaster. Jiraiya looked at her, then at Naruto. The fear was still there, buried under layers of tactical assessment, but something else was there too. The recognition that the woman who had been paralyzed by blood an hour ago was now standing in a ruined market covered in it and giving orders with the authority of a Hokage, because of him. Because a 12-year-old kid had bled on her shoes and told her to get up. Fine, Jiraiya said, but this conversation isn't over. It never is with you, Tsunade said. She reached down and hauled Naruto to his feet. He swayed. She caught him, one arm around his ribs, steadying him, and her grip was firm and warm and held a strength that could crack mountains. He leaned into it because he had no choice and because, behind the locked door, the part of him that was still human and still needed contact let itself be held. "Can you walk?" she asked. "If you keep doing that, I can probably run. Don't push it." They walked. The four of them plus the pig through the wrecked market, past the staring civilians toward the eastern gate and the road back to Konoha. Tsunade kept her arm around Naruto for the first 100 meters until his legs remembered how to work, and then she let go. But she walked beside him, close enough that their shoulders touched with every other step, and each time they did, neither of them moved away. The gate guards watched them pass with wide eyes. Two battered Sannin, a medic nin with a pig, and a bloodied kid in dark clothes who looked like he'd just lost a fight with a meat grinder. Nobody asked for travel papers. Nobody said a word. The road opened up ahead of them, dirt and gravel cutting through rice paddies that stretched toward the tree line. The sun was climbing toward noon, and the warmth of it felt like medicine on Naruto's battered body. His system was running recovery protocols in the background, routing what little chakra trickled back into his reserves toward the worst of the damage. Everything hurt. Everything was healing. The two processes were locked in a slow dance that would take the full 3 days of travel to resolve. Jiraiya walked behind them and watched the shadow at Naruto's feet and said nothing, but his mind was working. Naruto could practically hear the gears turning, the intelligence network being mentally queried, archives of forbidden knowledge being searched for anything that matched what he'd just seen. He wouldn't find anything. The sovereign system predated the current era's understanding of chakra techniques. It was older than the villages, older than the clan wars, as old as the masks in the temple and the bones in the ruin. But Jiraiya would keep looking. That was what he did. Shizune walked beside Jiraiya and held Taunton and watched Tsunade's posture. The way her teacher's shoulders had straightened for the first time in years, the way she was walking with purpose instead of drift, and allowed herself a small, quiet, cautious hope. She caught Naruto's eye once over Tsunade's shoulder and gave him a nod that said more than words could. "Thank you for bringing her back, for whatever you did. Thank you." The road stretched ahead. Konoha was 3 days away, the sun was warm. And the system hummed in the back of Naruto's skull, logging distance, tracking vitals, counting steps. Chapter summary logged combat encounters. 1. Skills used: System Assist, Shadow Storage, Rasengan, Bloodlust Protocol, Shadow Extraction Attempt, Injuries Sustained, Severe. Healing Status, Recovering, Relationship Update, Senju Tsunade. Rank, Devoted to Bonded. Note, Host Chakra Reserves depleted, Rest mandatory. Estimated recovery, 14 hours. Naruto dismissed the notification. He looked at the sky, he looked at the road. He looked at the woman walking beside him, the one who had healed him with steady hands and blood on her knuckles, who had looked at her worst fear and beaten it because a kid told her she was still a queen. He thought about the shadow samurai. 3 seconds of existence. A flicker of something ancient and loyal and not quite alive. It had wanted to serve him. He'd felt that clear as a bell in the moment their connection had sparked, a willingness that went deeper than obedience. It had been waiting. In the shadow, in the space between the system's architecture and the world of the living, something had been waiting for him to call it, and it had come, and it had tried to stay, and it hadn't been strong enough. Not yet, but he would be. Next time it would last longer. Next time he'd have the authority to hold it in the world, to give it shape and purpose and the power to fight beside him. Next time the shadow would answer and it would stay, he'd make sure of it. The road stretched on. Konoha waited. And beside him, Tsunade walked with steady hands and open eyes, and the first real purpose she'd felt in a decade. The rain caught them on the second day of the return trip. It came without warning, the way storms did in the lowlands between Tanzaku and Konoha. 1 minute the sky was overcast but manageable, the next it opened up like someone had punched a hole in the bottom of an ocean. The road turned to mud inside of 30 seconds. Jiraiya cursed and pulled his vest over his head. Shizune wrapped Taunton in her kimono and hunched over the pig like she was shielding a baby from artillery fire. Tsunade just kept walking, rain streaming down her face, her expression suggesting that the weather was welcome to try its best and she'd been through worse. Naruto walked beside her and didn't mind the rain. His body was still healing from the Kabuto fight. The system's recovery protocols had repaired the worst of the internal damage during the first night of travel, but the deeper injuries, the Tenketsu stress, the chakra pathway inflammation, the microtears in his right bicep where Tsunade's healing had rejoined the muscle, those were taking longer. The rain felt good on his skin, cool, clean. It washed away the road dust and the lingering smell of blood that he couldn't quite scrub from the creases of his knuckles. The first day of travel had been tense. Jiraiya kept his distance, walking ahead, and the easy camaraderie he'd shown on the trip to Tanzaku was gone, replaced by a watchful silence that Naruto felt like a hand between his shoulder blades. The Toad Sage hadn't asked any more questions about the Shadow Soldier, but the questions were still there, sitting behind his eyes every time he looked at Naruto. He was gathering data the old-fashioned way through observation, and Naruto could feel himself being catalogued. Shizune noticed the tension. She walked between the two groups, Jiraiya ahead and Naruto and Tsunade behind, and her eyes moved between them like a referee watching for the first thrown punch. During a rest stop that morning, she'd pulled Naruto aside while Tsunade was refilling water bottles at a stream. "She's different since the fight," Shizune had said. Her voice was low, not wanting to be overheard. Taunton was asleep in the crook of her arm. "Different how?" "Steadier, more present. She hasn't mentioned gambling once since we left Tanzaku, which is a record. She hasn't reached for a drink either, unless you count the water." Shizune had studied him with that complicated expression she seemed to reserve specifically for him. "Whatever you did, whatever you said to her, it's working. I've been trying for 10 years and I couldn't break through, and you did it in 4 days. I didn't break through anything, I just talked to her. That's what I mean, nobody talks to her. They talk to the Sannin or the medic or the granddaughter or the legend. You talk to her." Shizune had paused. "Thank you, I mean that." She'd walked away before he could respond, and they hadn't spoken about it since. But the gratitude in her voice had lodged somewhere behind the locked door, and he could still feel it sitting there like a warm stone. Now, on the second day, the rain was making everything harder. The road was slick and the visibility was poor, and Jiraiya was navigating by memory and chakra sense, leading them along a route that avoided the main highways. "There's an inn at the next crossroads," Jiraiya said, water dripping from his nose. 2 kilometers, we should stop for the night." "We could push through," Tsunade said. "We could, but the kid's still recovering. You've been walking for 12 hours and I don't feel like sleeping in mud." Jiraiya jerked his thumb toward Naruto. "Look at him, he's gray." "I'm fine," Naruto said. "You've said that 9 times today," Tsunade said. "I've been counting. Funny, I used to do that to you." "I learned from the best." They reached the inn as the last light bled out of the sky. It was a small place, built at a crossroads where 2 trade routes met, the kind of establishment that survived on merchant traffic and travelers who needed a dry place to sleep. 2 stories, wooden frame, a covered porch where a cat was sitting in a dry spot watching the rain with the resigned expression of an animal that had seen it all before. The innkeeper was a heavy-set woman with gray hair pulled back in a bun, and the no-nonsense demeanor of someone who'd been running a roadside inn for 30 years. She looked at the 4 of them standing in her doorway, dripping rainwater onto her clean floor, and took inventory. 1 enormous man with white hair, 1 blonde woman who looked like she could arm wrestle a bear, 1 dark-haired woman holding a pig, and 1 kid in black clothes who was swaying slightly and trying not to show it. 2 rooms, Jiraiya said. "I've got 1, the innkeeper said. 1. Festival season. Every room between here and the capital is booked. I've got 1 room with 2 futons. Take it or sleep in the barn." Jiraiya looked at Tsunade. Tsunade looked at the rain. The rain showed no signs of stopping. "We'll take it," Tsunade said. The room was small but clean. 2 futons laid out side by side with about 3 feet of space between them, a low table against the wall with a ceramic tea set. A window that looked out on the road, rain streaking the glass, and a paper lantern in the corner that gave off a warm amber light that softened the edges of everything it touched. Jiraiya volunteered to sleep in the common room downstairs. which Naruto suspected had less to do with chivalry and more to do with the sake bar attached to the inn's front room. Shizune took the smaller of the two futons, changed into a dry yukata behind a screen, and was asleep within 20 minutes, Taunton curled at her feet. The woman had the medic's talent for sleeping whenever the opportunity presented itself, a survival skill learned from too many nights in field hospitals where rest came in unpredictable windows. That left Naruto and Tsunade. Tsunade sat at the low table and pulled a bottle from her travel bag. Not sake? Something better, she said, something she'd been saving. The label was old and the glass was dusty, and when she uncorked it, the smell that came out was sharp and warm and complicated rice wine aged in cedar barrels, the kind of thing that cost more than Naruto's monthly rent per bottle. She poured 2 cups, set one in front of the empty space across from her, looked at Naruto. "You're 12, she said. "I am. This is completely inappropriate, probably. Kushina would have already finished the bottle by now. You keep comparing me to her." "Because you keep reminding me of her." She pushed the cup an inch closer. "One drink to celebrate not dying." Naruto sat down across from her. He looked at the cup. The system offered no opinion on alcohol consumption, which was unusual. It had an opinion on everything else. Maybe it understood that some moments existed outside the parameters of optimization. He picked up the cup and took a sip. The rice wine was smooth and hot, and it burned a line from his throat to his stomach, and the warmth spread outward from there, loosening muscles he hadn't realized were clenched. He set the cup down and breathed, and for a second, just a second, the locked door in his mind cracked open and something warm leaked through before the system sealed it again. "Good," Tsunade asked. "Yeah, don't get used to it. You're not drinking again until you're at least 16. Kushina was 12. Kushina was also a lunatic. I say that with love. The rain drummed on the roof. Shizune's breathing was steady and deep behind them. The lantern flickered once, caught a draft from somewhere, and steadied. The shadows in the room shifted and settled. Tsunade poured herself a second cup but didn't drink it. She held it in both hands and looked into it, the amber liquid reflecting the lantern light back up at her face, and Naruto watched the mask come off. Not all at once. In pieces. The set of her jaw loosened first. Then the tension around her eyes. Then her shoulders, which had been up near her ears since the market fight, dropped 2 inches. She exhaled long and slow, and what was left was the woman underneath the Sannin, underneath the title, underneath the decades of armor. She looked tired. Not the kind of tired that sleep fixed, the kind that lived in the marrow. "Ask," she said. "Ask what?" "Whatever you've been holding back since Tanzaku, I can feel it. You've been watching me for 2 days with that look, the one that says you want to know something but you're waiting for the right moment." She took a sip. This is the right moment. Naruto considered his options. The system offered a tactical analysis of the conversation, mapping optimal information-gathering approaches, but he dismissed it. This wasn't an interrogation. This was 2 people sitting in the rain, and the rules were different. "The shadow," he said, "in the market, when I tried to summon it." "You saw something?" "I saw a ghost wearing my family's crest pull itself out of a child's shadow." She set the cup down. "I've seen a lot of impossible things in my life. That one made the list. Does it scare you? Should it? I'm asking." She thought about it. Not a quick dismissal, not a deflection. She actually sat with the question and turned it over, and Naruto respected that, because most people answered questions about fear before they'd actually checked whether they were afraid. "No," she said finally. "It doesn't scare me, it should. A technique that summons shadow entities outside of any known contract, powered by a chakra signature that my medical senses couldn't fully map, from a boy who isn't supposed to be able to do anything more advanced than a shadow clone." She paused. "But it doesn't scare me because of how it looked at you." "How did it look at me?" "Like it was coming home." The words hung in the air between them. Rain on the roof, Shizune's breathing, the creak of old wood settling. The Uzumaki clan had techniques that the rest of the world never understood. Naruto said. He chose his words carefully, walking the line between truth and secrecy, giving her enough to satisfy the question without exposing the system. "Sealing arts that went beyond what the textbooks teach. My clan didn't just seal things into objects or scrolls." They sealed things into themselves, into their bloodline. Techniques that passed from parent to child through the blood, waiting to be activated, a genetic seal, something like that. When I was hurt in the ruins on the Wave Country coast, I found something that belonged to my ancestors. It activated. Since then, I've been able to do things I couldn't do before. The shadow storage, the shadow soldier, he gestured at himself vaguely, all of it. The accelerated healing, the enhanced perception, the way your chakra has a structure to it that looks like ceiling arrays. Yes. And the way you've changed. She wasn't accusatory, just observant, the medic's eye seeing symptoms and assembling a diagnosis. Jiraiya told me what you were like before, loud, impulsive, hungry for attention, bright orange everything. She looked at the dark jacket hanging by the door, still damp with rain. The boy he described and the boy sitting in front of me aren't the same person. They are, I'm just more focused now. That's not what I mean your effect is different, your emotional range has narrowed. You process things faster than a 12-year-old should, and when something should hit you emotionally, I can see it land and then I can see it get filed away somewhere you don't have to deal with it. She leaned forward slightly. That's not focus, that's suppression. And I know what suppression looks like because I've been doing it for 20 years. The observation was precise enough to hurt. She'd rate him. Not with the system's data analysis or the Sharingan's copying ability, but with the plain, brutal insight of a woman who had spent a lifetime studying the human body and mind and knew what damage looked like from the inside. The technique has a cost, Naruto admitted. It helps me think clearly under pressure. Fear, panic, grief, it locks them away so they don't interfere with functioning, but it also locks away. He stopped. The word he wanted was on the other side of the locked door and he had to reach through the gap to get it. Warmth, connection. The things that make you feel like a person instead of a machine. Gamer's mind, Tsunade said. Naruto blinked. What? There's a theoretical concept in advanced medical ninjutsu. A hypothetical technique that separates emotional processing from cognitive function, allowing the user to operate at peak efficiency regardless of psychological stress. She poured herself another cup, slow and deliberate, the movement of a woman organizing her thoughts. We called it Gamer's Mind in the academic papers because the original proposal described it like treating life as a game. All strategy, no stakes. Your sensei, the third, he funded the research about 15 years ago. The medical corps thought it could help Anbu operatives deal with trauma in the field. What happened? We killed the project. The theoretical models showed catastrophic long-term side effects, emotional atrophy, social disconnection. The progressive inability to form or maintain interpersonal bonds. She drank, set the cup down hard enough to clink against the table. Eventually, the models predicted a total collapse of emotional capacity, not suppression, extinction. The subject would become functionally incapable of feeling anything, a machine wearing human skin. The system hummed. It didn't confirm or deny, it just hummed, and the hum sounded different to Naruto, colder. The reason we killed the project, Tsunade continued, her voice dropping, is because we found evidence that someone had already built a prototype. Not us, not the medical corps, someone older. The technique was referenced in fragments of Uzumaki research that we'd recovered from Uzushio's ruins. They called it Meikyo Shisui, clear mirror, still water. Naruto's breath caught. The system recognized the term. It had used it in his interface, buried in the technical readouts that he'd never bothered to examine closely. Meikyo Shisui, the internal designation for the emotional suppression protocol. The Uzumaki built it, Naruto said quietly. The Uzumaki built a lot of things that the rest of the world wasn't ready for. That's why they were destroyed. Tsunade looked at him, and her eyes were the eyes of a doctor delivering a diagnosis that she wished she didn't have to give. Is that what's happening to you? Is that what's happening to me? Naruto repeated. The question came from behind the door, real fear. Not the kind the system could box, the kind that lived in the part of him that still cared about being human. Am I going to lose the ability to feel? Not on my watch. Tsunade reached across the table and put her hand on his. The contact was warm and firm, and her fingers curled around his knuckles with a grip that was both gentle and certain. I know more about the human chakra system than anyone alive. If there's a way to mitigate the side effects without losing the benefits, I'll find it. That's part of what the medical exam is for. And if you can't find a way, then we turn it off. I'm not sure it can be turned off. Everything can be turned off, Naruto. Every seal can be broken, every technique can be countered, every system has a kill switch. The Uzumaki who built this thing were brilliant, but they were human, and humans build fail-safes. She squeezed his hand. We'll figure it out together. That's what the partnership is for. He looked at her hand on his. The medical chakra still lingered in her fingertips, a faint green glow that was more habit than intention, and he could feel it pulse against his skin, reading his vitals, checking his recovery. Even now, even in a conversation that had nothing to do with injuries, she was healing him. It was reflex, it was who she was. The necklace, he said, her hand tightened on his. What about it? You tried to give it to me in the meadow after I won the bet, and you refused. I did. Nobody's ever refused it before. She pulled her hand back and touched the green crystal hanging at her chest. The stone caught the lantern light and threw a tiny prism of color onto the tabletop. Naruto took it because he thought it would protect him. Dan took it because he loved me and he thought taking it would make me happy. Both of them died within days. Her thumb traced the edge of the crystal. I've been carrying this thing for 20 years, and every time I look at it, I see their faces. It's the most expensive piece of jewelry in the shinobi world, and it's cursed, and I can't throw it away because throwing it away would feel like throwing them away. It's not cursed, Naruto said. Everyone I give it to dies. That's not a curse, that's a correlation. 2 data points don't establish causation. She stared at him. Then she laughed, a real laugh, not the sharp bark from the gambling hall or the cracked sound from the meadow. A genuine, surprised laugh that crinkled the corners of her eyes and showed her teeth, and sounded like a woman who'd just been told something so unexpectedly rational that her brain short-circuited. 2 data points don't establish causation, she repeated, shaking her head. Where do you get this stuff? I read a lot. You're 12. People keep saying that like it changes things. It does change things, Naruto. The laugh faded, but the warmth remained, sitting in the lines around her mouth and the softness of her expression. You're 12 years old. You should be pulling pranks and eating ramen and arguing with your classmates about who's the strongest ninja. You shouldn't be fighting Jounin and summoning shadow soldiers and sitting in an inn drinking rice wine with a 51-year-old woman who has more baggage than a merchant caravan. And you should be running the best hospital in the elemental nations instead of feeding slot machines in tourist traps. We don't always get what we should. The warmth in her expression shifted, deepened. The lantern light caught the amber of her eyes and turned them gold, and she was looking at him with something that Naruto's system couldn't categorize, and his human heart didn't need to. He knew what it was. He'd been seeing it build since the gambling hall, through the training and the fight and the healing. He'd watched it grow from curiosity to intrigue to investment to devotion, each stage marked by a moment where she'd seen something in him that she'd forgotten could exist, and each time it had cracked something open in her that she'd spent years sealing shut. Why did you refuse the necklace? She asked quietly, the real reason, not the line about not believing in curses. Naruto looked at the crystal on her chest. The green stone glowed softly, ancient and heavy with history, and he thought about the 2 people who had worn it before. A boy who wanted to be Hokage. A man who wanted to protect his village. Both dead, both gone. Both leaving Tsunade with nothing but a cursed piece of jewelry and a lifetime of grief. Because you need it more than I do, he said. The necklace isn't a gift, it's a connection. It ties you to the people you loved and the life you had before everything went wrong. If I took it, I'd be taking that from you, and you've already lost too much. He paused. And because I don't want to be the next person you mourn. I don't want you to look at me and see someone you're going to lose. I want you to look at me and see someone who's going to stay. Tsunade went very still. Her hand was on the crystal and her eyes were on Naruto, and the rain was hammering the roof and Shizune was sleeping, and the world outside the room was dark and wet and far away. The lantern flame wavered, and for a moment the shadows in the room stretched and shifted, and the space between them felt like it was contracting. the 3 feet of table and tatami shrinking to nothing. "You can't promise that," she said. Her voice was barely there, a whisper wrapped in rain. "You can't promise you'll stay. Nobody can, that's the whole point. That's why I stopped, why I left, why I've been running for 10 years. Because people promise and then they die and you're left holding a necklace and a grave marker and the memory of what their blood looked like on your hands." "You're right, I can't promise I won't die." Naruto set his cup down. The rice wine was warm in his stomach and the locked door in his mind was rattling like a shutter in a storm, and he let it rattle because what he was about to say needed to come from the other side. "But I can promise something else. I can promise that I won't leave, not voluntarily. Not because it gets hard or because the world turns ugly or because the people I'm supposed to protect decide they don't want me. I've spent 12 years being left. I know what it feels like. And I'm telling you right now in this room, with nobody listening except you and me and the rain, I will not do that to you." The air in the room changed. It was subtle, almost imperceptible, but Naruto felt it and Tsunade felt it. Something shifted in the space between them, some invisible membrane that had been keeping them at arm's length, and it thinned, not gone, but thin enough to see through. "You're 12, she said again, but the words meant something different this time. They weren't a statement of fact. They were a protest. The last wall she had left, the age gap, the absurdity of it, the social impossibility, thrown up in a last-ditch effort to stop whatever was building in this room from becoming something she couldn't walk back. "I know how old I am," Naruto said, "and I know how old you are. And I know that in any other world, in any other circumstance, this would be wrong and strange and 100 other things that people would use to dismiss it." He held her gaze. The system was screaming data at him, physiological readings, emotional probability matrices, recommended tactical approaches, and he shut all of it down, all of it. For the first time since the mask, the system went silent and what was left was just Naruto. But we're not in any other world. We're in this one, and in this world, you and I are the same. We're both survivors of destroyed things. We're both carrying damage that we don't know how to put down. And we're both sitting in a room in the rain, pretending that the thing between us isn't real, because admitting it would mean we'd have to be brave again. Tsunade's eyes glistened. Not with tears, not yet, with the effort of holding them back. Her hand was still on the necklace, and her knuckles were white, and her breathing had gone shallow and fast. "You're asking me to be brave," she said. "I'm asking you to be you, the real you. The one who rebuilt a medical corps from rubble. The one who punched through Orochimaru's summons during the Second War. The one who walked into my training meadow at 2 in the morning to heal a stranger's hands because she couldn't help herself." He softened his voice, not to manipulate, because what he was saying deserved softness. "That woman isn't afraid of anything, she's just tired, and I'm telling her she can rest." "Rest." She said the word like she was tasting it, like it was a foreign flavor, something she'd heard of but never experienced. "I don't remember what rest feels like. I've been running for so long that I forgot what it's like to stand still." "Then stand still. Right here, right now, nobody's chasing you, nobody's dying, there's no battle and no deadline and no bet, just this room and the rain and the two of us. And Shizune. Shizune's asleep." "She doesn't count." She'd be offended to hear that. She'd also understand. Tsunade looked at him and something in her expression shifted. The wall was still there, but it was crumbling, visibly in real time, and what was behind it wasn't the broken mess she'd been afraid of showing. It was something simpler. Loneliness. The vast, accumulated loneliness of a woman who had walked away from every connection, every bond, every possibility of being hurt, and had ended up in exactly the kind of pain she'd been trying to avoid. "My grandmother was Uzumaki," she said. The non sequitur threw him until he realized it wasn't one. She was building a bridge, finding the connection point between them that went beyond the moment. "Mito Uzumaki. She married my grandfather Hashirama. She was the first Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails before your mother." "I know." "Then you know that you and I share blood, distant, diluted by generations, but real. The Senju and the Uzumaki were always intertwined, allies, partners, family." She touched the necklace again. "This crystal was a wedding gift from the Uzumaki to the Senju. My grandmother brought it from Uzushio when she married Hashirama. It's been Senju property for 3 generations, but it was Uzumaki first. I didn't know that. Not many people do. The records were lost when Uzushio fell, but I remember because my grandmother told me. She used to hold me on her lap and tell me stories about the island and the spiral gates and the seals that sang at night. Tsunade's voice had gone soft, layered with a memory so old it had its own weight. She said the Uzumaki and the Senju were 2 halves of something that the world had broken apart, and that one day the halves would find each other again. The implication hung between them, heavy, luminous, terrifying. I don't know if I believe in destiny, Tsunade said. I've seen too much randomness, too many good people dying for no reason, too many monsters living to old age. But when I healed you in that market, when our chakra mixed and I felt the pattern in your coils, I felt something I haven't felt since my grandmother held my hand. Something that felt like recognition, like coming home to a place I'd never been. Naruto's throat was tight. The locked door wasn't just rattling anymore. It was bowing outward, the hinges groaning, the entire structure straining under the pressure of everything he'd boxed up. I felt it too. He said. Tsunade stood up. For a terrible second, Naruto thought she was going to leave. Walk out of the room, out of the inn, back into the rain and the running and the decade-long retreat from everything that mattered. The system tried to reactivate and he held it down, kept it silent, because this moment was not for algorithms. She walked around the table. 3 steps. She stood over him and looked down, and her face was doing something that he'd never seen before. A war between grief and hope that played out in the trembling of her lip, and the set of her jaw, and the way her eyes kept searching his face for the lie, the angle. The hidden agenda that would explain why a 12-year-old was saying things that no one had said to her in 20 years. She didn't find one, because there wasn't one. Tsunade sank to her knees in front of him. They were face to face now, close enough that he could smell the rice wine on her breath and the faint cedar of whatever soap she used, and underneath all of it, something that was just her, warm and complicated and human. If you break this, she said, and her voice cracked. If you make me trust you and then you leave, I will never recover. Do you understand that? I have nothing left to rebuild with. This is it. Whatever I'm about to do, it's the last time I open this door. So tell me right now, before I do something I can't take back, are you real? Is this real? Naruto reached up and cupped her face in both hands. His left palm, the one he'd stabbed through yesterday, the one she'd healed in a moonlit meadow, the one that still carried the faint scar of the Tanto's passage. His right hand, the arm she'd reconstructed in a destroyed market street, working by the glow of her own chakra while blood dried on her knuckles. This is real, he said. Tsunade kissed him. It wasn't gentle. It wasn't the soft, tentative first kiss of a romance novel, the kind where 2 people brush lips and pull back and blush and stammer. This was acclaiming. Her mouth found his and pressed hard, and her hand went to the back of his head, and her fingers tangled in his wet hair, and she held him there, held him in place, and kissed him like she was trying to seal something into his skin. Like a Fuinjutsu master inscribing a binding contract with her lips instead of ink, Naruto kissed her back. The locked door in his mind didn't just open, it blew off its hinges. Everything he'd been suppressing since the mask, the grief for the Uzumaki dead, the fear about what the system was turning him into, the aching, desperate loneliness of 12 years without a single person who saw him, really saw him. It all came flooding out, and he poured it into the kiss, and she took it. She took all of it. Her arms wrapped around him and her hands pressed flat against his back, and she pulled him close, and he could feel her heartbeat through the layers of fabric between them, fast and hard and alive. The kiss lasted a long time. When they finally broke apart, they were both breathing hard, foreheads pressed together, noses touching. Tsunade's cheeks were wet, and it wasn't rain, it was tears, silent and steady, running down her face and dripping from her jaw, and she wasn't wiping them away. She was letting them fall. You taste like rice wine, she murmured. So do you? This is insane. Yeah, people would destroy us if they knew, I know. Jiraiya would have an aneurysm. He'd also write a book about it, she laughed. A wet, broken, beautiful laugh that vibrated against his lips because their faces were still that close. She pulled back an inch and looked at him, really looked, and what he saw in her eyes was the thing he'd been chasing since the gambling hall. Not just intrigue or investment or devotion. Recognition. She saw him. Not the Jinchuriki, not the system's host, not the orphan or the dead last or the kid in the orange jumpsuit. Him, the real thing underneath all of it. The boy who was terrified and brave and damaged and determined, and who had walked into a bar in Tanzaku quarters and talked to her like she was a person instead of a legend. "We don't tell anyone," she said. "Not yet. Not until we're in Konoha and I've got the hat and you've got standing and we can control the narrative." Agreed. "I'm serious, Naruto. This isn't just about us. If this gets out before we're in a position of strength, the council will use it to discredit me before I even take office. Danzo would weaponize it in a heartbeat. A Hokage in a relationship with a 12-year-old genin, he'd have me removed and you'd be thrown into root custody before either of us could blink." "I know, I've thought about it. Of course you have." She shook her head, a small, wondering motion. "When did you start thinking 3 steps ahead?" "Around the same time a bunch of root agents tried to kill me in my ancestor's tomb, priorities shifted. Jiraiya can't know, not yet. He's loyal, but he's also an intelligence operative, and intelligence operatives process everything through a threat matrix. He already doesn't trust what's happening with you. Adding this to the equation would push him over the edge. What about Shizune?" Tsunade glanced at the sleeping form between the futons. Shizune's breathing hadn't changed. She was genuinely asleep, not faking, and Taunton was snoring loud enough to cover a whispered conversation. "Shizune will figure it out on her own, she always does. She's been reading me since she was 16 and I've never successfully hidden anything from her for more than a week." A faint smile. "When she does figure it out, she'll have opinions, loud opinions, but she won't betray us. Okay. And this doesn't change the teacher-student thing. I'm still going to train you. I'm still going to run that medical exam. I'm still going to figure out what that ancestral technique of yours is doing to your chakra system. If anything, this makes the training more important because if I'm going to tie myself to someone, I need to make sure that someone can survive what's coming." "What's coming? Everything? Orochimaru isn't done, Danzo isn't done, the Akatsuki, whoever they are, aren't done. The shinobi world is a meat grinder, Naruto, and we just painted targets on our backs by choosing each other. So I'm going to train you until you're strong enough that no one can touch either of us. That's the deal. I'd expect nothing less. And if you ever stab yourself through the hand in the middle of a fight again, I will personally break every bone in your body and then heal them crooked." "Noted." She kissed him again. Softer this time, a confirmation rather than a declaration. Her lips moved against his with a gentleness that was almost painful in its tenderness, and he felt her chakra pulse through the contact, not healing, not diagnostic, just present, just there. Her energy touching his, acknowledging him, saying without words, "I am here, I am staying. I am choosing this." When she pulled away, she pressed her hand flat against his chest over his heart. The green crystal of the necklace hung between them, swinging gently from her neck. "I'm keeping the necklace," she said. "Good. But not because you told me to, because you're right, it's mine." "They're mine. Dan and Nowaki, their memories, their faces. I've been trying to give that away because holding it hurt too much. But you." She pressed harder against his chest, feeling his heartbeat against her palm. "You're showing me that holding things doesn't have to mean breaking under the weight." Naruto put his hand over hers. Their fingers interlocked over his heartbeat, and the system, which had been silent for the last several minutes, quietly logged the moment with a notation that Naruto didn't see until later because he wasn't looking at burning text. He was looking at her. The rain softened. The hammering on the roof eased to a steady patter and then to a gentle tap, the storm spending itself, moving on. The lantern burned low, its light reduced to a warm ember, and the room filled with the gray softness of late night. "We should sleep," Tsunade said. Yeah, neither of them moved. "I mean it, sleep? You're still recovering and I'm running on empty, and Jiraiya is going to come upstairs at dawn, and if he finds us like this, he'll never let either of us hear the end of it." "You're probably right. I am right, I'm always right. That's one of the things you'll learn." She stood up slowly, reluctantly, her hand sliding from his chest, the air where her palm had been felt cold. Take the futon by the window. The rain will help you sleep. Naruto lay down on the futon. The pillow was thin and the mattress was lumpy, and the cotton smelled like lavender and old wood, and it was the most comfortable bed he'd ever been in. Tsunade settled onto the other futon, on the far side of Shizun's sleeping form, and the 3 feet of space between them felt like both too much and exactly right. He lay on his back and listened to the rain and stared at the ceiling and felt, for the first time since the mask had shattered in a buried ruin, like a person. Not a system, not a collection of stats and skills and quest objectives. A person, scared and hopeful and aching and alive. The system reactivated. It came back online with its usual clinical hum, and the burning text appeared in his peripheral vision with the quiet insistence of a machine that didn't understand what had just happened and didn't need to. Relationship status: Seduced Tsunade. Rank: bonded to allied. Emotional suppression note: gamer's mind experienced temporary override. Duration: 8 minutes 34 seconds. Cause: extreme emotional stimulus. System integrity: uncompromised. Recommendation: monitor for recurring overrides. Emotional engagement at this level may destabilize suppression protocols. Additional note: host well-being indicators improved by 340% during override period. Naruto read the last line twice. Improved by 340%. The system, the cold, clinical, calculating machine that had turned his world into data and his heart into a locked room, was telling him that kissing Tsunade Senju had been the healthiest thing he'd done since the day it activated. He dismissed the notification. But he was smiling. Actually smiling with real warmth, the kind that reached his eyes and crinkled their corners and felt like the sun coming through a window after a long winter. "Stop smiling and go to sleep," Tsunade said from across the room. Her voice was drowsy, muffled by the pillow. But it was warm, and underneath the pretend irritation was a current of the same thing he was feeling, the dizzy, terrifying, impossible lightness of someone who had just taken a leap and hadn't hit the ground yet. "How do you know I'm smiling? You're not even looking." "I can hear it." "Go to sleep, Naruto." "Good night, Tsunade." A pause, then quietly, so quietly that he almost missed it under the sound of the rain. "Good night, brat." He closed his eyes. The rain tapped on the window. Shizun breathed steadily between them, oblivious. Taunton snored. The system hummed. And beneath the hum, in the quiet spaces between data points and skill assessments and authority levels, Naruto could feel something else. Something the system hadn't installed and couldn't quantify. A thread, thin and bright, stretching from his chest to hers across the dark room, a connection made of shared damage and stubborn hope and the taste of rice wine and the sound of rain on a roof. The Uzumaki had built the system. They'd built the seals and the masks and the shadow techniques and the genetic memory that passed from blood to blood. They'd built everything that had turned Naruto from a dead-last orphan into something that terrified S-class missing nin and made Sannin recalculate their assumptions. But they hadn't built this. This was older than seals, older than chakra, older than the clans and the villages and the wars. This was just 2 people choosing each other in the dark, and it was the simplest and most powerful thing in the world, and Naruto slept. And for the first time in weeks, he dreamed. Not of ruins or blood or centipedes or burning text. He dreamed of a meadow with tall grass and a woman with golden eyes and a green crystal catching the light. And in the dream she was smiling and the sun was warm, and there were no quests and no stats and no locked doors. Just 2 people standing in a field choosing each other, with the spiral symbol of a destroyed clan woven into the grass at their feet like a promise. When he woke at dawn, Tsunade was already up. She was sitting by the window with a cup of tea, watching the road, and the rain had stopped and the sky was clear, and the first light of morning caught the blonde of her hair and the green of the crystal at her throat. She didn't look at him when she spoke. "Konoha by nightfall if we push." "Then let's push," she nodded, took a sip of tea, and her free hand reached across the space between the window and his futon and rested on his shoulder for 3 seconds before pulling away. It was a small gesture, barely anything, a touch that no one else in the room would have noticed. Naruto noticed. He got up, dressed, and prepared for the road. The system booted its morning protocols. Stats appeared, quests appeared, the world became data again, but underneath the data, warm and quiet and real, the thread remained. It was enough. They reached Konoha at dusk on the third day. The gates looked different. Naruto had walked through them 100 times, maybe 1,000, on his way to and from academy classes and D-rank missions and trips to the training grounds. He knew the gate guards by name, knew the pattern of cracks in the masonry, knew the exact angle where the afternoon sun hit the Hokage monument and turned the stone faces gold. None of that had changed. The village was the same collection of rooftops and streets and people it had always been. But Naruto was looking at it with different eyes now, and through those eyes, Konoha looked like a puzzle box with half its pieces missing. The system scanned the village perimeter as they walked through the gates. Chakra signatures populated his awareness like pins on a map. Civilians, genin, chunin, a handful of jounin on patrol, 2 anbu watching from the gatehouse roof. The anbu were standard issue, not root. He could tell the difference now. Regular anbu had clean, professional chakra signatures, disciplined and open. Root operatives had something colder, something compressed and contained like the chakra itself had been taught to hide. Home sweet home, Jiraiya said. His voice was flat. Whatever warmth the trip to Tanzaku had generated between the two of them was buried under layers of suspicion and unanswered questions, and the walk through the gate felt less like a homecoming and more like the beginning of a new operation. Tsunade stopped just inside the gate. She stood there for a moment, looking up at the mountain, at the 4 stone faces carved into the cliff. Hashirama, Tabarama, Hiruzen, and the blank space where the 4th had been, damaged during the invasion and not yet repaired. Last time I stood here, I was 26, she said. To nobody in particular, maybe to the mountain. I swore I'd never come back. Things change, Naruto said. People change, she corrected. She looked at him, and the look held everything from the in-room and the rain and the taste of rice wine, compressed into a glance that lasted 1 second before she turned away. Let's go. I have a meeting with the council. The meeting lasted 4 hours. Naruto wasn't invited. Neither was Jiraiya, which surprised both of them, but Tsunade had been clear. She would handle the political theater alone. This was her fight, her claim, and having a suspected Jinchuriki and a known pervert in the room would complicate the optics. They waited in the Hokage Tower's hallway, sitting on a bench that was too short for Jiraiya and too hard for comfort. Shizune shuttled in and out with documents and tea and the increasingly strained expression of a woman managing a political crisis and a pig simultaneously. She's winning. Shizune reported during one pass, Taunton tucked under her arm. Koharu is on board, Himura is wavering. Danzo submitted a formal objection, but Tsunade-sama shut it down by citing the third's will. The third left a will, Naruto asked, sealed letter held by the Fire Temple monks. Named Tsunade as his preferred successor. The council can't override a sealed testament without a unanimous vote, and Danzo doesn't have unanimous anything. Shizune allowed herself a small, fierce smile. She's going to do it. She did it. At 10:30, the doors opened and Tsunade walked out wearing the white Heiori of the 5th Hokage, the kanji for 5 printed in red on the back. Himura and Koharu flanked her, both looking resigned in the particular way that politicians look when they've lost a vote and are pretending they'd wanted this outcome all along. Danzo was not present. He'd left, according to Shizune, 15 minutes before the vote, which told Naruto everything he needed to know about the old man's emotional control, or lack thereof. Naruto felt the system pulse with a notification he dismissed before reading because the look on Tsunade's face was more informative than any burning text. She looked terrified. Not the frozen terror of the hemophobia, not the raw fear of the in-room confession. The working terror of a person who has just accepted a responsibility that could crush her and has decided to carry it anyway. Her back was straight, her chin was up, and when she looked at Naruto, standing there in the hallway with his dark clothes and his quiet face, her eyes steadied. "It's done," she said. "How do you feel?" "Like I've just swallowed a live grenade." She looked down at the Heiori. "This thing is heavier than it looks." That's the point. The next morning, a Chunin messenger arrived at Naruto's apartment with a scroll bearing the new Hokage seal. Inside was a single sheet of paper, a field promotion authorization, signed by Tsunade and countersigned by Kakashi Hatake as the recommending Jounin officer, Uzumaki Naruto. Promoted from Genin to Chunin, effective immediately. Rationale: exceptional performance during field operations. Combat proficiency exceeding rank requirements. Recommendation of senior officer: he held the paper and felt nothing from the system and everything from behind the locked door. Chunin. 3 weeks ago, he'd been the dead last Genin who couldn't perform a basic clone. Now he was a Chunin, promoted by the woman he'd kissed in an inn room during a rainstorm. The system offered a different kind of notification. Main quest updated. The architect of the fall. Objective: investigate Danzo Shimura's connection to the destruction of Uzushiagakure. Clue available. Konoha Restricted Archives, Section 9, Subsection C. Classification: sealed by order of the 3rd Hokage. Access requirement: S-class clearance or equivalent stealth capability. Reward: critical intelligence. Quest chain advancement: failure penalty, intelligence gap. Increased vulnerability to root operations. He read it twice. The Konoha Restricted Archives, Section 9, Subsection C. Sealed by the 3rd Hokage himself, which meant whatever was in there was dangerous enough that even the god of shinobi had decided it should stay buried. Naruto put the promotion scroll on his kitchen table, got dressed, and went to find information. He spent the day doing reconnaissance. Not the obvious kind, no skulking around restricted buildings or asking suspicious questions. He walked the village like a tourist, stopping at shops, eating lunch at Ikaraku, visiting the library. He looked normal. A newly promoted Chunin enjoying his day off. Chuchai had congratulated him on the promotion and given him an extra serving of pork on the house. Ayame had smiled at him in a way that was different from how she used to smile, less pitying, more respectful, and Naruto filed the change without commenting on it. The village was adjusting to him the same way he was adjusting to the village. The orange-clad deadlast was gone. The quiet kid in dark clothes with the new Chunin vest drew different looks. Curiosity instead of contempt. Wariness instead of dismissal. He visited the memorial stone on his way back from the library, not for sentiment. The system had identified it as a useful intelligence resource. The names of every Konoha shinobi who had died in service were carved into the stone, organized by date. And cross-referencing the names against the operational reports in the archive could identify which agents had been active during the Uzushio operation. Dead men couldn't testify, but their service records could. He stood in front of the stone for 10 minutes, reading names, and anyone watching would have thought he was paying respects. Which, in a way, he was. Some of the people on this stone had died because of the same man who had destroyed his clan. They just didn't know it yet. But the system was working underneath the surface, mapping security patterns, cataloging Anbu patrol routes and shift changes, identifying the physical layout of the Hokage Tower's underground levels. The restricted archives were housed 3 stories below the tower, accessible through a single staircase guarded by 2 Anbu at all times, with a secondary entrance through the maintenance tunnels that connected to the village's water infrastructure. The Anbu shifts changed at midnight. The gap between the outgoing and incoming pair was approximately 90 seconds, the time it took for one team to debrief and the next to assume positions. 90 seconds wasn't much. But the maintenance tunnel was unguarded, sealed only by a barrier tag that had been placed during the Third's administration and hadn't been updated since. And Uzumaki sealing expert could crack a barrier tag from the 3rd Hokage's era in about 12 seconds. Naruto estimated he'd need 8. He waited until 2 in the morning. The village was dark and quiet, the streets empty except for the patrol routes he'd memorized during the day. He left his apartment through the window, dropping to the alley below, and moved through the shadows with a silence that would have been impossible 3 weeks ago. The system's stealth function was passive, a constant background process that optimized his footfall placement, breathing rhythm, and body positioning to minimize his detectability, stealth active. Detection probability, 4% at current distance from nearest sensor. The village at night was a different creature from the village during the day. The same streets that buzzed with commerce and foot traffic during business hours became corridors of pooled shadow and ambient noise, the hum of electrical infrastructure, the distant bark of a dog, the creak of buildings settling into their foundations. Anbu moved through the upper spaces, rooftop to rooftop, their routes as predictable as clockwork. Naruto tracked 3 separate teams as he made his way across the village, timing his movements to the gaps between their patrol sweeps. He crossed the commercial district along the roofline, staying below the sight angle of the nearest Anbu tower. Dropped to street level behind the Yamanaka flower shop, where a narrow alley connected to the service road that ran along the Hokage Tower's east flank. A cat watched him from a windowsill with the flat disinterest of an animal that had seen worse. The maintenance tunnel entrance was behind the Hokage Tower, set into the foundation wall and covered by a metal grate that had been painted to match the stone. Most people would walk past it without noticing. Naruto removed the grate with careful, precise movements, easing the bolts from their sockets rather than forcing them, and slipped inside. He replaced the grate behind him and listened. Nothing. The tunnel swallowed sound the way all underground spaces did, turning the world above into a distant memory. The tunnel was narrow, dark, and smelled like old water and concrete and something mineral, the particular scent of stone that hadn't seen sunlight in decades. He moved through it on hands and knees, the system mapping his position against the building's floor plan, counting meters, tracking his progress toward the archive level. The concrete was cold against his palms. Water dripped somewhere ahead with a metronomic regularity that the system used as a distance marker, calculating the echo delay to estimate the tunnel's remaining length. He passed under the tower's main floor. Above him, through several feet of stone and steel, the building was empty except for the night duty staff, 2 chunin in the mission assignment room and a single jounin manning the communications desk. Their chakra signatures registered as distant warmth on the edge of his perception, close enough to be aware of, far enough to be no threat. The barrier tag was exactly where the system said it would be. A paper seal affixed to a heavy iron door, covered in kanji that glowed faintly blue in the dark. 3rd Hokage's work. Solid craftsmanship, multiple redundancy layers, designed to alert the Hokage's office if breached, but the Hokage's office was empty at 2 in the morning. And the alert system was keyed to the 3rd's personal chakra signature, which no longer existed because the 3rd was dead. Naruto examined the seal with his enhanced intelligence. The kanji were familiar. Not identical to the Uzumaki sealing he'd been studying, but derived from the same root system. The 3rd had learned his sealing arts from Mito Uzumaki, Tsunade's grandmother, which meant the technique was 3 generations removed from pure Uzumaki work. Diluted, simplified. Still effective, but with structural shortcuts that a trained eye could identify. He found the anchor point in 6 seconds. A single character in the 3rd redundancy layer that served as the keystone, the load-bearing element that held the entire array together. He pressed his thumb against it and pushed a precisely measured amount of chakra into the stroke. The seal flickered. The glow stuttered. And then it went dark, the kanji fading from blue to black as the array collapsed inward, consuming itself, leaving nothing but a scorch mark on the paper. Barrier disabled. Time elapsed. 7.3 seconds. The iron door opened on silent hinges, which meant someone had been maintaining it even though the tunnel was supposedly unused. Interesting. Naruto filed that detail and moved through. The restricted archives were exactly as bleak as they sounded. A long, low-ceilinged room with stone walls and no windows, lined with metal shelving units that stretched from floor to ceiling. Each shelf was loaded with scrolls, folders, and bound documents, organized by a numbering system that the system decoded in about 3 seconds. The air was cold and dry, climate-controlled by a seal array embedded in the walls, designed to preserve paper over decades. Section 9. Subsection C. He found it in the back corner. A single shelf, separated from the others by a gap of about 2 feet, marked with a red tag that reads sealed, third Hokage, do not distribute. The documents on the shelf were in brown folders, each one stamped with a classification code and a date range. The dates went back 40 years. The oldest folders were from the period just before the fall of Uzumaki. Naruto pulled the first folder and opened it. The system photographed each page, storing the images in shadow storage for later analysis, while Naruto's eyes scanned the contents. Mission reports, diplomatic cables, intelligence summaries. The language was dry and bureaucratic, the kind of writing that turns atrocities into agenda items. The first folder contained correspondence between the third Hokage and the Uzumaki clan leadership regarding mutual defense obligations. Konoha and Uzumaki had a formal alliance sealed by treaty that required each village to come to the other's defense in the event of invasion. The letters were polite, professional, and increasingly urgent as the political situation in the region deteriorated. The second folder was where things got ugly. Internal Konoha Council minutes from a closed session held 6 months before Uzushio's fall. Attendees: Hiruzen Sarutobi, Himura Mitokado, Koharu Udatane, Danzo Shimura. Topic: the Uzumaki Barrier Defense Network. Naruto read the minutes with his hands steady and his face blank, and something building behind the locked door that felt like tectonic plates shifting. The Uzumaki had protected their island village with a barrier system of extraordinary complexity. Multiple layers of interlocking ceiling arrays, powered by the ambient chakra of the population, maintained by a dedicated corps of SEAL specialists. The barrier had repelled 3 major invasion attempts during the Second War. It was, by the assessment of Konoha's own intelligence division, functionally impenetrable. Danzo's proposal was simple. He argued that the Uzumaki barrier technology represented a strategic asset that Konoha needed to acquire, not through trade or negotiation, through what he called managed obsolescence. The proposal recommended that Konoha intelligence assets embedded in Uzushio's infrastructure subtly degrade the barrier's outer layers over a period of months, creating vulnerabilities that could be exploited by Uzushio's enemies. When the barrier fell and the village was destroyed, Konoha would be positioned to recover the Uzumaki's sealing archives and artifacts before other nations could claim them. He was proposing that Konoha let Uzushio die, not just fail to defend them, which would have been bad enough. He was proposing that Konoha actively sabotage their allies' defenses and then loot the corpse. The third had objected. The minutes recorded his opposition in careful, neutral language that couldn't disguise the fury underneath. The Hokage expressed strong reservations regarding the proposed course of action, citing treaty obligations and moral considerations. Himura and Koharu had abstained. The motion had not formally passed, but the third folder told a different story: operational reports, field intelligence. Activity logs from Konoha assets inside Uzushio, assets that shouldn't have existed if the proposal had been rejected. Someone had given the order anyway. Someone had sent operatives into Uzushio's barrier infrastructure with instructions to introduce calibration errors into the outer seal arrays. The reports were clinical, professional. They documented the systematic weakening of an allied village's primary defense system with the detached efficiency of engineers performing scheduled maintenance. The barrier fell 8 months later. Uzushio was invaded by a coalition of 3 nations. The Uzumaki fought for 4 days. Without the outer barrier layers, they were overwhelmed. Konoha did not respond to the treaty obligation. No reinforcements were sent. The 4th folder was a manifest. Items recovered from the ruins of Uzumaki by a Konoha retrieval team dispatched within 48 hours of the village's fall. Not a rescue team, a retrieval team. The distinction was deliberate. Nobody had been sent to save survivors. They'd been sent to collect assets. The list was extensive. Sealing scrolls numbered and cataloged by estimated technique rank. Research documents on barrier mechanics and space-time manipulation. Prototype weapons including 3 chakra-conductive blades and a device labeled tidal resonance array with no further description. Cultural artifacts, religious texts, clan registries, genealogical records going back 15 generations, and masks. 27 masks from the Uzumaki Mask Storage Temple, each one cataloged by type and function. 27. Naruto counted them twice. Then a third time, running his finger down the manifest list, matching each entry against his memory of the canon records he'd read in the Academy Library. The public records listed 26 masks in the temple. The 27th was logged with a description that made his blood run cold. Sovereign Class Interface Mask, Purpose, Unknown, Status, Unstable, Recommended for Immediate Containment. Note, mask resisted standard sealing protocols, 3 containment specialists injured during extraction. The mask that had shattered against his forehead in the ruins. The mask that had burned its covenant into his chakra network and installed the system that was right now helping him read about its own theft. It should have been in Danzo's possession. The manifest said it had been delivered to Root Acquisitions, Konoha sublevel. But it had been in the ruins. Sitting on a pedestal in a burial chamber full of Uzumaki dead, waiting for someone with the right blood to find it. Which meant either the manifest was wrong or someone had moved it. Someone had taken the sovereign mask out of Danzo's reach and hidden it in a forgotten outpost on the Wave Country coast where it had sat for decades, waiting. Someone had been protecting it. For him. Naruto stood in the cold archive and breathed through his nose and kept his hands steady through an act of will that had nothing to do with the system. The locked door in his mind wasn't rattling. It was silent. What was behind it was too large for rattling. It was something older and heavier and more dangerous than grief or fear. It was rage, not the hot, impulsive anger of his old self. Not the tantrums he'd thrown in the academy or the screaming matches with villagers who sneered at him. This was cold. This was calculated. This was the rage of someone who had just read the autopsy report of his own family's murder and found Konoha's fingerprints on the knife. He photographed every page, every folder, every stamp and signature and date. He memorized the names on the operational reports, the field agents who'd been sent to degrade the barrier, the logistics officers who'd coordinated the retrieval team, the council members who'd attended the closed session. He logged it all in shadow storage with the meticulous thoroughness of a man building a prosecution. Then he put everything back exactly as he'd found it. Resealed the barrier tag on the iron door with a replacement seal that he'd prepared, one that would fool a casual inspection. Exited through the maintenance tunnel, replaced the grate, moved through the sleeping village like a shadow. He was in the Hokage's office at 3:15 in the morning. Tsunade was still there. Naruto had expected her to be asleep in the Hokage residence, but the light was on behind the office door and he could feel her chakra signature through the wood, steady and alert. She was working. The first night of her administration and she was already buried in paperwork. He knocked. Come in. He opened the door. Tsunade was behind the desk, the Hokage's desk, Hiruzen's desk, surrounded by stacks of documents and mission reports and budget projections. She was still wearing the Haori. Her hair was down. There was an empty teacup at her elbow and circles under her eyes that the transformation jutsu couldn't quite hide. She looked up and saw him and her expression went through a rapid sequence. Surprise, concern, warmth, and then the careful neutrality they'd agreed on for public spaces. Even empty ones, even at 3 in the morning. Naruto, it's late. I know. He closed the door behind him. Checked the room with the system. No listening devices, no surveillance seals, no hidden Anbu. The office was clean. Tsunade had swept it herself, probably, using her medical chakra sensitivity to detect any foreign objects. Smart. We need to talk. Now, she read his face. Whatever she saw there, it killed the warmth and replaced it with something sharper. She set down her pen. Sit down. He didn't sit. He pulled the documents from his shadow storage, the system archived copies materializing in his hand as crisp reproductions of the originals, and laid them on the desk in front of her. One folder at a time, the correspondence, the council minutes, the operational reports, the manifest. I was in the restricted archives tonight, he said. Section 9, subsection C, sealed by the third Hokage. Tsunade's eyes moved to the documents. She didn't touch them yet. You broke into a sealed archive on your first night as a Chunin. Yes. The archive that's guarded by 2 Anbu teams and a barrier seal designed by my predecessor. The barrier was keyed to the third's chakra signature. He's dead. The alert system was functionally offline. Naruto pushed the first folder closer. Read, she read. He watched her face change. The correspondence made her frown. The council minutes made her go still. The operational reports made the color drain from her face, not the hemophobic white but the ashen gray of someone processing a betrayal so fundamental that it restructured their understanding of reality. She read each page with the focus of a surgeon examining an X-ray, and with each page, the thing in her expression hardened. She got to the manifest. The list of recovered artifacts. The 27 masks. The Sovereign Class Interface mask logged under root acquisitions. The annotation about 3 containment specialists injured during extraction. She set the page down with exaggerated care. The way you put something down when your hands want to break it and you're not letting them. Her jaw was working, the muscles bunching and releasing, and Naruto could see the tendons in her neck standing out like cables. Danzo, she said. The name came out like a verdict. He proposed the sabotage. The third objected, the council abstained. And then someone gave the operational order anyway. The field reports are signed with code names, but the authorization codes trace back to a single office. Naruto pointed to a string of characters on the operational report. That prefix is Root's internal designation system. I recognized it from the tattoos on the operatives who attacked me in the ruins. Same format, same encryption pattern. You're telling me that Danzo sabotaged Uzushio's barrier defenses, allowed the village to be destroyed, and then sent a retrieval team to steal their artifacts. Her voice was flat, controlled, the voice of a woman who had learned, over decades of grief and loss, how to compress enormous emotion into a space small enough to function around. You're telling me he murdered an entire allied village for their technology. I'm telling you what the documents say. And my sensei knew. She picked up the council minutes again. Read the third's recorded objection one more time. Her lips moved silently along the words. He objected. It's right here in his own words. He saw what Danzo was planning and he said no. He said no in a meeting. And then root operatives were deployed to Uzushio anyway. And then Uzushio fell. And then a Konoha retrieval team was on the ground within 48 hours with a manifest and a shopping list. Naruto kept his voice level. He wasn't trying to be cruel, but the facts were what they were. The third sealed these documents instead of acting on them. He could have brought Danzo before the fire daimyo. He could have dissolved Root. He could have done anything. He chose to bury it. Because Danzo had leverage on him. Tsunade's voice cracked on the word. Danzo always has leverage. That's how he operates. He collects secrets the way other people collect stamps, and he holds them over your head until you choke on them. Maybe, or maybe Hiruzen made a political calculation. Exposing Danzo would have exposed Konoha's role in Uzushio's fall. It would have broken alliances, triggered investigations, possibly started another war. The third chose stability over justice. He chose cowardice over courage. That too. Tsunade stood up. The chair didn't just slam against the wall this time, it splintered. One leg cracked and the chair tipped sideways, and she didn't notice because she was already at the window. Her fists pressed against the glass, looking out at the village she'd just sworn to protect with the eyes of a woman who had just learned that its foundations were rotting. The desk cracked. Tsunade's fist had come down on it without Naruto seeing the motion. 1 second the desk was intact, the next there was a fissure running through the oak from edge to edge, and Tsunade's knuckles were white and shaking, and she was breathing through her teeth. That bastard, she said, not Danzo. Hiruzen? That spineless, compromising, cowardly old bastard, he knew. He sat in this chair for 40 years, he looked at that boy, she pointed at Naruto with a trembling finger. Every day, the last survivor of the people he failed, and he did nothing. He gave me an apartment and a stipend. He made sure I got into the academy. He gave you scraps. He threw table scraps at the orphan of the clan he helped destroy and called it guardianship. Tsunade stood up. The chair slammed against the wall behind her. She was shaking. her whole body vibrating with a fury that her medical training couldn't regulate and her Hokage composure couldn't contain. The Uzumaki were our family. My grandmother was Uzumaki. The spiral on every flak jacket in this village is theirs. And Danzo gutted them for parts and Hiruzen let him. She paced. 3 steps to the window, 3 steps back. On the second pass, she grabbed the empty teacup and hurled it at the wall. It shattered. Porcelain dust drifted down like snow. I want him dead, she said, I know. I want to walk into his office right now and put my fist through his chest cavity. I know that too. Give me one reason not to. Naruto stood in the middle of the office, surrounded by classified documents and shattered porcelain, and watched the most powerful woman in the shinobi world barely restrain herself from committing murder. The system was running threat assessments and tactical projections, but he wasn't looking at any of them. He was looking at her. Because if you kill him now, you lose everything, he said. Danzo has root, an army of operatives with curse seals on their tongues who can't testify against him. He has allies on the council, assets in the Anbu, and decades of buried leverage on every power broker in the land of fire. If you go after him without a case, without evidence that can be presented publicly, without dismantling his network first, he'll spin it as a political assassination. The daimyo will intervene. The other cage will see instability, and Konoha will tear itself apart. So what? We do nothing? We do the opposite of nothing. We build a case that's so airtight he can't wiggle out of it. We identify every root operative in the village. We trace every off-the-books operation he's run in the last 40 years. We find every person he's leveraged, blackmailed, or threatened into compliance, and we turn them. Naruto's voice was steady, cold. The system's tactical engine was feeding him the framework, but the words were his. And when we have everything, when the net is so tight he can't breathe, we present it to the daimyo and the council simultaneously. Public, undeniable, with the new Hokage's authority behind it and the evidence to back every charge. That could take months. It'll take as long as it takes. We're not in a rush. He doesn't know we have this. Naruto gestured at the documents on the cracked desk, and as long as we're careful, he won't find out. Right now, Danzo thinks you're a gambling addict who took the hat because nobody else wanted it. Let him think that. Let him underestimate you. It's the biggest advantage we have. Tsunade stopped pacing. She stood by the window, looking out at the village, at the rooftops lit by moonlight and the dark mountain with its stone faces. Her fists were still clenched, but her breathing was slowing, the rage being compressed and channeled and stored somewhere deep where it could fuel months of careful, methodical work instead of one catastrophic act of violence. You sound like a spy master, she said. I sound like someone who's been on the wrong end of power my entire life and knows what it takes to flip the table. She turned from the window. The moonlight caught the Hokage Haori and the white fabric glowed against the dark office. She looked at him, really looked, the way she had in the inn-room when the rain was falling and the walls were coming down. And Naruto looked back, and in that look was the unspoken thing between them, the thread from the inn, the connection that existed underneath the politics and the rage and the classified documents. Co-conspirators, she said. Partners, he corrected. Same thing in this village. She walked to the desk, picked up the documents, looked at each one again, slower this time with the analytical eye of a Hokage instead of the visceral horror of a granddaughter. She was reading them for operational intelligence now. Names, dates, procedural details, anything that could be turned into a weapon. The 27th mask, she said, tapping the manifest. The one listed under root acquisitions. It's the one that activated when your blood touched it. Yes, but it wasn't in Danzo's possession. It was in the ruins. Someone moved it. Someone who had access to Root's artifact storage and a reason to want the mask out of Danzo's reach. Someone who knew what it was and what it could do. Who? I don't know yet. The manifest lists the retrieval team members by codename. If I can decrypt the codenames, I can identify who had physical access to the masks after they were delivered to Root. Tsunade sat down in the chair, which she'd pulled back from the wall. She placed the documents in a neat stack and set them in the desk's bottom drawer, which she sealed with a burst of her own chakra, a lock keyed to her signature that nobody else could open. I'll start pulling Danzo's financial records tomorrow, she said, quietly, through the Treasury office. Every Ryu he's ever spent on root operations came from somewhere, and money leaves a trail that even cursed seals can't erase. She looked at him. You stay out of the archives from now on. If you need access, you come to me and I'll authorize it through proper channels. I won't have you risking your neck in classified tunnels at 3 in the morning. That's how I got the information. And now you have a Hokage who can get it for you legally. Use me, Naruto, that's what I'm here for. The corner of her mouth lifted. A thin, sharp smile that held no humor but plenty of purpose. Among other things, yes, Hokage-sama, don't call me that when we're alone, it makes my skin crawl. Yes, Tsunade, better. She stood up and crossed to where he was standing and put her hand on his chest, over his heart, the same gesture from the in-room. Her palm was warm through his shirt. Her eyes were amber in the moonlight, and they held the steady burn of someone who had found a cause worth fighting for after a decade of fighting nothing. We're going to take him apart, she said, piece by piece, record by record, operative by operative, until there's nothing left of Root but a memory and a cautionary tale. Yes. And when it's done, when every mask is recovered and every file is exposed and every victim is accounted for, we're going to rebuild what they destroyed. The Uzumaki legacy, your legacy, we're going to bring it back. The words hit him behind the locked door, not as data, not as a quest objective, but as a promise. The same kind of promise he'd made to her in the in-room, real, personal, binding. He put his hand over hers. Together, they stood like that for a moment. The Hokage's office was dark and quiet and full of ghosts. The ghosts of 4 men who'd sat behind that desk and made choices that echoed across decades, and 2 living people who were about to make choices of their own. Then Tsunade pulled her hand away and stepped back, and the moment ended, and the Hokage was the Hokage again. Go home, she said. Get some sleep. I want you in my office at 0800 for your first assignment as a Chunin. What kind of assignment? The kind that doesn't involve breaking into classified archives. She paused. I'm serious about the medical exam, by the way, tomorrow afternoon, my private lab, no arguments, looking forward to it. Liar. He left through the window because the front door was guarded, and questions about why a Chunin was leaving the Hokage's office at 4 in the morning were questions he didn't want to answer. The cool night air hit his face as he crouched on the windowsill, and for a moment he stayed there, perched on the edge between the office and the open sky, and looked back. Tsunade was already bent over the cracked desk, reading the operational reports again, this time with a pen in her hand and a blank scroll beside her. She was making notes, transcribing names, dates, authorization codes, building the skeleton of the case that would take months to flesh out. She'd pulled her hair back into a rough knot, and the Haori was draped over the ruined chair, and she was working in her mesh undershirt, bare arms moving across the page with the focused intensity of a surgeon in theater. She felt his gaze, looked up. The amber eyes held something that was neither the warmth of the in-room nor the fury of 5 minutes ago. It was steadier than both. A commitment. The kind that didn't need words because it had been forged in the same fire that had produced the rage, tempered by the same grief, and it was harder and more durable than either. Go, she said, quiet, firm, the ghost of a smile at the corner of her mouth. I'll see you at 8. He dropped from the window. The village was still sleeping. The moon was low on the horizon, painting the rooftops silver, and the air smelled like rain-washed stone and cedar from the forests that ringed the village walls. Naruto moved across the rooftops in long, silent strides, his body finding the optimal path through the urban landscape with a fluidity that was half system optimization and half the hard-earned muscle memory of a kid who'd spent his childhood running from shopkeepers and Anbu patrols after his pranks went too far. The irony wasn't lost on him. He'd spent years running across these same rooftops for fun, for attention, for the desperate hope that someone would chase him, and the chase would feel like being noticed. Now he ran across them in silence, invisible, and the only person who noticed was the woman he'd left reading classified documents in a broken office. Somewhere in the village, in a sub-level office that didn't appear on any official floor plan, Danzo Shimura was sleeping or planning or doing whatever it was that monsters did in the small hours. He had an entire network of tongue-sealed operatives, decades of accumulated political leverage, and the institutional memory of every dirty operation Konoha had run since the Second War. He was patient and ruthless, and he'd been playing this game since before Naruto's parents were born. He didn't know that the new Hokage had the receipts for his oldest crime. He didn't know that the last Uzumaki had walked through his security like it wasn't there. He didn't know that the mask he'd stolen from a destroyed village had found its way to the one person in the world who could use it against him. He would find out, eventually. But by then, the net would be closed and there would be nowhere left to run. Naruto dropped from the rooftop to the street, landed softly, and walked home. The system hummed in the background, processing the archive data, cross-referencing names, building the foundation of an intelligence operation that would take months to complete and would reshape the political landscape of the shinobi world when it was done. The locked door in his mind was quiet. The rage was still there, stored behind it like magma in a sealed chamber, but it was patient now. Directed. It had a target and a timeline and a partner who could match its intensity, and together they were going to dismantle the man who had destroyed the Uzumaki piece by careful, methodical piece. He reached his apartment, climbed through the window, sat on his bed in the dark. The room was the same as it had always been. Small, spare. The walls bare except for a photograph of Team 7 that Kakashi had given him after their first mission together. Sasuke looked annoyed in the photo. Sakura was smiling. Naruto was grinning so wide it looked like his face might split. He barely recognized the boy in that picture. 3 weeks. That was all the time that had passed since the ruins. 3 weeks, and the boy with the grin had been replaced by something sharper, something that could break into classified archives and plan the downfall of a councilman and kiss a Hokage in an inn room while rain hammered the roof. The promotion scroll was still on the kitchen table. Chunin. A rank, a piece of paper, a step up in a system that had been built on the bones of his people by men who had decided that the Uzumaki were worth more dead than alive. He picked up the scroll and read it one more time. His name in official calligraphy. Tsunade's seal, red and crisp. Kakashi's counter-signature, the handwriting precise and slanted and carrying the implicit endorsement of a man who had watched Naruto transform and chosen to vouch for the result. He'd use the system. He'd climb it, rank by rank, and he'd use every tool it gave him, every access point, every privilege. He'd play the game by their rules until the moment he had enough power to change the rules entirely, not just for himself. For the dead in the ruins, the skeletons in the burial chamber who had never been buried properly, whose names had been struck from records and whose village had been erased so thoroughly that people wore its symbol without knowing what it meant. And when that moment came, Danzo would learn what it meant to awaken something that should have stayed buried. Naruto lay down, closed his eyes. The system offered its nightly summary and he let it run. Daily summary, quests completed. 1. Main quest advanced, intelligence acquired, critical. Uzushio sabotage files. Danzo Shimura connection confirmed, skills used, stealth, basic fuinjutsu, shadow storage, relationship update, Seduced Tsunade. Rank allied, co-conspirator status established, corruption 0, authority 4. Progress to 534%, note, 27th mask discrepancy logged. Unknown benefactor hypothesis generated, investigation priority, high. The text faded. The dark of the apartment settled around him. Tomorrow the work began. The real work. Not training or fighting or surviving, but the slow, patient dismantling of a man who had built his power on the graves of Naruto's ancestors. The system hummed its agreement. The locked door held steady. Behind it, the rage burned low and constant, a furnace that would run for as long as it took. And in the Hokage's office, 3 blocks away, a woman with golden eyes sat at a cracked desk and worked through the night, building the same weapon from the other end. 2 people, 1 conspiracy, converging on a single point. Danzo Shimura had built his empire in the dark. He was about to learn that the dark had teeth. He was ready. The medical exam took 4 hours. Tsunade worked in silence for most of it. Her private lab was in the basement of the hospital, a room that she'd commandeered on her second day as Hokage and sealed with enough barrier tags to make a paranoid Hyuga feel comfortable. No windows, one door. Monitoring equipment that she'd calibrated herself, because trusting someone else's calibration was, in her words, a good way to kill a patient. Naruto sat on the examination table in a paper gown and let her work. She'd drawn blood first, 6 vials, and the process of watching her handle the vials without flinching, without the tremor, without the frozen stare, was its own kind of victory. She'd run chakra scans across every major organ system, her hands moving over his body with the clinical precision of the greatest medical mind in the shinobi world, and the data she was collecting made her progressively quieter. "Your Tenketsu network has been restructured," she said, 2 hours in. She was staring at a chakra map she'd drawn on a scroll, the kind of detailed anatomical chart that medical students spent years learning to read. The standard 361 Tenketsu points are all present, but there's a secondary layer underneath them, a parallel network. It's integrated with your natural coils, but it operates on a different frequency. "The system," Naruto said. "The system?" She traced a line on the chart with her finger. "It's woven into your chakra pathways the way reinforcing wire is woven into concrete. Not replacing your natural network, but strengthening it, rerouting it, adding capacity where you didn't have it before." She looked up from the chart. "This isn't an external technique, Naruto. It's not something that was applied to you, it's growing. It's part of you now, like a second circulatory system layered over the first. Can you remove it? Could I remove your cardiovascular system?" Point taken. She went back to work. The blood analysis came back an hour later, and she read the results with the stillness of someone processing information that was rewriting her understanding of human biology. "Your cellular regeneration rate is 4.7 times the Uzumaki baseline. Your chakra density is off the scale I use for measuring ninja, literally off it. I had to recalibrate the instrument." She set the results down. "And there's something else. Your blood contains trace amounts of a compound I can't identify. It's not chakra, not exactly. It's something adjacent to chakra, like a related language. It's concentrated around the secondary Tenketsu network. Is it dangerous? Everything about you is dangerous, Naruto. You have a system growing through your chakra coils that's enhancing your physical capabilities beyond any documented human range. You have a biju sealed in your gut that's being progressively suppressed by that same system. You have the capacity to pull shadow entities out of your own darkness, and you've been awake for 3 weeks." She rubbed her eyes. "Dangerous doesn't begin to cover it." "But am I dying?" She stopped, looked at him. And the doctor fell away, and the woman was there, the one from the inn room, the one who had kissed him in the rain. "No," she said, "you're not dying, you're changing. And I can't predict what you're changing into because nothing like this has ever existed before." She reached out and took his hand, the clinical touch becoming something else. "But whatever it is, we'll deal with it. That's the agreement. That's the agreement." She squeezed his hand once and then released it, and was the Hokage's chief medical officer again, making notes, sealing the blood samples in a secure cabinet, filing the chakra charts in a drawer that only her signature could open. Professional? Thorough, completely in her element. They left the lab together and walked through the hospital corridor. It was late afternoon. The hospital was busy with the usual traffic of a shinobi medical facility. Injured chunin from training accidents, a genin team getting vaccinations for a mission to the land of rivers. 2 jounin sitting in the waiting area with the particular boredom of people who had been told to wait and were constitutionally incapable of sitting still. Naruto felt the root operatives before he saw them, 3 signatures, compressed and cold. Moving through the hospital at a pace that was too purposeful for visitors and too coordinated for patients. They'd entered through the east wing, spaced 30 seconds apart, using different entrances, converging on the corridor that connected the private lab to the main building. Threat detected. Multiple hostile signatures, classification, root Anbu, count 3, Formation, triangulated approach, target, unknown. Target probability assessment, 78% likely target is Seduced Tsunade. 22% likely target is host, recommended action, intercept. Naruto's hand moved to the kunai under his jacket. The corridor was 20 feet wide, lined with doors to patient rooms, lit by fluorescent strips that hummed with a faint electrical buzz. Civilians everywhere. Nurses, patients, visitors. A child was sitting in a wheelchair at the far end, her leg in a cast, watching a bird through the window. "Tsunade," Naruto said, low, urgent. She'd already felt them. Her stride didn't change, but her shoulders dropped half an inch, settling her center of gravity, and her hands moved from the files she was carrying to her sides, loose, ready. The Hokage's disguise was seamless. Anyone watching would see a doctor walking calmly down a hospital corridor. Only Naruto could see the killer waking up behind her eyes. "3," she murmured. "Route, triangulated, east wing convergence. They're timing it for the junction ahead where the corridor narrows. Kill box." Yeah, they were 15 feet from the junction. The first route operative would reach it in about 8 seconds. The corridor narrowed to a bottleneck at that point, a section where the original building connected to the newer wing, and the ceiling dropped and the walls closed in, and there were no side exits for 20 feet. If they walked into it, they'd be trapped in a confined space with 3 elite operatives and surrounded by civilian patients. Tsunade made a decision. She didn't announce it, didn't signal, didn't break stride. She just pivoted, smooth as water, and slammed her palm flat against the corridor wall. The wall cracked. Then it didn't just crack, it exploded outward, stone and plaster and rebar detonating into the empty courtyard beyond, and where there had been a solid wall there was now a 10-foot hole opening onto open ground and fresh air and space to fight. "Everyone down," Tsunade roared. The Hokage's voice, carrying the full authority of the title, and every civilian in the corridor dropped flat without thinking because that tone of voice didn't leave room for questions. The route operatives adjusted. They were fast. The plan had been the bottleneck and the plan was gone, and they adapted inside of a second, abandoning the junction approach and coming through the corridor at speed, masks on, weapons drawn. 2 from the east, 1 from behind, cutting off retreat. Naruto went through the hole in the wall. Tsunade followed. They hit the courtyard in a synchronized movement that neither of them had planned, but both of them executed perfectly, the byproduct of a bond that went deeper than tactics, and they turned to face the corridor entrance with their backs to the open ground and room to maneuver. The first operative came through the hole. He was wearing a blank white mask with 2 eye slits and no other features. Standard route issue. His chakra was suppressed to near undetectable levels, and his movements had the mechanical efficiency of someone who'd been trained to kill since childhood. Tsunade hit him. 1 punch. Her fist connected with his mask, and the mask didn't just break, it disintegrated, and the face behind it, young, early 20s, tattoo on his tongue that marked him as Root, went from determined to unconscious in the time between one heartbeat and the next. He flew backward through the hole, hit the far corridor wall, and didn't move. The second operative came from the right, circling through the courtyard's colonnade. Naruto intercepted. The system assist was running hot, his reflexes dialed to their maximum setting, and he met the operative's sword strike with the Uzumaki Tanto pulled from shadow storage in a single fluid motion. Metal screamed against metal. The operative was good. Better than Kabuto in raw technique, trained from birth for exactly this kind of close-quarters killing, and his blade work was textbook-perfect Anbu assassination style. Naruto was not textbook anything. He fought dirty. Tanto in his left hand, kunai in his right, switching levels, breaking rhythm, doing everything the Academy never taught because the system's combat library drew from 1,000 years of Uzumaki warfare that predated the Academy by centuries. He drove the operative backward across the courtyard with a barrage of strikes that had no pattern and no predictability. And when the operative overcommitted on a thrust, Naruto sidestepped it and drove the kunai into the man's sword arm at the elbow joint. The operative's grip failed. His sword clattered on the stone. Naruto kicked it away and pressed the Tanto to his throat. "Yield," Naruto said. The operative moved, not away from the blade, toward it. He threw himself forward, driving the tanto into his own neck, and Naruto felt the blade bite deep before he could pull it back. Blood sprayed hot across his hand and forearm. The operative fell, his body hitting the courtyard stone with the heavy finality of someone who'd been ordered to die rather than be captured. And the cursed seal on his tongue activated in the same instant, burning the tissue of his mouth to ash. Destroying whatever information his body might have revealed. Root operative deceased. Experience gained 450, authority progress 89% to level 5. The third operative never made it to the courtyard. Naruto heard the impact from inside the corridor, a sound like a sledgehammer hitting meat, and when he looked through the hole in the wall, Tsunade was standing over a crumpled body with her fist still extended and her eyes incandescent with fury. "Alive," she said, breathing hard. "This one's alive. Barely." The hospital was in chaos. Nurses were evacuating patients. Security was converging. 3 Anbu teams, real Anbu, were on the roof within 40 seconds, responding to the Hokage's combat signature. Tsunade took control with the ease of a woman who'd managed worse crises before she was 30, directing the security response, ordering the surviving operative moved to the T&I building, getting the injured treated and the civilians cleared. Naruto stood in the courtyard beside the dead operative and looked at the blood on his hands. The man had killed himself. Had thrown himself onto a blade rather than submit to capture, because whatever Root had done to him, whatever conditioning had been carved into his mind since childhood, dying was preferable to failure. He'd been young. His face, revealed when the mask shattered, had been unremarkable. Brown hair, sharp chin, cheekbones that hadn't quite finished developing. Early 20s at most. A kid, really? A kid who'd been taken from somewhere and turned into a weapon and pointed at the Hokage and told to kill or die. The locked door rattled, not with grief, with something colder. Authority level up. Authority 4 to 5. New skill tree unlocked. Shadow Domain Tier 2. Shadow Extraction Status approaching viability. Authority level 6 required. Requirement for level 6. Defeat a significant combatant. Claim a soul. Naruto read the notification and dismissed it and kept looking at the dead man's face. Claim a soul. The system wanted him to take this operative, to pull his shadow from the cooling body and bind it to his service. To turn a dead weapon into his weapon. He wasn't ready. Not technically, not yet. The system said he needed Authority 6. But the requirement was clear, and the path to it was lying on the courtyard stone in front of him with blood pooling around a neck wound that Naruto's blade had made. Naruto? Tsunade's voice. She was beside him, hand on his shoulder. "Come inside." "He killed himself," Naruto said. "I had the blade at his throat and he drove himself onto it. He chose to die." Root conditioning. They're trained from childhood to prioritize the mission above their own survival. Death before capture, death before failure, death before independent thought. Her grip on his shoulder tightened. "This isn't your fault." "I know it's not my fault. That's not what I'm thinking about." "Then what?" He looked at her. The courtyard was emptying around them, Anbu clearing the perimeter, medical staff moving the bodies. The sun was going down, painting the hospital walls amber, and Tsunade's face was half lit and half shadowed, and her eyes were waiting for an answer she wasn't sure she wanted. "I'm thinking about the fact that Danzo sent 3 operatives to kill you in broad daylight in a hospital surrounded by civilians," Naruto said. "He's not patient anymore. The archive break-in spooked him, or the inauguration did, or something we haven't identified yet. But he's accelerating." "I know. Which means we're out of time for the slow approach. The case building, the financial records, the methodical dismantling. He's going to keep sending people until one of them gets through." Tsunade's jaw set. "What are you suggesting?" "I'm suggesting that tonight, you give me authorization to enter training ground 44, alone. I need to level up and I need to do it fast. The forest of death, at night. The creatures in there are strong enough to give me what I need. If I spend one night grinding at full capacity, I can reach the threshold for a technique that changes everything." The shadow soldier. Yes, she studied him. The medic was running calculations about his physical readiness, The woman was worried about his safety, and the Hawkage was weighing the tactical necessity against the risk. 3 separate assessments, running simultaneously, all reaching the same conclusion. "I'll have the gate opened at 2100, she said. "I want you back by dawn. If you're not back by dawn, I'm coming in after you. Understood? And Naruto?" She leaned closer, dropping her voice below the threshold of anyone else's hearing. "Be careful. I didn't come back to this village to lose someone else. You won't." He entered training ground 44 at 9 that night. The forest of death was different in the dark. During the day it was dangerous, a contained wilderness of oversized predators and toxic flora that the village used as a proving ground for advanced genin. At night, it became something else entirely. The canopy blocked the moonlight and the forest floor was absolute darkness, the kind where your eyes never adjusted because there was nothing to adjust to. Sound changed in the dark. Every crack of a branch, every rustle of undergrowth, every distant call of something large and hungry became amplified, directionless, impossible to locate. The system compensated. Perception stat engaged at maximum output, feeding Naruto a constant stream of sensory data that turned the darkness into a navigable space. He could feel the chakra signatures of the forest's inhabitants, the massive snakes coiled in the upper canopy, the insects with body-length mandibles patrolling the undergrowth, the predatory cats with chakra-enhanced muscles that could clear 50 feet in a single leap. He hunted. The forest closed around him like a mouth. Every direction was the same: darkness, the smell of rotting vegetation, the pressure of things watching from places he couldn't see. His old self would have been terrified. The system-enhanced version of him cataloged the environment with clinical efficiency and started killing. The first hour produced 3 giant centipedes, each one bigger than the last. The smallest was 6 feet long, all clicking legs and acid drool and the mindless aggression of a territorial insect scaled up to predator size. It came at him from the undergrowth and he bisected it with the tanto and kept walking before the halves stopped twitching. The second was 10 feet and faster, managing to score a hit along his calf with its mandibles before he put a kunai through its head. The wound burned with mild toxin. His healing factor purged it in under a minute. The third was the size of a horse and it nearly got him, dropping from a tree branch directly overhead, and he rolled clear by inches and drove the Rasengan into its underside. The compressed chakra turned its internal organs to paste. Each kill dropped experience that the system tallied in burning text. The numbers climbed. The authority percentage crept upward. It was mechanical work, repetitive and brutal, and Naruto fell into the rhythm of it the way he'd fallen into the daily quest routine. Do the thing, absorb the reward, do the next thing, grind, the word from the system's own vocabulary. Reduce a living forest to an experience farm. Reduce living creatures to numbers. The locked door rattled. He ignored it and kept killing. The second hour was wolves. A pack of 12, chakra-enhanced, their fur bristling with energy that made them faster and tougher than natural animals. They were coordinated, communicating through yips and body language that the system decoded in real time, and they were led by an alpha female who was smarter than half the genin he'd known at the academy. She tried to flank him, sending 2 wolves wide while the pack charged from the front. He let her, reading the pattern, and when she committed to the attack from the blind side, he put the Rasengan through her skull, and the pack scattered into the undergrowth, their howls carrying a grief that sounded uncomfortably human. He didn't let himself think about that. The third hour was the snake. It was massive. 40 feet long, thick as a tree trunk, with scales that shimmered faintly with ambient chakra and eyes that glowed yellow in the darkness like lanterns hung in a void. A summon-class predator, one of the wild serpents that inhabited the deepest parts of the forest, ancient and territorial and big enough to swallow a horse. The air around it smelled like copper and something reptilian and deeply wrong. It had been sleeping when Naruto entered its territory, coiled around the base of a tree that was wider than his apartment, and it woke with the lazy malice of an apex predator that had never encountered something it couldn't eat, hostile detected. Classification: Giant Serpent Alpha Class. Estimated Combat Rating: B Rank. Authority Progress: 78% to Level 6. Defeating this enemy will satisfy the Level 6 threshold. The snake struck first. It came out of the canopy like a falling building, jaws wide, fangs longer than Naruto's forearm, dripping venom that sizzled when it hit the forest floor and ate through the leaf litter like acid. Naruto dodged, barely, and the snake's head cratered the earth where he'd been standing. The impact shook the ground hard enough to knock loose branches from the surrounding trees. Dirt and debris flew. He fought it for 20 minutes. Not because it took that long to find an opening, but because the snake was fast and armored and its venom turned the air toxic within a 10-foot radius, creating a kill zone around its head that made close-range engagement suicidal. Every breath near its mouth burned. Every drop of venom that touched exposed skin raised an instant chemical blister. He circled, dodged, waited, and the snake tracked him with those lamp-yellow eyes, patient, unhurried, moving with the slow confidence of something that had lived for 100 years and never lost a fight in its own territory. He circled. The tanto scraped uselessly across its scales, leaving pale scratches that didn't penetrate. The kunai bounced off like thrown pebbles. Only the Rasengan could penetrate the natural armor, and the snake was smart enough to keep its distance after the first glancing hit tore a chunk from its tail and sent it into a thrashing frenzy that flattened a 50-foot circle of undergrowth. Naruto changed tactics. He created 30 shadow clones and sent them in waves, sacrificial, each one lasting just long enough to draw the snake's attention and create a window. The snake destroyed them efficiently, jaws snapping, tail sweeping, but each destroyed clone was a data point, and the system compiled the data into a kill pattern. The opening came at the 19-minute mark. The snake lunged at a cluster of clones on its left, and Naruto came in from the right, below its jaw, and drove the Rasengan upward into the soft tissue under its chin. The technique bore through scale and muscle and bone, and the compressed chakra detonated inside the snake's skull. It died in a convulsion that tore 3 trees out of the ground, hostile eliminated. Experience gained 1200, authority level up, authority 5 to 6, skill fully unlocked, shadow extraction. Rank B, description: extract the shadow of a defeated enemy and bind it as a shadow soldier. The soldier retains the combat abilities and memories of the original. Maximum capacity at current authority, 3 units. Duration, permanent until destroyed or dismissed. Warning, shadow extraction engages the corruption stat. Each extraction increases corruption by 1 point. Current corruption, 0. Requirement, recently deceased combatant, must have been defeated by host. Naruto stood over the dead snake, panting, splattered with its blood, the Rasengan burn still smoking on his palm. The forest was quiet around him. Even the insects had gone silent, retreating from the violence, giving the death its space. He looked at the snake's corpse. It was massive, coiled in its death throes, and its shadow stretched across the forest floor in the faint ambient light, wide and deep and dark. He knelt. The forest floor was damp and cold, and the dead snake's blood was warm where it pooled around his knees. He pressed his hand into the shadow. "Rise," he said. The shadow resisted. Not like the failed attempt in Tanzaku, where his authority had been too low and the shadow had dissolved before it could take shape. This time the resistance was different. It was like pushing through thick liquid, a dense medium that parted reluctantly but parted, and his hand sank into the darkness and found something on the other side. A space, a domain. The system called it the Shadow Domain, and Naruto could feel it now, vast and cold and humming with potential, a parallel layer of reality that existed beneath every shadow in the world. And in that domain he found the snake, not its body, its echo. The pattern of what it had been, its strength and its instincts, and the way it had moved through the world for 100 years, imprinted on the darkness like a footprint in soft clay. It was fading, the echo growing dimmer as the body cooled, and Naruto grabbed it before it could dissolve completely. The sensation was like pulling a rope from deep water. Heavy, resistant, The darkness didn't want to give up what it had claimed. But Naruto's chakra was Uzumaki chakra, and the Uzumaki had built the system, and the system had built the sovereign, and the sovereign had dominion over shadows, and he pulled, and the darkness yielded. The shadow came with him. It peeled away from the corpse like skin being shed, rising from the ground in a column of darkness that thickened and solidified as it climbed. The column twisted, compressed, reformed. The shape it took was not the snake. The system was interpreting the extraction, translating the raw material of a shadow into a form that served the sovereign, and what emerged was something new, a soldier. It stood 7 feet tall, armored in darkness that had the texture of lacquered plate, etched with spirals that glowed faintly with the same blue-gold energy that ran through Naruto's enhanced tenketsu. Its face was a mask of shadow, featureless, with 2 points of amber light where eyes should be. It held a weapon that was part sword, part fang, a curved blade that had the organic sweep of a serpent's tooth translated into steel. It looked at Naruto. The amber points fixed on him with an attention that was absolute and unwavering, and in that gaze was something Naruto recognized. The same thing he'd felt from the failed samurai in Tanzaku: loyalty, not programmed, not conditioned, chosen. The shadow soldier existed because Naruto had called it into existence, and its purpose was to serve because serving was what it had been born to do. Shadow soldier created. Designation: Serpent Guard Unit 1, Combat Rating, B rank Abilities, Venom Strike, Constriction, Enhanced Speed, Shadow Meld, Duration, Permanent, Corruption, 0 to 1, the corruption counter ticked, 1 point, a cost, a price paid for pulling a soul from the dark and giving it shape. Naruto felt it as a cold spot in his chest, a tiny seed of something that wasn't pain and wasn't pleasure but sat between them. And the system logged it with a notation that he read carefully: corruption note, the Shinigami's tithe. Each soul bound to the sovereign's service carries a fragment of the death god's attention. At current levels, the effect is negligible. At higher levels, the consequences are unknown. The Shinigami, the death god. The same entity that had taken Minato Namikaze's soul when he'd sealed the 9 tails. The same force that the Uzumaki had built their most powerful sealing techniques around. It was watching. It was interested. And each shadow soldier Naruto raised was a thread connecting him to something vast and old and hungry. He filed the warning. He'd deal with it later. Right now, standing in the dark forest with his first shadow soldier looming beside him like a faithful nightmare, Naruto felt something he hadn't felt since the mask had shattered on his forehead. Power. Real power. Not the borrowed strength of the system's stat boosts or the desperate improvisation of the Rasengan in a market street. This was sovereignty. The ability to raise the dead and give them purpose. The ability to build an army from the shadows of his enemies. The ability to protect the people he'd chosen and destroy the people who threatened them with a force that no one in the shinobi world had ever seen. Follow, Naruto said. The shadow soldier fell into step behind him. Its footsteps made no sound. Its body cast no shadow of its own, because it was a shadow, darkness given form, purpose given weight. They moved through the forest together, the boy and his first soldier, and the creatures of the forest of death parted before them because even mindless predators knew when something worse had entered their territory. He emerged from the forest at dawn. The gate was open and Tsunade was waiting. She was leaning against the gate post with her arms crossed and dark circles under her eyes that said she hadn't slept. She'd changed from the Hokage's Haori into combat clothes, mesh and plates, as if she'd been preparing to come in after him the moment the sun crested the wall. When she saw him, the tension in her body released by degrees, shoulders dropping, jaw unclenching, and then she saw what was behind him and the tension came back doubled. The shadow soldier stood at Naruto's back. 7 feet of armored darkness, amber eyes glowing in the early morning light, its curved blade resting against its shoulder with the casual readiness of a bodyguard that had never known a moment's rest. That's new, Tsunade said. That's the technique, Naruto said. Shadow extraction. I pull the shadow of a defeated enemy and bind it as a soldier. It's permanent, it retains the combat abilities of the original, and it follows my orders." Tsunade stared at the soldier. The medical mind was already running, assessing the entity's chakra structure, trying to understand what she was looking at. "It's alive. It's something, not alive the way we are, but present, aware, loyal. The chakra signature is," she trailed off, frowning, "it's yours. Filtered through something else, something cold, but at its core, it's your chakra maintaining its form. You're powering it, sustaining it from your own reserves. The cost is manageable. I can feel the drain, but it's small, like leaving a light on in another room. How many can you sustain?" "3, at my current level." Tsunade looked from the soldier to Naruto and back. The morning light was catching the spirals etched into the soldier's armor, making them glow, and the resemblance to the Uzumaki crest was unmistakable. This was clan technique, bloodline power. The inheritance of a destroyed people, resurrected through a system that their ancestors had built and hidden and protected until the right heir came along. "Danzo is going to lose his mind when he sees this," she said. "That's the idea." They walked back to the Hokage Tower together. The shadow soldier followed, and the early morning villagers they passed on the street stopped and stared and whispered and kept their distance. A merchant setting up his fruit stand dropped an entire crate of apples. A woman with a baby on her hip crossed to the other side of the road. 2 Chunin on their way to the mission desk reached for their weapons, took one look at the armored shadow with spiral insignia on its chest, and very carefully put their hands back down, Naruto noticed. He noticed the fear and the awe and the particular kind of respect that came not from admiration, but from the instinctive understanding that something dangerous was passing through. It was a different kind of attention from what he'd received his whole life. The village had always stared at him. As a child, the stares had been hostile, contemptuous, the villagers seeing the fox and hating the container. After the system, the stares had shifted to confusion and wariness, people noticing the change without understanding it. This was different. This was the village looking at something that didn't fit any category they had, not the fox boy, not the dead last prankster, not even the quiet new Chunin in dark clothes, something else. Something that walked with a shadow army at its back and carried a clan's worth of power in a 12-year-old frame. He thought about Iruka. About the training ground, the ramen, the way his former teacher had wiped tears from his face and walked away. He thought about the villagers who had sneered at him, the shopkeepers who had overcharged him, the parents who had told their children to stay away. He thought about the Hokage monument and the 4 stone faces and the empty space where the 5th would be carved. The locked door in his mind was open now, and the feelings that came through weren't rage or grief or loneliness. They were quieter, more complex. The understanding that power changed everything and nothing. That the village would fear the shadow soldier and respect the sovereign and still never really know the boy underneath. And the acceptance that it was okay because the people who mattered, Tsunade, Iruka, Shizune, even Jiraiya in his suspicious, complicated way, they knew. And that was enough. Naruto dismissed the soldier at the tower's entrance, willing it back into his shadow where it dissolved like ink in water, sinking into the darkness at his feet and becoming invisible. It was still there. He could feel it, a presence waiting in the dark space beneath him, patient, ready, a loaded weapon with the safety off. The Hokage's office was busy. Shizune was managing the aftermath of the hospital attack, coordinating with T&I for the interrogation of the surviving operative, fielding reports from Anbu about route movements throughout the village. Jiraiya was there too, standing by the window, and the look he gave Naruto when he walked in was layers deep, suspicion and respect and something that might have been fear. "The operative is talking," Shizune reported. She looked exhausted. Taunton was asleep in a basket under the desk. The curse seal destroyed most of his ability to speak, but T&I managed to extract fragments before the damage was complete. He confirmed the assassination order came from Danzo. He confirmed 3 additional cells are active in the village, and he confirmed something else. She handed Tsunade a transcript. Tsunade read it. Her face didn't change, but her knuckles went white on the paper. "He's planning a coup," Tsunade said, flat, factual, the voice of a Hokage processing tactical intelligence. Not immediately, within the month. He's been positioning operatives in key infrastructure roles since the invasion. Water supply, communications, the barrier team. If he gives the order, he can black out the village and take control of critical systems within 30 minutes. The room was silent. Jiraiya turned from the window. His face had gone still in a way that Naruto recognized. The spy master, processing the intelligence, running it against his own network's data, finding the pieces he'd missed. The barrier team, Jiraiya said slowly. During the invasion, the barrier over the Hokage's fight with Orochimaru was maintained by a 4-man squad that I didn't recognize. I assumed they were emergency reassignments. They weren't, were they? Tsunade confirmed. Danzo's people were already embedded in critical positions during the invasion. He's been building this for years. Shizun's hand covered her mouth. Taunton had woken up and was sitting rigid in the basket, her small body tense with the agitation that animals pick up from the humans around them. If he controls the barrier team, he can seal the village, Shizun said, her voice muffled behind her fingers. Lock the gates, cut us off from reinforcement. The Anbu would be fighting blind. And Root doesn't need to see, Jiraiya said. They've been operating in the village's infrastructure for decades. They know the tunnels, the service routes, the blind spots in our own security better than we do. He looked at Tsunade. We need to move fast. Then we move tonight, Naruto said, all eyes turned to him. We don't have months anymore. We don't have weeks. If Danzo is planning a coup, we have days at best before he decides the risk of waiting outweighs the risk of acting. Naruto looked at Tsunade. You have the evidence from the archives. You have the testimony from the operative. You have the Hokage's authority and the backing of the Anbu commander and the Jounin Corps. It's enough. It's not airtight, Tsunade said. A good lawyer could. Danzo doesn't have lawyers. He has knives. He tried to kill you in a hospital yesterday. He's not going to submit to a tribunal. He's going to fight, and when he does, you need someone who can match what he throws at you. Naruto let the system's cold certainty bleed into his voice, not because he was suppressing his emotions, but because the situation demanded it. You have me, Jiraiya stirred. Kid, whatever you think you can, Jiraiya, Tsunade's voice, the Hokage's voice. Let him speak. Naruto reached into his shadow. The movement was casual, almost lazy, his hand sinking into the darkness at his feet the way you dip your hand into a pool. The shadow soldier rose. It emerged beside him in a column of dark energy, solidifying in under a second, 7 feet of armored shadow with amber eyes and a curved blade, and the spirals of a dead clan burning on its chest. It stood at attention, utterly still, radiating the particular menace of something that had never been alive and therefore couldn't be killed by conventional means. Jiraiya took a step back. His hand went to his chest, instinctive, reaching for a technique that could counter what he was seeing. He didn't find one. Shizun dropped her clipboard. Tsunade looked at the soldier. Looked at Naruto. And in her eyes was the thing that he'd been building toward since the gambling hall in Tanzaku quarters, since the bar and the rice wine and the rain and the inn and every moment between then and now. Recognition, not of the technique, of him, of what he'd become, of what they'd become together. I'm not asking for permission, Naruto said. I'm not asking for authorization or a mission scroll or a committee's blessing. I'm telling you what I am and what I can do, and I'm offering it, all of it. The shadows, the soldiers, the system, the Uzumaki legacy. Every tool in my arsenal pointed at the man who destroyed my clan and tried to kill the woman I chose. The room was absolutely still. The shadow soldier stood motionless at his side. Jiraiya was frozen by the window. Shizun hadn't retrieved her clipboard. Even Taunton had woken up and was watching from the basket with small, round eyes. Tsunade stood. The Hokage's chair scraped on the floor. She walked around the desk and stopped in front of Naruto, close enough to touch, and she looked down at him with the full weight of the title and the woman behind it. And if I say yes, she asked. If I point you at Danzo and let you loose, what happens then? Naruto looked up at her. The locked door in his mind was open. Not broken, not forced, open. He turned the handle himself, because what he was about to say needed to come from every part of him, the system and the boy and the sovereign and the orphan who had grown up alone in a village that wore his family's symbol and never knew what it meant. "Then I become your shadow," he said. "The thing that moves in the dark so you can stand in the light. The weapon that does what the Hawkage can't be seen doing. The monster under the bed that keeps the other monsters honest." He held her gaze, amber eyes meeting his. The thread between them pulled tight, vibrating with everything they'd shared and everything they were about to risk. "I'm yours, Tsunade. Every shadow, every soldier, every drop of blood and every broken bone and every impossible thing I've done since the day a mask chose me in the dark." He reached out and took her hand. Her fingers closed around his. And the shadow soldier at his side knelt, one knee to the floor, blade presented, a gesture of fealty that came from the Uzumaki military tradition of 1,000 years ago, the oath of the sovereign's guard to the lord they served. Naruto spoke the words that had been building since the ruins, since the bones of his ancestors, since the day his blood hit the mask and the world changed. "I'm your monster, God Aim, point me at the dark." Tsunade looked at the kneeling shadow, at the boy standing before her. At the hand holding hers with a grip that was steady and sure and belonged to someone who had walked through fire and come out the other side carrying the ashes of everything he'd lost and the blueprint for everything he intended to build. She lifted her free hand and placed it on his cheek. The gesture was tender and fierce, and it held the weight of a woman who had finally, after 20 years of running, found something worth standing still for. "Then let's go to war," she said. The shadow soldier rose from Naruto's feet. It didn't need a command. It felt the moment, felt the intention, and it responded with the same loyalty that had burned in its amber eyes from the instant of its creation. It stood at Naruto's side, 7 feet of darkness and purpose, and the morning sun came through the Hokage's window and threw their shadows long across the office floor, 3 shadows. The Hokage, the sovereign, and the first soldier of an army that would grow. Jiraiya looked at the soldier. Looked at Naruto, looked at Tsunade, and the fear that had been in his expression since the market in Tanzaku was still there, but something else had joined it. Understanding. The recognition that the thing he'd been afraid of wasn't a threat, it was an inevitability. The world had been moving toward this moment since a boy bled on a mask in a ruin full of bones, and fighting it was as pointless as fighting the tide. "I'll activate my network," Jiraiya said quietly. "If we're going after Root, I can have intelligence assets in position within 48 hours. Shizune picked up her clipboard from the floor, straightened her clothes, settled Taunton on her hip. "I'll prepare the hospital for casualties. If this goes wrong, we'll need every bed." "It won't go wrong," Naruto said. "You can't know that." "No. But I can make sure we're ready for every version of right." Tsunade looked at the 3 people standing in her office. The pervert sage who ran the world's best spy network. The medic who had stood by her through a decade of self-destruction without flinching. And the boy, the impossible, stubborn, terrifying boy who had walked into a gambling hall and talked to a stranger and changed everything. Her hand went to the green crystal at her throat. She held it for a moment, feeling its weight, feeling the history in it, the grandmother who had brought it from Uzushio, the brother who had worn it, the lover who had carried it into his last battle. All of them gone. All of them part of the chain that had led to this room, this moment, these people. She let the crystal go. "All right," the 5th Hokage said. "Let's get to work." Outside, Konoha woke to a new day, the village that wore the spiral on its flak jackets without knowing what it meant. The village that had been built on secrets and sustained by silence and was about to learn that some debts don't stay buried. The sun climbed the mountain. The stone faces watched, and in every shadow, in every street and every alley and every room, something new was listening, something sovereign. In the shadow at Naruto's feet, something ancient and patient and vast turned its attention toward the light, and smiled.